Chapter 375. Aisha. Why is Aisha here? As soon as Encrid faced her, several facts came to mind. They were things that popped up without him even having to think hard. The constable. What was his reason for coming to him? Jealousy was part of it, but he likely saw it as an opportunity. He thought that Encrid must have done something wrong. The crime in question would be the murder of Baron Bentra, but that incident could have been witnessed by Aisha, a knight. If she had intervened, it might not have happened. But it did. Aisha didn't stop it. The reason Aisha was here was because of the involvement of the Marquis. So, whose side is the Marquis of Octo on? No. Has the Knight Order turned against him? Biliave made magoch outfit p on qualmetet her napet. Open could that be possible? A Knight Order without knights. And how many junior knights did Aisha say were left in the capital? A series of complicated thoughts followed one another, like a tangled thread children had been playing with, getting hopelessly knotted. Encrid boldly cut through it. He couldn't behave like craze. There was no need to. The one who could answer was standing right in front of him, so he could just ask. Why? Encrid spoke, his question short but sharp. Aisha raised her sword. The slender blade stood at the boundary between light and darkness. She answered, They said this is as far as you go. Leave. There was no emotion in her eyes. It felt like a sword was standing in front of him. The sounds of clashing metal and shouting from outside grew distant. It felt as though two actors had met on the stage of a corridor. Encrid unsheathed his silver sword. Shh! The sound of the sword being drawn from its scabbard, wrapped in a metal tip, was eerily clear. The silver longsword revealed itself, showing off its body. Encrid grasped the sword hilt with both hands and took a deep breath. To his left, and to Aisha's right, sunlight filtered through the windows. The light passing through the window created a long line, dividing the space between Encrid and Aisha. Step back. Aisha spoke again. It sounded like a request. Why? He thought, as he asked. Naturally, there was no answer. He didn't know enough to figure it out. Aisha didn't seem like the type to give an answer freely. Without a smile, she just stared. Aisha showed neither malice nor intent to fight. She simply stood there, like an inanimate object. On one side of the corridor were rare southern ceramics, things you might see only in the southern regions. Aisha's presence seemed no different from those objects. She looked like a still life. Encrid adjusted his grip on the sword again. Seeing this, Aisha spoke. Drinking punishment. Just a hobby. Encrid replied, almost out of habit. Even at his words, Aisha's expression didn't break. If anything, the atmosphere shifted. It was a pressure. At the same time, her presence seemed to change. In Encrid's eyes, it seemed as though a wall had appeared in front of him, centered around Aisha. The pressure didn't just mean an intent to strike. It was as though she was showing her resolve to not retreat. A wall as solid as steel. It was a wall that seemed impossible to get over or break. However, Encrid was the type to enjoy either jumping over or digging through such walls. Ting! Encrid swung his sword sideways, measuring the distance to the wall. The tip of silver struck the right wall. He retracted the sword, then gripped it with both hands and raised it above his head. The width was short, but the height was more than sufficient. If they fought this way, the paintings, southern ceramics, and expensive flower vases on the wall would shatter. But that wasn't something to be concerned about now. Encrid took another breath. His opponent was reading his breath. Neither Encrid nor Aisha made a move to strike first. They read each other's breaths and measured the timing. This was something they had done countless times before. They had sparred more than 20 times already. The line of light between them grew longer. On the right wall in the center, 3 swords crossed each other, hanging. Above them was a shield in the shape of the sun, an ornate decoration featuring a sword. Of the three swords, the one in the center was most vertically aligned with the floor, its tip closest to the ground. As the light stretched, the light that had passed through the window reached the tip of the central sword. Although the blade wasn't raised, the well-polished edge reflected the light. In that brief instant, when the light glinted, Encrid struck the ground. Boom! He didn't have the luxury of holding back, nor could he. With all his might, he charged forward explosively, bringing his sword down. The moment Encrid closed the distance, Aisha responded. Her sword shot forward, faster than any arrow, a thrust aimed directly at him. Encrid continued with his downward strike. The blades of Aisha and Encrid's silver met. Clang! The clash was followed by a screeching sound. Encrid tried to break the wall with his force, while Aisha twisted her wrist to deflect Silver's path. Her mastery of evasion redirected Encrid's strength. Knowing he couldn't simply take it, Encrid pulled back his foot, conserving some energy. Instead, he let his sword flow with the momentum. He was ready to add more power and strike again at any moment. As a result, a long line was drawn beneath the left window. Even with the lightning-like strike, Aisha deflected it. Aisha raised her thrusting sword immediately. Then, slowly, she brought it down as she aimed at Encrid. Aimed sword, her specialty, her signature move. But it wasn't quite what Encrid had expected. Ram had already said it, hadn't he? That's not everything. He knew it instinctively. No. Countless experiences and talent allowed him to see the missing pieces of what the opponent possessed. Encrid couldn't see those areas. So, would that be a problem? Not at all. The tip of the sword pointed at him. In that instant, only the tip of the sword and himself existed in the world. This was Aisha's style of pointing a sword. A deceptive sword, a trickster's blade. Encrid already knew the answer to overcoming that sword. He had seen Ragnar, Ram, and Jackson demonstrate their answers many times in front of him. Rem fought while hiding the tip of the sword with an axe. Ragnar ignored the sword's tip. He eliminated anything that stood in his way with the will to cut through it. Jackson struck the sword first before starting to point it at him. All three methods were correct. But none of them applied to Encrid himself. It was something he felt from the moment he began to embrace part of will. It has to be something I solve myself. To move forward, he needed to walk properly. He had to step on the path. If he placed his foot in the air, he couldn't walk. Moving forward by stepping in place didn't work either. To move properly, he had to make the process his own. That was the true path. Stepping on the earth, treading through dirt and sand. If Rem, Ragnar, and Jackson had their own ways, then Encrid had to find his. He didn't think it would happen all at once. He wasn't a genius. He knew that now. You're a genius. The words his mercenary teacher had said when he was young no longer resonated with him. What remained was the sword. What remained was the dream. What had mended his broken dream? The sword. Even when Aisha had left earlier, Encrid had wished for another 100 duels with her. Why had Aisha blocked his path? He didn't know. Was it because she couldn't afford to delay her mission to save Krang? He understood that. But Encrid didn't feel any impatience. If his heart had wavered with each such event, he might not have been able to hold on to the sword all this time. So, he decided to focus on what he had to do now. No. He had completely immersed himself in the present. If she blocked his way, he would break through. If she tried to obstruct him, he would destroy it. In the fleeting moment, Encrid thought, organized his thoughts, and, after coming to a conclusion, drew his sword of method. There was something he wanted to try if he fought Aisha again. His own method. Encrid closed his eyes. If seeing was the problem, what if he didn't look? You're really insane. From Aisha's now emotionless voice, something resembling emotion slipped through. He couldn't help but be surprised at this. He had endured her saying she enjoyed punishing. But this? This was hard to endure. You're closing your eyes? To fight with his eyes closed. Was this something a normal person would do? Even when he fought with his eyes open, Aisha always won. Whether he gambled his life or not, the result of their duels was always the same. But now, he was closing his eyes because the tip of the sword blocked his view. You're underestimating me? Or have you trained for this? Aisha spat the words out in quick succession. In her tone, Encrid felt that she wasn't here because she wanted to be. If she truly wanted to be here, she would have attacked with her sword, not with words. Their duels had always been like that. It didn't matter, though. Encrid enjoyed the moment. He smiled, excited to face Aisha herself. Without opening his eyes, he focused his ears, making his hearing replace his sight. Skillfully honing your senses allows you to see without seeing. These were Jackson's words, spoken countless times. Indeed, his subordinates exhibited such abilities. Without even seeing, they could sense the movements of people standing behind them. Auden had spoken about sensing airwaves. It's just knowing with your senses. Rem had spoken about pure intuition. Ragnar had asked, "Do you really need to know what action the enemy takes behind you? Swing the sword and strike, that's all that was needed." That was Ragnar's way. Jackson's wasn't any different. The airwaves are felt by touch, and sounds are heard by the ears. Being able to distinguish and grasp subtle sounds was the foundation of sensory techniques. They were all similar, but their approaches and the ways they understood it were different. Encrid had now honed the blade of intuition, the sixth sense of evasion. Using that, he moved, even with his eyes closed. To put it simply, he attacked first, even while smiling with his eyes shut. "You crazy bastard," Aisha spat out, though there was also some respect hidden in her words. Encrid relied on his memory for the first strike. He remembered where Aisha had positioned herself and heard her voice. With that, he activated his momentary will. Bang! The ground cracked beneath him. Stone dust flew up from under the carpet. Encrid swung his sword with full force. He didn't hold back just because the opponent was someone he knew. Aisha couldn't allow Encrid to pass. The reason was simple. If you get past me, you'll die. Even if she let him go, Encrid wouldn't survive. So she had to stop him here. Whether he came here willingly, under threat, or out of necessity didn't matter. That's for later. She calmed herself and faced him with all her strength. With her eyes closed, she sliced through the moment and closed the distance. Encrid's sword came down without hesitation. Aisha met it at the same speed. She didn't ease her pressure. Her strikes were faster than before, even though they seemed identical. She held her thin sword horizontally, slashing upwards. She twisted her ankle, dispersing the force. She redirected the power of his sword with her thin rapier, just as she had before. She didn't need to block it. She would twist it in the moment of contact. That was how Aisha fought. Her rapier moved like a fluttering piece of cloth. Tirili-li-rin. The sound of the strike was far too soft for the force it contained. Encrid's sword was deflected sideways. Aisha loosened her grip momentarily, then tightened it again. In that instant, the muscles in her forearm tightened, adding strength to her strike. She gathered her remaining power and thrust forward. Ooh, ow. It wasn't the sword but the air that hit first. The momentum and pressure made Encrid's body hairs stand on end. He couldn't recover his downward sword in time. Instead, he had already drawn his silver sword with his left hand, while his right hand pulled the sword from his waist. He blocked the blow with the sword held in reverse. The gladius intercepted Aisha's rapier. Bang! With perfect timing and coordination, the thrust of the rapier was conveyed through the gladius. Encrid's feet slid backward as if he had been launched. His strength is superior. Aisha knew that too. Encrid's immense strength was terrifying. One failed strike could be devastating. But failure wouldn't happen. She wouldn't meet him with dull blades. And with him coming at her with his eyes closed, his precision was lacking. Encrid retreated and opened his eyes. Aisha pointed her sword at him again. She could keep fighting like this all day. Endurance in constant combat was part of the night training. And of course she had completed that training. As for Encrid, one more time. He smiled. Chapter 376. There is none, that crazy bastard. Watching Encrid smile, Aisha almost lost her composure but quickly regained it. If she wasn't planning to kill him, she had to stop him here. Her younger sibling was being held hostage. The unexpected person behind her. Complicated thoughts stacked up in layers before fading away. With that smile in front of her, she had nothing to say. There must be a reason you need to break through. I have my reasons for stopping you. These words came out of her without thinking. Why? Oh! Why was she saying this to Encrid? Swampen lemnar kroppen. Göret inan du garoch legadik open. She didn't know. The atmosphere was just urging her. And that made her harden her face even more. Hiding her expression, she started the conversation with her sword. Her specialty wasn't just pointing the tip of her sword. In terms of technique, she would never fall behind. The gap between her and Encrid couldn't be closed in a short time. She acknowledged that Encrid had superior strength, but the gap in technique would be hard to fill. He was good at both strength and tactics. But no matter how good he was at tactics, if he lost in the finer techniques, it was useless. Encrid closed his eyes again. You'll die like this. She wasn't trying to kill him, but it would still be dangerous if she let her guard down. Try if you can. Encrid wouldn't back down. For a moment Aisha felt frustrated by that. Not now, but if we wait for the next time, we won't have to fight with risks. Even as she said this, Aisha knew the answer. She knew exactly how Encrid would respond. Although they hadn't seen each other for a few days, she understood him clearly. If it's not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the next time. Encrid said this with his eyes closed, pointing his sword. If you had thought about next time, you wouldn't be standing in front of me right now. Aisha gritted her teeth. The two continued to fight. In the end, Aisha made 2 holes in Encrid's arm. She also left a deep wound on his thigh, deep enough for a finger to slide in. In the meantime, Encrid lost silver and, like sparks, left a long cut on Aisha's cheek. If I really wanted to kill you, it would have been easier. Aisha took a breath as she spoke. By now the sun was tilted toward one side. The blade of rebellion that had started in broad daylight had surely pierced through the entire palace by now. And sure enough, it's done. A voice came from behind Aisha, from a shadow where the light didn't reach. Get rid of that. The voice spoke again. Encrid, still on the ground, turned his gaze behind Aisha. There was no light. He couldn't properly see the opponent. Only a silhouette stood, dark and intense. Even in the dark, he could feel the color of that person strongly. Who was this? Just by the aura and Aisha's attitude, it was clear this person was above her. It was the darkness created by not lighting the candle. From beyond that, a man stepped forward. As the silhouette gained color, he walked closer. Looking at him, it seemed like an unstoppable boulder was rolling toward them. Not a knight. Encrid instinctively knew. Hadn't he faced something like this before? Though it was only one swing, he had experienced what it was to face a knight. This man was not a knight. With dark hair, he wore a long sword at his waist and held a blood-stained dagger in his hand. Aisha turned her body. Despite knowing she had enough strength left to strike Encrid, she turned around without hesitation. She raised her sword toward the back and spoke. Senior, let's stop here. Encrid could see the man's front now, towering over Aisha and showing the weight of his presence. The man with the dagger tilted his head. His dark brown hair moved with his gesture. Aisha, it's enough for now. What will you do when the master returns? Encrid felt no persuasion in Aisha's words. She herself couldn't believe what she was saying. If you can't do it, then I'll do it. The man spoke as he walked forward confidently, and Aisha once again displayed her overwhelming presence. A wall. The wall that had blocked Encrid now turned in the opposite direction. You should stop now, Encrid muttered. It was hard to gauge the opponent's strength. Was it a lack of insight? He wasn't sure. It felt like seeing Ragnar or Ram. Do you think all knights are the same? Aisha's words suddenly came to him. Could it be that she said that because of this man? He wondered. The man ignored Aisha's pressure. His pace didn't change. Aisha. Encrid called her name again from where he sat. Aisha didn't respond. Instead, she raised her sword and pointed it. The sword point stance. And Encrid once again saw the answer to her sword. Following Ragnar, Rem, and Jackson, this was the fourth. As soon as Aisha pointed her sword, the opponent took a large step forward and struck her sword surface with his dagger. The sword point stance became useless. In that instant, Encrid understood what the opponent had done. It was the fourth time he saw the answer, and the realization naturally dawned on him. Just because you point the sword doesn't mean the real intent goes anywhere. The sword stayed where it was. As long as you could overpower it, you could break the sword point stance. If Aisha swung her sword or blocked, the technique would be broken anyway. So by stepping in and swinging his dagger, the opponent would either deflect the attack or block it. But to prevent Aisha from using her deflecting techniques and to cut off her chance to counter, it required more than one condition to be met. But how was that even possible now? He saw the answer, though the whole process was unclear. Normally you'd deflect and strike again. The momentum faltered. To display such a technique with just one dagger meant an entirely different level of skill. Not all knights were the same. That sentence resonated deeply within him. Encrid used his sword like a cane and stood up. He could probably strike a few more times. If he just waited and watched, he was sure Aisha would die, but it wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. Once he stood up, Encrid didn't care whether his sword hit or missed. It was only because he could that he did it. Don't act like an idiot. The man holding the dagger spoke again. His gaze never shifted towards Encrid. It was solely focused on Aisha. Aisha retrieved the rebounding sword and thrust it in 3 directions. It was a thrust resembling a trident. She had said she learned the technique from watching fishermen in a coastal village. The man swung the dagger up and down. It was as if stirring a ladle in a stew, the dagger moving in such a way. That's how it appeared to Encrid. Clink, clink, clink. 3 clashes echoed. Are you really going to do this? The man spoke once more. Aisha did not answer, only raising her sword. She changed her stance. Her expertise was not limited to simply pointing her sword at the enemy. Encrid was well aware of this. She focused on her toes, shifting her center of gravity. While she never neglected to train her strength, there were many who possessed greater physical power than her. Had she not devised ways to overcome that, she might never have become a senior knight. Do you really want to die? The man's tone remained flat, devoid of highs or lows. It was closer to listing facts. Aisha's sword struck several more times. It curved, stabbed, and soared. It was a technique that pierced through the arm when Encrid couldn't block it. It was delicate and sharp. Just the speed of it rivaled his own moment of will. It should have been called a decisive strike. Yet despite all the blades, the man simply tapped his dagger against them, blocking each one. Eventually, the tip of her blade grazed his cheek, but naturally, it wasn't a fatal wound. A tiny spray of blood appeared. The man dropped his dagger, the small blade falling to the ground. In the meantime, his hand grasped the hilt of a longsword at his waist. Encrid's eyes caught the pommel shape. It was a wolf-shaped pommel. He unsheathed the sword. There was no blinding speed, nor heavy force. It was drawn, and it moved. But the sword, The man wielded rose at a strange angle and intercepted the path of Aisha's thrust, cutting through it. The sword struck midway. With a loud thud, Aisha's sword was deflected. How is that possible? Encrid had no answer. He couldn't understand it at all. There was nothing to learn, just from observing. Aisha pulled her sword in front of her chest. The flow was broken. With the momentum lost, the sword would be ineffective. The rhythm faltered, her steps were off, and her breath was constricted. It was a shallow breath, one that hindered her movements. Aisha held her breath, ignoring the flow entirely, and instead stabbed. She cut downward from above. The vertical slash wasn't as intense as a lightning strike, but it was as fast as a beam of light. It resembled Encrid's rare, unorthodox moves. With a swift downward strike, the man blocked with his blade and pushed back. Cling, cling, cling. Sparks flew as their blades clashed in a brief deadlock. Encrid seized that moment to launch himself forward. It was too much to make an explosive charge like before. But one decisive strike was still within his reach. He harnessed a burst of acceleration, rejecting the oppressive aura of his opponent. He summoned his monstrous power, maintaining perfect focus. His left hand released the flaring sword. The blade stretched out like a sunbeam. The sunlight, can be felt as soon as it touches you. There is no way to avoid it. It was a thrust that resembled the highest completion of technique, timing, breath, stance, and the strength in his grip. Everything was perfectly aligned, yet the opponent's sword slipped through the gap. Wow! How to avoid sunlight? You take shelter in the shade. The flow was broken. The sword that had intercepted his thrust struck at the heart of his intended motion, deflecting the flare. There was no overwhelming force, but with the change in direction, all the power from his legs, body, breath, and strike dissipated. Encrid realized that his strike had failed. That was the result. The man's right hand held the sword, and before Encrid knew it, it had pierced Aisha's heart. Aisha spat blood. She had swung her rapier even as her strength drained away. The man didn't even bother to block it. He caught the falling blade with his shoulder, deflecting it easily. His left hand stretched out, and by the time he reached it, a short sword appeared in his grasp, stabbing into Encrid's chest. The bandaged armor held up momentarily, but the blade did not pierce his heart, instead grazing his side, tearing through his innards. The man's gaze swept through Encrid's insides, but there was no change in his expression. It was like he was looking at a stone on the roadside. Was it because of the skill difference? No, it wasn't that. It was a gaze as if directed at something irrelevant to him. I had no way to subdue you without killing you. He spoke only to Aisha, Senior. Aisha, choking on blood, opened her mouth once more with her final strength. My younger sibling, don't worry. The light in Aisha's eyes faded. Encrid didn't lose his composure despite the burning sensation in his insides. The repetition of today was a curse, and there was no blessing of adapting to the pain. The pain felt the same whether he repeated it at the beginning of the day or now. And yet, he couldn't take his eyes off Aisha. He understood why she had stood in front of him, blocking his way. He knew what she couldn't compromise on, not turning away from the heart. After all, what was her reason for standing here? To kill him? No, she hadn't done that. She could have killed him at any time. The squad members all agreed. If it comes down to a fight where we kill or be killed, the outcome is inevitable. But the truth that it's hard to win right now won't change. Rem had said that. We will lose if we fight. At least that's the likely outcome. Ragnar had said that as well. As Encrid continued his thoughts, the man stood before him. His boots came into view. When he raised his gaze, the man finally spoke. It's because of you that she died. His tone was emotionless, like stating a fact. Then the man's sword struck at Encrid's neck. The pain started from the back of his neck and shot up to his brain. A burning sensation, the feeling of his flesh being torn, darkness engulfed everything. As the world faded, the flow of water could be seen. "Shall I show you the easy way?" the boatman asked. Chapter 377. Meeting the End of the Sword. The swaying sword's violet lamp flickered above the rippling river. As the ferry rocked, his body swayed along with it. Encrid remained silent, sitting at the far end of the boat. The ferryman spoke again. "There is an easy way." Encrid did not respond. The ferryman spoke once more. "Flee." His lips moved only slightly, and his voice echoed, lingering over the boat. "Run, and don't face your death. Then I'll take care of it." Instead of answering, Encrid lowered his gaze, as if his mind was filled with countless thoughts. The ferryman's mouth opened again. His flickering and echoing voice once again floated over the boat. "If you don't want to escape, use your tongue. Convince your opponent and prepare for what comes after. If it's the two of you, you can handle it. If Encrid and Aisha joined forces, they could deal with whoever appeared next. Le carna chocade. Detta onfecto dares som, til och med fungeramiliandus over." Often knowing the future meant knowing today's repetition. Though not every day would be exactly the same, the larger framework would remain unchanged. After fighting Encrid, Aisha's stamina was depleted, and she was injured. Encrid was in the same condition. If they could join forces while maintaining their strength and without injuries, they could definitely handle the situation. They might even turn the tide and win. It was a fight for their lives, and if the two were on the same side, it would definitely be an advantage. Of course, it wasn't a fight they would always win. Do you want to know exactly what the wall is? The ferryman's words were devoid of emotion as usual. He only spoke facts, free of sentiment. Encrid did not answer, continuing to listen to the ferryman's words. Was he reflecting on his own thoughts? The ferryman tapped his foot against the bottom of the boat. The boat swayed violently with the motion, and Encrid, who had been sitting, reached out to steady himself. He lifted his head, his gaze vacant, lost in thought, his mouth slightly open. These were the things the ferryman saw. Encrid's eyes seemed to regain focus. Then he asked a question. "Huh? What did you just say?" The ferryman, though showing signs of irritation, held back and repeated the question. Encrid blinked twice before replying. "Oh, I didn't hear." It was the truth. He hadn't heard, focused on something else. "As always," Encrid answered sincerely. "Go." The ferryman's mouth moved quicker than expected. Encrid had completely ignored his words. It wasn't that he heard with one ear and let it slip out the other. He didn't reject the words, he simply disregarded them entirely. Even the ferryman could have been displeased by this. "Huh?" Encrid's blank stare, despite him actually asking the question again, appeared distasteful. Purity can sometimes be a weapon that causes frustration in the heart of the other. "I said go." The ferryman didn't bother getting angry or asking why. It was enough to let him go. There was a reason for sending him. I'll watch. He would see what Encrid was thinking, what actions he intended to take. That would reveal itself in time. "Oh, okay." Encrid nodded without feeling embarrassed. Soon Encrid's figure blurred and disappeared from the boat. The ferryman was left alone, silently gazing into the darkness. He would likely repeat the same today, and again he would face such moments. On the boat, in the darkness, he would meet himself. It was a given. The ferryman saw the repetition of today in advance. What was destined to happen would happen. What was predetermined would unfold as such. Although Encrid had startled him a few times, that was the extent of it. There would be no walls to overcome in a single day. Today's repetition was a cycle of pain and suffering. It was a structure that couldn't be avoided. That was the core of the curse. However, for the madman, even pain became a form of ecstasy. Madman? The ferryman's gaze blurred. It wasn't the black river he was staring at, but the image of Encrid, who had been cursed to live out a repetitive life. The curse revealed his figure. The ferryman watched. He would repeat the same day. He woke at dawn, trained his body. He used kicking the constable as a form of persuasion. He sent Ragnar and Dunbakel to deal with the advancing group. He made a fellow feel ashamed by saying he was the one who had been hurt, the one who had been stabbed when facing a group of assassins. He headed for the palace and immediately cut down the ill-fated person who blocked his path. He killed them without hesitation. Wasn't it a maid who was raped? I didn't even ask and just killed him. What? Ignoring the other's astonishment, he had no interest in the past that stood before him. Even if there was a grudge for nearly killing the curse's master, it didn't show. It wasn't that there wasn't a grudge. But right now he's focused on something else. Encrid looked at the maid, not the stunned man. He silently asked with his eyes if it was true. The maid, trembling, nodded. Then there was a process of slashing and killing. And so, once again, he faced the wall. A female knight with orange hair stood before him. That's enough. She blocked his way. Encrid raised his sword. There was no question. It was inevitable, so there was no reason to ask. No, his thought process didn't work that way. The ferryman briefly glimpsed a part of Encrid's mind. It was filled with a sense of expectation. That bastard. Encrid was here to face the wall, to clash swords with that female knight. It was the same repetition of today. Though the details weren't exactly the same, it was a similar day. There were, of course, other differences. The one before this, before reaching this point. The change that had occurred during his morning training. Ram, how did you do it? It was around the time the morning sun was directly overhead. Despite the constable's chatter in between, Encrid had spoken with the man named Ram. This bastard. I came all this way and you're talking nonsense. Wait a moment. Encrid said that, then asked again. The constable, who had been stunned, stood there. The end of the sword. You blocked it with an axe blade, didn't you? The axe blade end, you mean? Ram, who blinked, gave a short, concise explanation. You just need to block it properly. He couldn't offer much more of an explanation, and Encrid didn't seem interested in hearing any further, so he turned his body away. That was the difference in today's repetition. No. The constable ignored, became furious. That was all. After that, Encrid stood before the wall, wielding his sword and attempting something, only to meet a similar result. He was defeated, stabbed, and collapsed to the ground. Another difference from the previous today was something that the boatman already knew. Encrid did not. His gaze swept across Aisha's back. The one Aisha had called a senior did not appear. Instead, I'll check the back. Aisha left, and that was the end of it. A little time passed, and the darkness came again. Today ended once more. The boatman gazed at the opposite side of the boat. Fragments, like grains of sand, gathered. The scattered particles began to form a human shape, slowly changing. It was Encrid. The boatman felt a surge of curiosity. He had no need to suppress it, so he opened his mouth. I'll ask one thing, huh? Encrid, still with a blank look, stood there. You couldn't even hear me speaking in front because you were thinking about something, right? Encrid opened his mouth without hesitation. There was nothing to hide, nothing to conceal. But why was this being asked, he wondered. I was thinking about how to block the tip of a sword. Seeing the zeal and intensity in Encrid's eyes, the boatman was certain. Encrid had focused entirely on one thing. He had only seen the opponent with a sword in front of him. No matter what the wall was, no matter what else, he had seen and recognized the sword, pouring all his attention into it. The boatman spoke words that he didn't need to say, but could still say under his authority, "Do you consider that a wall?" He had intended to say no. He was going to tell him to look at the real wall. "I don't know." That was the reply. "Is there anything else you want to say? If not, just let me think for a bit." The boatman felt emotions. It was absurd. It was confusing. With no intention or ulterior motive behind it, the pure response he had received caused all the words he had planned to mock the other to vanish in an instant. They mixed into the darkness, crushed, and flowed away. "Go ahead." The boatman read his thoughts and answered, "Fine, do as you wish. What you're seeing now isn't a wall, though." Encrid disappeared again, blurring, scattering, and vanishing. Foolish. But even so, the boatman had expected this. And even if Encrid crossed this wall, it would leave a deep scar on him. He chuckled. If he saw Encrid suffer now, it would be the most enjoyable thing. If Encrid overcame this wall, that very fact would become like a curse to him, the boatman knew. One thing is clear. It's better to imitate Ram's method. Not just Ram's method, but to try everyone's approach at least once. Imitation is one of the quickest ways to understand the object of mimicry. My method comes next. If there's a path, walk it. Encrid did that. What is the wall, and how far does it go? If he had asked the boatman, he might have received an answer. Today's boatman gave off that impression, but it didn't matter. He didn't need to know. So, he didn't ask. Instead, he pondered. What are you thinking about from the morning? It was the third today. During the morning training, Encrid stood still, lost in thought, and after a while, Ram arrived and asked. Encrid asked the key question, even earlier than yesterday. How did you block the tip of the axe? Despite the sudden question, Ram wasn't surprised. Encrid had been like this for a while now. So, the answer came quickly. Aisha's sword was pointed at me. I point my axe at the opponent's sword tip. Even still, the explanation was like a chaotic stage with barking dogs. It was a mess. It was difficult and confusing. But if he had intended to give up, he would have never picked up a sword in the first place. Moreover, Ram himself was aware that his explanation was hard to follow. Ram pulled out a long-handled axe and spoke. Though he held it lightly, the weapon had a surprisingly good balance, and it was heavier than expected. Anyway, just by holding it, the weight was different. Encrid drew his flame-tipped sword. Ping! He drew the sword and pointed it. The thin, sharp blade was aimed ahead. Doing this, it seemed like the first step of imitation was to follow the sword tip pointing. Pressure and killing intent mixed in. In a way, it was the complete opposite of Saxon's deadly stabbing. A sword that deceives by applying pressure to the opponent. Encrid couldn't immediately imitate it. Instead, he was still pointing his sword. Dunbakel. Ram struck the sword's tip with the axe's blade. To be precise, he struck the sharp part of the blade. Got it? Encrid didn't respond, but fell into thought. He replayed what Ram had just done in his mind. A physical explanation was much easier to understand than words. He meditated on it alone. Encrid understood. Ram had struck the point of the sword with the sharpest edge of his axe's blade. The edge and the point met perfectly. It was a feat beyond mere skill. It was almost miraculous. Soon this action contained a question. Could he meet the sword tips at the same speed and power as before? A gasp escaped. Try it. You'll understand once you do. Ram took a step back, and Encrid slowly grabbed his two swords, Flame and Gladius. It's easy to make the blades meet. But what about the points? What about the edges and the points? If the speed is slow, it's possible. If you reduce the speed, it's difficult, but still doable. He unconsciously tensed his muscles. This brought unnecessary force into the action, making it awkward. How could he make this movement natural? What skill would be needed for this? That's right. If you can do that, you'll be fine. Rem spoke as he tucked his long-handled axe into his belt. It was as if he was saying that he had said everything he needed to say. Encrid didn't even nod. He quickly immersed himself in his own world. Rem thought he was a fascinating person. But when he looked at Andrew, he raised a finger and brought it to his lips. There was no sound of she, but Andrew, who was about to speak, closed his mouth. Rem gestured for Andrew to step back 3 steps, and Andrew spoke. What is it? I'll personally oversee today's training. It's fine. I can do it alone. No, it's not fine. I'll carry out the commander's wishes. But Commander Encrid isn't dead. The continental language is still clumsy. What did that mean? He had never heard the Western dialect. Andrew's unspoken words were dismissed by his expression. Encrid, hearing the surrounding sounds, slipped into his thoughts. He sank into himself, contemplating. Chapter 378. Over and over, how did he manage those delicate movements? In his memory, Shinar swung his sword. Light as a butterfly, her toes barely touched the ground. The leaf-shaped sword she wielded was also light, matching her style. Even though the sword had a puffed middle, it still gave the impression of fluttering. Watching the blade move like a dance, it seemed there was no force involved at all. But when faced with it, the reality was different. It was a blow full of strength. He knew this well from having fought against it. How did she manage that? To execute something so detailed, force is required. But to achieve that kind of movement, you must take the force out. Though he understood the way the action was performed, he couldn't help but wonder if the body could move in such a way. Is this a path I don't know? No, he already knew. He had learned countless techniques, honed his body, and ingrained them. Is there just one way to apply force? Without precision, the isolation technique means nothing. Swampen försvinner om one dag. Skrivna expertens recept open Odin had spoken of the different types of muscles. There were large muscles, but also smaller muscles that helped control fine movements. Through rigorous training, Shinar had gained that precision. Encrid needed that too. Jackson had said this many times. Based on that, Encrid squinted his eyes and began swinging his weapons with both hands. He drew imaginary lines in the air and aimed his sword precisely at them. It didn't succeed at first. That didn't matter. Encrid repeated the motion. It was similar to training by drawing circles on trees and hitting them accurately, but the precision and detail in his sword's tip meeting training were on a completely different level from simply hitting large drawn circles. To put it in terms of Norilia's military ranking system, this was the difference between a low-ranking soldier and a top-tier soldier. Moreover, his opponent's sword was continuously moving. Aisha doesn't stay still. She would take small steps, shift her body, and change the direction of her sword. The answer was clear. It required precision on the level of plucking a feather from a moving bird. To achieve that, Encrid needed training that made the tips of his swords meet. He was so immersed that he swam in the ocean of focus. Then he heard a voice. The barbarian has no business here. Go suck goat's milk. The third training session of the day wasn't much different from usual, but the meeting with the constable marked a shift in the atmosphere. Encrid turned his gaze to see Rem grinning and grabbing a wooden axe handle. Goat's milk? It's too late to stop this now, Encrid thought as he stopped moving forward. The guard captain desperately stepped in front of the constable, trying to block him. Whether it was loyalty, a lack of thought, or perhaps a confident belief in his skills, one of the soldiers drew his sword and swung it. You bastard! He shouted as he aimed at Rem's head. Just before the sword reached his hair, Rem moved. He stomped the ground and jumped to the side. The sword cut through the air, and Rem immediately twirled his axe to change direction and swung it. The crisp sound rang out. Instead of a clean strike, it was a blow with the axe's back. The opposite side of the axe, where the head hit his abdomen, made a deep indent before popping back out. It wasn't a killing strike, but it wasn't a light tap either. Grrk! The soldier who was hit flew through the air. That's going to hurt, he knew from experience. This wasn't a soft blow. If Odin's hammer was bearable, this could easily break bones and tear organs. The soldier who was flung to the side rolled on the ground, vomiting. Tears and mucus mixed with blood in the vomit. After rolling once, the soldier gagged before his eyes rolled back in his head. He had been knocked unconscious by the blow to his abdomen. Rem let out a hump and muttered, "Pathetic." His voice was soft, but it was enough to silence the group. Though it was a mutter, everyone heard it clearly. The constable was so shocked that he stood with his mouth agape. Then he closed his mouth, ground his teeth, and spoke. Treason! If left unchecked, Rem's massacre would begin. Neither Ragnar nor Jackson would stop him if they fought. Encrid moved as soon as the constable finished speaking. Once again, he stepped forward to try and persuade him. He stomped the ground, lowered his body, and moved forward. With a swift motion, he struck the guard's neck with the edge of his hand. The guard, stunned, raised his eyes to look at Rem. At the mention of treason, the man inadvertently gripped his spear tighter. The veins on his hand stood out, but his body froze. Even if he hadn't frozen, he wasn't skilled enough to counter. Crack! The guard's neck twisted with a sound, and he collapsed to the ground. Before his body even touched the floor, Encrid spun around and added centrifugal force to deliver a palm strike to the helmet of another nearby soldier. The sound of the palm hitting the helmet echoed. Ah! Ah! The soldier's knees gave way like the legs of a limp octopus, and he collapsed. His brain had been rattled, so it would be hard for him to regain his senses anytime soon. These two were blocking Encrid's and the constable's path. After taking them down, Encrid grabbed the constable's ankle, who was still on his horse. The shocked constable stared at him. Their eyes met, and Encrid smiled as he yanked the constable's leg. Crack! Ah! The constable's leg, caught in the stirrup, snapped. Encrid had demonstrated the same move Dunbakel had done earlier. Encrid knocked the constable's head against the stirrup with his elbow, knocking him unconscious. Whack! Crunch! Aye! Crunch! The sound of his neck cracking echoed, but it wasn't fatal. All of this happened in the span of just 1 or 2 breaths. Heeing! Only then did the horse react, lifting its front hooves, and Encrid, having finished his work, stepped back to avoid the hooves. The squires, who had been watching from behind the constable, stood frozen, eyes wide, holding onto half-drawn swords. The captain, who had been next to the squires, stopped with his hand on his sword, unsure of what to do. Why not just kill him? Ram muttered again from the side. Encrid, unconcerned, stared at the constable hanging unconscious from the horse, before frowning slightly. What was the constable's name? He hadn't cared enough to remember it. Pullman Vertis, the captain said, glancing at him. If you're not going to do anything more, you should leave. Encrid nodded, and the squires opened their mouths, but hesitated to speak. What could he possibly say in this situation? Everyone fell silent. The soldiers had no more words. The captain decided he didn't need to break his own leg over this. An even heavier silence descended than when Ram had knocked the soldier away. I think you're worse than me. I'll pass you the title of noble hunter. Keep it yourself. Ram threw back a flippant remark, and Encrid responded with his usual coolness. Clop, clop, clop! The sound of hooves pounding the ground at full speed rang out, followed by a shout. Save me! The voice came from deep within, filled with sincerity. It was a voice Encrid recognized, one he had expected. This was the third time it had happened. It was Marcus. Encrid cut through the soldiers who had surrounded him, clearing a path, and climbed over the wall. The soldiers didn't dare to stop him. They stepped back. Rem followed, hopping up onto the wall, with Dunbakel also leaping up beside them. I. Encrid spoke while keeping his eyes on Marcus, who was being chased. A figure in unusual attire appeared among the pursuers. The immortal madman, huh? We missed him before, and now he's been hanging around here. I'll go take care of him. Go. Encrid immediately responded, and Rem dashed off without looking back. He jumped off the wall with a loud thud, showcasing his inhuman ability to hover. Leaping sideways, he landed on the roof of another building. Then, as he ran, he drew a throwing axe and shouted, "Hey, you bastard! Try running again this time." There was no option to wait and ambush. The opponent immediately turned around. Rem welcomed it. It was too easy to catch those who charged. He wanted to chase and catch those who ran away. It was a hunter's instinct. You madman. Hearing himself called a madman by the immortal madman, Rem shut his mouth and kept running. His body soon hit the ground, having leapt over the roofs and walls. He shot forward terrifyingly fast, and the immortal madman ran just as quickly. Both of them disappeared from sight in no time. Encrid turned his body on the wall, raising one hand as he spoke. I'm heading to the royal palace. Who's going to stop the Viscount of Mearns from entering? He summarized what his companion, Squire Lopford, had said earlier. In the grand scheme of things were happening as they were meant to. Rupert's change of heart had been similar. Now, what was the man sitting on the wall trying to say? What was he doing here? Ragnar Dunbakel. Encrid noticed the change in Squire Rupert's expression and called out to the two of them. Understood. All right, they answered, just as a group of assassins appeared in response to Marcus's warning that something had gone wrong at the royal palace. Stab. The assassins stood on the wall. One of them, a monocled old man, about to speak. Without hesitation, Encrid dashed forward. There was no time for talking. He moved quickly, outmatching his opponents in both timing and skill. He jumped onto the wall, drawing his sword and slashing downward. As he swung his sword, a brief thought crossed his mind. Has my sword become more precise than before? He didn't know. He couldn't yet feel any physical changes. To the assassin's eyes, something flew toward them, and something else dropped suddenly. The assassin didn't even have time to dodge, and his head was split open by Encrid's blade. The severed head exploded sideways, and blood and brains spilled down where the blade passed. After killing one assassin, Encrid jumped backward. Whip! Daggers and darts flew toward his position, and as if anticipating them, Encrid dodged. I'll say it first. I got stabbed, so he's completed the request. It hurt, it stung, and that's what you asked him to do, right? You can see the scar here. He raised his left arm, though his armor concealed any visible scar. You mad bastard! Another assassin mumbled. No originality in your insults. Encrid casually retorted. It was something he was naturally good at, turning his opponent's anger against them. You! The assassin was quick to react with anger. Assassins were specialists at stealth and surprise attacks. If things went wrong, they'd strike and kill, not waste time with insults. So, this kind of provocation worked well. No matter their skill, it was inevitable that all the assassins' attention was now on Encrid. A single strike and a few words had achieved this. Before long, Jackson disappeared from view. He knew exactly what he had to do without needing to be told. The monocled, white-haired assassin in the center ground his teeth and yelled. The information leaked. Everyone, counter! Encrid reacted swiftly. It was so fast that it seemed impossible for him not to have anticipated it. And then, what was the meaning of the words he had spoken? Stabbed? Where? After a brief moment of thought, Jackson understood what had been said. It was about the request. They had told him to kill, and now Encrid was claiming he had been stabbed. Why did he complain about the lack of originality in the insult? It was all nonsense. From the beginning, Jackson had come to fight. After all, he was one of the leaders of the Assassin Alliance. He knew how to fight. Of course, all of this happened because Encrid had repeated this day. But he didn't know that. The movements were already familiar. Encrid realized once again how much training the assassin group had put in. No matter the situation, they always started fighting in the same way. Those who threw did so, those who retreated did so, and those who used poison did the same. Meanwhile, Saxon had changed his actions slightly each time during these repeated days. At first he had wielded a longsword, but now he was running along the walls with 2 stilettos in hand, blood staining their sharp blades. Already, 4 assassins had been killed by his strikes. Encrid found it fascinating. The reactions were the same, yet Jackson's actions kept changing. To match my movements. It was just a hunch, but Encrid felt like he was right. Attack from that side! This time the shout came from another direction, not the white-haired man. It was aimed at Jackson. Clearly, Jackson was a threat. Watching this, Encrid stepped back and called out to the one-eyed man. Give me a lift. As he spoke, he sprinted toward the mansion's exit. The weird-eyed horse followed closely behind, and Marcus was at the entrance, riding a horse. Marcus quickly stepped aside, signaling that he would be joining Encrid. This was the 3rd iteration of the day. Encrid judged that it was better to have him close by rather than hiding him away. Most people would have made similar decisions during the first iteration, but not everything could be perfect. Even though he repeated his best judgment every time, he knew not everything could be perfect. He acknowledged this reality. Where should we hide? I can handle myself. My lord is stuck at the royal palace. The knights have taken action. Got it. What? The sound of hooves grew louder. Soon, Marcus's voice became inaudible as the sound of the hooves overtook it. Marcus swiftly veered off to the side. He appeared to have decided to hide on his own. While taking a short break, he tore his shirt to tightly bind his wounded arm. It wasn't a severe injury, but it needed attention. Encrid continued on, heading toward the outer roads leading to the royal palace, leaping over obstacles. Wow! He saw the stunned faces of soldiers as he sped past. As the weird-eyed horse halted, Encrid jumped to the side, moving as though he was flying. The weird-eyed horse seemed surprised. Can you really do that? Encrid quickly gave a casual response, heading straight into the royal palace. Along the way, an ill omen awaited. You... Whack! Before the words were even finished, Encrid charged forward using his will to strike, cutting off the man's head. The severed head collided with the white wall of the royal garden, making a sickening thud as blood splattered across the wall. Before the shocked instructors could react, Encrid sprinted through them. Still like a lone wolf, he cut down the pathetic fools, stabbing and slicing them to death. After speaking briefly to the maid, he rushed inside, heading straight for the orange-haired figure. That's it. Let's get started. As he ran, Encrid spoke. Before Aisha could say anything, he leveled his sword at her. It was a direct strike. The beginning and end of the fight were no different from before. He wasn't yet at a level to surpass Aisha. The only difference was that the one he had seen on the first day didn't appear again. Instead, Aisha turned her back after defeating Encrid. I'll check something. With that she vanished into the shadows. What followed was a repeat of what had come before. Encrid continued doing the same things over and over. Chapter 379. A long, endless training. So much. Andrew, yeah, go ahead and try. After 19 repetitions of today, Encrid had instructed Andrew to thrust his sword at him. Now, help was needed. Encrid proceeded to do just that. They began training by crossing their blades, clashing the tips together. Maun, Kaisiand, what a foolish training. After hearing Andrew's admiration for the 36th time, Encrid finally made contact with Andrew's sword tip. It wasn't still. It was done at a moderate pace, as it should be. Naturally, it wasn't easy. It was hard. The satisfaction that surged through his entire body when he succeeded was electrifying. The thrill or joy didn't last long. Bli ave magoch armfit over on nat meditair nipit. Falun open to truly master it. He would need to repeat it countless times. Still, the enjoyment couldn't be denied. Ding! A clear, unfamiliar sound echoed. But is this really fun? Andrew asked. While their swords met, Encrid's focus was intense, and energy flowed from his body. It was fun, exciting and thrilling, as if a child with a toy playing all day. It felt like wielding joy itself as a weapon. That was Andrew's observation. Yeah. Very much. Encrid emphasized his answer. Why? Andrew didn't understand. But to Encrid it was natural, just as it always had been. Is this really fun? Yeah, so much. This, huh? Thud, 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 thud. The sound of sword tips meeting again and again. After hearing Andrew's admiration more than 40 times, Encrid nodded, drenched in sweat. Now it's done. Then he called for Ram. Ram, try swinging the axe. It was a change of opponent. Reem snorted and laughed before swiftly swinging the axe again. No margin for error was allowed. There could be no openings, no chance to let down their guard. Otherwise, Encrid wouldn't be able to perfectly dodge Rem's axe. It wasn't about grazing it halfway, but completely evading it. That was the beginning. After the sword tip training came the axe, evasion training with Rem. It wasn't just about dodging, it was about meeting the edge of the axe and the sword. Are you fearless, or are you just thoughtless? Get over here and kneel. As usual, the officer arrived when Encrid was deep into his training. Seeing Encrid immersed in his work, the officer reacted similarly every time, and Encrid replied without thinking. You're here. Now it felt like a familiar routine. After countless training sessions, it was time for practical combat training. With the closeness that had developed from repeating today's cycle, Encrid raised his hand to greet the officer, who turned red, snorting in irritation. He thought Encrid was mocking him. Of course, Encrid was mocking him. You bastard. The officer started to say something but was silenced by a kick. Then Dunbakel showed the difference in strength to the guards. Squire Rupert along with Ragnar and Dunbakel went to hold the wall, and Rem was sent to rescue Marcus while Jackson met the assassins. Thrust. Before the words could end, Jackson moved, responding with a leap to the side. Stealthily and quietly, Jackson used magical artifacts to silence his presence, disappearing without a trace. Encrid drew attention first, and then Jackson took it again, confusing the assassins' heads. As the assassins felt a greater threat from Jackson, they began targeting him exclusively. Watching this repeatedly, it seemed like the assassins had intended to kill Jackson from the start. Why? A sudden question rose. A few thoughts flashed through Encrid's mind. All the ideas passed quickly. Though suspicion arose from his instincts, it wasn't something to examine right now. He rode on veered eyes, met Aisha, and repeated today once again. Avoiding Rem's strike completely happened much sooner than expected. That's if it wasn't the real swing. It was just 96 times. Now the concept of basics had truly settled in, so it was possible. The training with various weapons helped too. The more experience one gains, the more they learn about the weapons they originally handled. Of course, Ram snorted every time he saw this. That stuff just happens on its own, but your body's quite amazing. According to him, once the level rises, the body automatically learns. But he didn't have that kind of ability. Was it like building a stone tower? One rock at a time? It was an apt metaphor. Without thoroughly mastering the basics, the body wouldn't internalize them. For those who fill the lack of talent with effort, what's most needed? Time. I.e., they were given that time through the curse. More amazing than that is how it seems like a person changes overnight. Even Ram found this person surprising. Clearly lacking talent, reaching their limit and standing on the edge, yet they walk in midair. Watching them walk like that, a path seems to appear beneath their feet. Encrid, who had caught his axe, had advanced further. His skill development was extraordinary. No genius would change overnight. There would be signs, hints along the way. Or was that sign already visible? Rim scratched his head, thinking. Encrid had already had a prepared body, skills, and training time. So was it that Encrid had talent that exploded after building it up over time? That doesn't make sense. Having seen so many nonsensical things, he tried to let it go, but it was still amazing every time. But there was no point in questioning it. Jackson. After he had mostly caught Rem's axe, Encrid called for Jackson. Only Jackson showed the level of precision similar to the sword of Shinar. Rem and Ragnar weren't lacking in such elements. They both wield fine, precise swords. Once the level rises, anyone can learn. But everyone has their strengths. Jackson's precision was like that of the fairies, one of his key strengths. Try shaking it. They repeated the training of meeting the sword tips while shaking them. At times, they fought Aisha. You don't have a lover waiting for you, do you? Then go later. She would always say that and turn away. I have something to check. She would always say that before leaving. And then it was dark. Once again today repeats. Damn, what did you do? Seeing Rem surprised in the new today. And Jackson, whose eyes shone as he watched it, was called in for more training. Repeating today so often, with so many overlapping events, they counted the number of occurrences like an anchor. The occasional scholar laughed. Was it the laughter of someone full of expectation? That's how it sounded and appeared to Encrid. He heard it clearly. The laughter floated along the black river. The lamp's light flickered with the sound of laughter. It didn't matter if someone mocked him. It didn't matter who it was, be it a scholar or anyone else. Since childhood, Encrid had wielded his sword, ran, rolled, fought, and gotten back up amidst countless mockeries. Mockery was familiar. Such mental attacks never meant anything to Encrid. Waking up, he repeated today once more. Training? Honing? As the tips of their swords nearly collided, this was when Encrid successfully blocked Aisha's thrust with a blade guard, though not without effort. Miastaiko. My visible eye. Naval rods. How? Aisha was taken aback, her surprise clear. I just did it, Encrid replied. But this wasn't a moment that could be explained away with mere luck. The thrill of the moment, a rush that ran through his entire body, brought a smile to his seeing that Aisha pulled her sword back and said, Your face is a weapon, too. She stepped back, readying her sword once again. Try again. And so he did. They clashed blades once more. Trying to be like Rem? How clumsy. Aisha said this suddenly, then began shaking her sword. What was this? This was a technique Encrid hadn't seen in their previous sparring. Her blade trembled, and soon multiple points appeared before him, blocking his vision. To block them the way Ram would, he'd have to knock each one away individually. With enough repetition and training, he'd surely get the hang of it. But that wasn't the path he had chosen. His resolve from the beginning had been different. The process is something I must build myself. By imitating Ram's methods, He had gained all that he could from them. Do you think they appeared so weak just because they broke my techniques? Aisha's voice carried no bitterness. Although Encrid was surprised by her skill in blocking his strike, he realized she was merely copying what Rem had shown. She had likely hidden her own talent until now. If she hadn't, how could she have honed both her swordsmanship and her physical techniques so well? Regardless, she was a member of the Knights, having risen above the rank of a knight squire. Such challenges were not new to her. They were familiar. If you thought you were stuck because of that, you'd better rethink it, she said, lowering her blade, causing the multiple points to vanish. Instead, she began making rhythmic jumps, tapping her feet on the ground. Her orange hair swayed in time with the movement. Clearly, her weapons weren't limited to just her sword. Let's go again, she said, ready to continue. Of course, Encrid nodded. Their brief exchange ended as silvery sparks and fiery streaks filled the air, blades flashing as they clashed. Aisha's rapier, glowing blue, thrust and slashed, sometimes bending as it struck from unexpected angles. Blocking or countering this with no injuries was still a challenge. But now he could continue fighting, for as long as the day lasted. There was, however, a clear limit to this time. The fight would end not when midnight came, but when the sun dipped below the horizon. Then the cycle would repeat again. Having experienced this many times, Encrid understood this well. Thus, he knew he had to make the most of every given moment. "Oh, you've gotten so much better all of a sudden," Aisha remarked, catching her breath. Encrid laughed and answered, "It's fun, you crazy bastard," she chuckled, amused by his response. Aisha too had fought recklessly and risked her life, feeling exhilaration in the process. "See you again," she said as the sun began to set, signaling the end of the day. Once more the cycle was broken. Having been blocked once again, it was a day that couldn't be surpassed. As Encrid opened his eyes once more, he decided to try imitating Jackson's methods. "Next," he murmured to himself, as though it were second nature. "What's next?" Andrew asked as he stretched and loosened his body with the technique of isolation. "There's something," Encrid replied vaguely, then began copying Jackson's style. The key to breaking through Jackson's sword-point stance, Encrid realized, was to strike before it even began. But to do that, what was needed? It's all about prediction. You need to sense your opponent's reaction just before the strike. How? Feel the tremor in their eyelashes, the tension in the muscles hidden beneath their clothes. Easy enough to say, but in practice? Why do you look for those things? Forget it. You looked almost savage just now, didn't you? What are you talking about? You little stray cat? That's not something I want to hear. Rem interjected, adding it was like a look you'd get when mixing rotten fish and eggs. Jackson ignored them, speaking directly to Encrid as a throwing axe whizzed through the air. With a whoosh, the axe came at him, and Encrid twisted his sword into position to deflect it. The force and timing were perfect, sending the axe flying in a vertical arc with a resounding clang. A quick exchange of blows, with skills woven into each strike. I knew something was coming. Had he used that breath to predict Encrid's move? It seemed that Jackson's keen instincts, honed through countless experiences, had allowed him to sense that moment. Encrid watched the sparring without comment, noting Jackson's quickness. Just as he had said, Encrid realized that beyond just evading, he needed to adjust his instincts, including his ability to predict his opponent's attacks. This was a new level of training for him. "Damn, this is really fun," Encrid muttered to himself, his excitement growing. Jackson, seeing his enthusiasm, shook his head. To him, Encrid's joy in endless repetition and intense combat was incomprehensible. But to Encrid, this was all part of the process. The repetition of today was just another way to sharpen his skills and grow. Each swing of the sword, each fight was his way of measuring progress and enjoyment. After copying Jackson's technique and even trying out Ragnar's method, he began to fight in a completely different manner. This time, his sword grazed Aisha's neck. It wasn't a direct strike, but a swift horizontal cut made after blocking her attack with his silver sword and drawing his gladius. The sound of it ripping through the air was followed by a soft tearing of flesh as a few drops of blood appeared. Encrid knew the opportunity was there. If he pressed forward, Aisha would be struck. But he also knew he would have been wounded as well. The choice was clear, but his instincts held him back. It landed, but he hadn't killed her. He could have, but the moment passed. With a clash of swords, they swapped places. Aisha now stood where Encrid had been, and he stood in her place. Blood dripped from his arm. "If you see an opening, you take it," Aisha said as if it were common knowledge. Encrid didn't reply. She put her sword away. "Let's end it here. I'll check on one more thing, then I'll send you off. I'm sure your reason for being here is meaningless anyway." Encrid remained silent, watching her leave. She walked past him, unguarded and without a sword, as the day ended. Sitting there, he let time pass by. The day had come to its inevitable end, just like all the days before it. As he opened his eyes, the purple glow of the lamp appeared. The boatman spoke. "That's the wall." His tone was unexpectedly kind. "Didn't I tell you it would be fun?" Encrid didn't find it fun at all. Chapter 380. "I don't want to," the boatman continued. "You have to kill her with your own hands for it to end." This meant that the wall wouldn't be over unless Aisha was killed. "Really?" Encrid unconsciously asked back. "I gave you the clue from the start." At the captain's words, Encrid briefly closed his eyes and fell into thought. What happened to Aisha beyond the hallway? She must have died. Probably. It's a guess, but a feeling close to certainty. If that's the case, then Aisha's death itself might have triggered the repetition of today. Svampen lemnar kroppen. Gurdet inandugura och lega dik open Encrid. Recall the death of Aisha from the first today. That's right, the boatman answered as if reading his mind. Encrid instinctively felt that there was not a single lie in the boatman's words. From the start, the boatman had never misled him with lies. He had said everything correctly. It was just that Encrid hadn't listened to it straightforwardly. "Kill her. Then you will pass." With those words, his vision became blurry. Through the fading sight, the captain's voice echoed once more. "Enjoy this, too." It was a voice filled with anticipation. Encrid opened his eyes. It was anew today. Should I kill her? That's what the boatman had said the wall was about, overcoming it by killing her. It was dawn before the break of day. Encrid moved as usual. He went outside to move his body. The technique of isolation. While doing so, his thoughts wandered. When the body moves, the mind often works better. Should I kill her? The same question lingered in his mind. Encrid couldn't focus. Even though he realized it himself, he couldn't do anything about it. Why? He asked himself the reason. The answer seemed close, yet elusive. The time spent pondering grew long. Andrew came and said something, but Encrid responded briefly and continued his monotonous movements. He started today with distractions clouding his mind. "You bastard!" He met the constable and once again repeated what he had done countless times in previous todays. "Kill her and you'll pass." The answer was clear. The solution was simple. He had killed many with his own hands before. In an era of chaos, murder could hardly be called a crime. Aisha stood in his way. She was a junior knight. She must have known that facing someone could lead to death. She was likely prepared for that. So, he should just kill her. "Kill her. Then you will pass." The voice echoed in his head again. As he faced Aisha, the same opportunity didn't come again. Too many distractions clouded his mind. He couldn't overpower her with skill alone. "You're losing steam," If you don't want to fight, go back. Someone with junior knight status would likely use fragments of will. It was part of their willpower. Those with complicated minds often wielded chaotic swords. Aisha pointed that out. I don't want that. She immediately responded to the jab and drew her sword again. She used technique to defend and reflexively swung her sword. And so, one day passed. Today, Encrid couldn't kill Aisha, but Aisha also couldn't kill Encrid. It felt like a meaningless day. The guilt that came from wasting time. Those things filled his chest. For once, it wasn't a day of struggles and flailing, but one where he surrendered to familiarity. Then someone seemed to hit him on the back of the head. No, they actually did hit him. Bang! What is this? I think an explanation is necessary. Encrid asked while still in the position from the hit, his neck bent forward. Looks like a curse was planted in your head. Such curses are my palm's specialty in divinity. Ram spoke as he held his palm upward. Sunlight shone on his hand. Blessed be the divinity that rests in my palm. He was acting like a madman, doing something crazy. Why does he even keep on living? Jackson spoke rarely. Come at me if you want to die. Ragnar personally let Ram know that he would gladly kill him. Shut up if you don't know anything, Ram retorted. Encrid had a thought upon seeing this. Would it be easier if they just told him to kill Ram instead of Aisha? Of course. Ram wouldn't just let himself be killed. In fact, if they asked him to kill Ram, he wouldn't even consider it. A bolt of lightning struck his mind. The shock of the blow rattled his skull and brain. A curse? That was the one word he muttered. Stop with your useless thoughts. Ram made a gesture, poking at his own head with his index finger. Is there any need to complicate things? Ah, a sigh escaped him. Why had he felt guilty about wasting the day? Why couldn't he spend today to the fullest? It was like his arms and legs were shackled. Those shackles had begun with the boatman's words. Kill her, and you'll pass. He hadn't liked that statement. His heart wouldn't move. He knew he had to kill her, but he didn't want to. He didn't want to do it, so his heart wouldn't move. This wall wasn't something to be overcome by killing Aisha. He decided that. With that thought, Encrid opened his mouth with sincerity and resolve. I don't want to. It was just 4 words. They didn't even need to be said. But there was truth in those words. If words can have strength, it was because they came from someone who had shown action. Encrid's day, everything he had experienced, had now lent power to his words. So there was a resonance. It resonated. The words, spoken with a unified heart, spread beyond his chest to the hearts of those around him. Rem scratched his head with the finger that had been tapping his head and said, Then just keep going. What could anyone say to stop him after he said it with that much conviction? There is no perfect person in the world. Even a leader must have moments like that. Yeah? I don't want to, Encrid said, smiling widely. I understand. I don't want to. He smiled brightly and made eye contact. Ah, fine. I get it. No, I said I understand. No, I get it. I was wrong. I'll let it go. Rem gave Encrid a tap on the back of his head. Encrid looked at it and said, No. Damn. And then he laughed. It wasn't directed at him. It didn't matter. Whether today repeats or not, who cares about Rem's misunderstanding? He's someone who'll forget it soon enough. Again, today repeats. He endured, just as before. This time, there was a chance to kill Aisha, but he let her go. Encrid nodded. Then you'll be trapped in today. Is that what you want? To give up your dream just to save one person, just because fate brought you together? The boatman spoke of dreams. His words were sharp, like a blade, a strike aimed at the heart. But Encrid's heart was shielded by the frog's heart armor, so the blade was stopped. You should just subdue them completely and leave. What? Encrid's dream was that of a knight with outdated ideals. What he had learned about knights were through poems and songs. That was his standard, his virtue, his belief, the vow to protect the weak and his companions. Hadn't he told the Marquis as well? I've come to reduce the number of monsters and beasts. I've come to protect those who cherish their people. I've come to punish those who oppress others with force. I've come to protect the weak and preserve the dreams of those with hope. Aisha had her reasons. He had faintly sensed it through the countless repetitions of today. I'll subdue her without killing. Do you think that's possible? What couldn't be done? Encrid spoke with his eyes, and the boatman didn't say anything further. Again, he closed his eyes and opened them. It was the same today, but his mindset had changed. It would be more accurate to say he had a new goal. He wasn't going to kill Aisha. He was going to subdue her. That's what he decided. Killing was something he didn't want to do. That crazy bastard. The boatman's echo could be heard again, but this time he ignored it. Thus, he faced another day that began as a constable and ended with Aisha. And so, 240 repetitions of today passed. What? Aisha reacted to the words just spoken. Why are you blocking my way? That's what I'm asking. From the start, there was a sense of wrongness. Was Aisha here because she wanted to be? Half and half. If she truly turned against him, he could just watch as she killed him. But she didn't. She blocked his way again. She said she didn't need to kill him, yet she risked her own life to do so. Before dying, she even spoke of her younger sibling. He remembered that. More than anything, he felt it as they exchanged swords. What he saw, heard, and judged while repeating today. Encrid mixed everything together in his mind. The process of unraveling the tangled thoughts and organizing them continued silently. As Cray has always said, in the realms of intuition and instinct, Encrid had an innate gift. Was your younger sibling taken hostage? Aisha's hand twitched. He knew this well after facing a knight like her, someone he had fought before. She wasn't someone who could be shaken by a few words or provocations. Yet her response was unusual. Her younger sibling must hold significant meaning for her. Before he could finish speaking, a murderous intent similar to what Aisha had previously shown flowed from her body. It was denser and stronger than before. Her pressure was palpable, and it gave off a heavy feeling. Naturally, Encrid's will rejecting that pressure was triggered. He stood tall, shaking off the pressure, and stared at her. Aisha's aura waned a bit, though her intensity remained. No longer was it the intent to kill, but the fighting spirit to clash. Yeah, I guess you weren't the kind of guy who would get mixed up with those kinds of people. How did you figure it out? Instinct. I see, at least your head works well. Aisha remembered how. While staying at Andrew's mansion, she had spoken of her younger sibling herself. That was the basis for his deduction. Of course, because today had repeated, he had learned this relatively easily. Aisha couldn't have known this. Half of it is that. Aisha continued, and Encrid too didn't think her being here was solely because of a hostage. She likely had other choices. But what was her reason for blocking his way? What's the other half? Aisha hesitated, taking a few moments to think. Then she exhaled and spoke. If you don't want to die, leave. That's all I have to say. It was said with a restrained, stiff tone, pushing aside any lively energy. Why? If I don't leave, will I just die? It was another guess, and once again he was right. Did you learn telepathy or something? That'd be troublesome. That's not it. It was simply because he knew, through repeating today, that behind Aisha stood someone who could sever her connection. Her skill. It was likely at the level of Rem or Ragna. If not, despite being exhausted, Aisha wouldn't have been able to be captured so easily. That was probably the reason she kept dying. His task now was to reach that point. Encrid tightened his grip on his sword. Aisha's gaze faltered for a moment as she noticed this. Just leave. Half of it is a plea. Half again? Encrid thought and stared directly at her, asking. The other half. It's a threat. Encrid nodded. I respect your judgment, Aisha, the junior knight. He meant it. It was always sincere, a genuine sentiment. Because he respected her decision, he respected it fully. But Encrid decided to push beyond that. Even if I let you go, you'll still die. Aisha's pressure intensified, but Encrid didn't listen. Instead, he took a deep breath, adjusted his sword belt, and changed his stance, committing every detail of his surroundings to memory. He had repeated today over 300 times. Most of the time he could remember the location of everything just by glancing at it. The ornamental sword hanging nearby, the position of the window, the vase, he remembered everything. You can't stop me, Encrid, fully poised, declared. Even if it wasn't today, on another iteration of today he would overcome this. Aisha's memory only contained the image of Encrid, whose sword tip he couldn't surpass. Prove it. A smile appeared on her face before she even realized it. The confidence he exuded, the unwavering stance, was captivating. Becoming a junior knight meant living with that kind of determination. More than anything, Encrid ignited a fervor in everyone around him. Naturally, it had an impact on Aisha as well. She didn't want him to die, so she wouldn't send him off, and she wouldn't kill him. She extended her sword, aiming it directly at him. The sword tip. If she couldn't surpass it, the battle couldn't even begin. Aisha unconsciously felt a sense of anticipation. Perhaps for the first time, she thought, maybe he'll surpass my skills? His aura was so full of confidence. Could it be that she felt that certainty? During their sparring, she had seen glimpses of it. But why was she feeling it so strongly now? She didn't know. It was simply her intuition as a junior knight. She focused more than ever, gathering her will, and abandoned the pressure of retreat, focusing solely on her sword's tip. Chapter 381. Too excited to think straight, Encrid stared at the tip of the sword that Aisha extended toward him. It was the same as before. Aisha's body seemed to fade away, leaving only the blade with the tip blocking his vision. The distance between them disappeared. Aisha was no longer visible. Soon, the tip of the sword began to tremble. Is it starting already? Why? Is it because of what I said? It sounded as though she was challenging him to prove himself. The deepened breath, the wall he had to surpass without killing, the words of the boatman, the trembling tip of the sword. The trembling point split. It appeared as several. He imagined cutting through each one. One drop for Sengandet Yelpa. Dig at GA, near 23 kilo PA. 11 Dagar. Open the one cutting them was always different. He became Ram, then Ragnar, then Jackson. As he faced the sword's tip, he could clearly feel the traits of those he had mimicked. It was only natural as he had learned and practiced their methods. Ram's way was to blend in and play. Jackson would clear the board before it even started, only engaging when the stage was set. Ragnar's method was to overwhelm the will his opponent showed with his own. Encrid repeated each one. He had repeated it over 300 times today. They all seemed different, yet the same. What allowed Rem and Ragnar to do it? It's the sense. They could do it because they had a delicate and precise sense. It might have been something like Jackson's 5 senses, or something that only manifested when Ragnar held a sword. But the conclusion was the same. Encrid had nurtured that precise sense. It all came back to the beginning. What the hell? Aisha spoke. Her voice echoed in his ears. The points disappeared from Encrid's sight, and everything blurred as if it was fading. Naturally, that was because he had closed his eyes. Darkness enveloped him. Soon, he felt everything through sound, touch, and instinct as he swung his sword. With a diagonal strike, he pivoted on his left foot and transferred the power of his body's rotation into the swing of his waist. The blade felt as though it dropped abruptly in the air. "Think you can do that?" Aisha shouted, pulling her sword and taking a defensive stance. It was a simple diagonal slash, but it couldn't block the tip. For those who couldn't see, the tip of the sword had no meaning. In an instant, Encrid's sword accelerated as if it was stretching. Boom! To deflect the attack, one had to pinpoint the exact strike, but the change in speed made that difficult. Encrid had introduced that change, but Aisha swiftly twisted her wrist and flicked the sword away. If she couldn't block even that, the name of a junior knight and the Red Cloak Knights would have been wasted. Encrid drew the deflected sword back with force and brought it down again. Whoosh! Aisha stepped back. When Encrid opened his eyes, Aisha once again aimed the tip of her sword and took her stance. "Don't want to admit it's broken?" Encrid asked, still in the position where he had swung his sword downward. "Try again," Aisha said. He didn't need to close his eyes. Encrid purposely blurred his focus. If only a blurry image remained, it would disrupt his concentration. The sword's tip was a technique that used the opponent's focus against them. That was all that was needed. A lack of vision could easily be compensated by other senses. Boom! Encrid twisted his wrist from the downward position and swung upward. The sword shot up like lightning. Aisha couldn't ignore it and had to block it. She raised her sword horizontally, and as she leaped back, she absorbed the raw strength of Encrid's reckless might. The blades collided and separated. Sparks flew between them with a crack. Even though she deflected it, the force still impacted her body. Aisha knew very well she couldn't defeat him with strength alone. Encrid's half-closed eyes regained their focus. "One more time," he asked. "What are you?" Aisha couldn't understand what was happening. The first time could have been written off as a fluke, but twice? Truth be told, she had thought it was nothing but luck. Encrid had shattered the sword's tip focus. But how was this possible? During their previous training, he struggled just to handle the basics of it. His technique wasn't perfect, and he had little experience against this kind of swordplay. Yet, this was different. It felt as though he had trained to aim specifically at her sword hundreds of times. It felt like an attack precisely tailored to hit. That thought created a crack in Aisha's mind. "My concentration is slipping." The moment she realized it, Aisha steadied her mind. She regulated her breath. If the mind is disrupted, the momentum falters. That's why Aisha ignored it. "No." She expanded her mind to understand the situation better. "All right, so this is the so-called ridiculous talent that Luagarn mentioned? Just lucky." A typical excuse. It sounded like a provocation, and one corner of Aisha's lips curled up. "You hear people say you're annoying, don't you? Sometimes? Yeah, you're annoying. Thanks for the compliment." He couldn't be beaten with words. Among the knights it was rare to find one who could talk like this. Aisha wielded her sword as her words, replacing the use of her tongue. Because she had more than just the sword's tip to rely on. Even though the technique was broken, proficiency doesn't improve instantly. That was a truth. But before even 10 repetitions had passed, Aisha's common sense had been shaken, and cracks had appeared. The completeness of Encrid's technique was evident. What had once been a rough swordsmanship had become more delicate. For example, the openings when he swept and immediately followed up had lessened. Previously, he would overextend his wrist, giving his opponent time to react, but now that wasn't the case. From the angle at which his wrist bent to the force used to push the sword away, everything was precise. It was clear he had improved his finesse. That's impossible. Was it a talent that made you shake your head in disbelief? At this point, It was a level of skill surpassing even the senior members of the order. Aisha had to quickly move her feet to avoid the sword that bent like a snake as it followed her thrust. Her reactions had become faster, and her timing felt better. It wasn't just about breaking the tip of the sword. How? Had she spent months swinging a sword under a good teacher's guidance? A series of surprises continued, but Aisha steeled herself once again. What is will? It's heart, belief, and resolve. How could someone who's broken inside possibly win in reality? Based on her master's teachings, she gathered herself and focused. That was what Aisha did. These words also applied to Encrid's current situation. By declaring that he didn't want to kill Aisha, he had gathered his own will. Aisha was managing that in real time. Indeed, the mindset of a knight was different. Ha! With the shout, she cleared her mind of distractions. Using her right foot as the axis, she rotated and thrust her sword with all her might. The third technique of will, following pressure and switching grips. High-speed thrust. This technique was similar to Encrid's momentary will. It was one of the basics of the knight's training. Speed was always the truth. Thud! Encrid received the thrust with the blade of his gladius. He used his momentary will in the same way. This too. When they had sparred before, even when he used will, he would do it in distinct steps. The segments were clear. When using his momentary will, prior preparation was necessary. It was very apparent. But now, it was different. You block that? If you think it's luck, then keep trying. Both of them laughed at the same time. Encrid spoke as he slashed with his sword, while Aisha pretended to block horizontally before dodging with a swift motion. As the sword lost its path during the downward strike, it was followed by another high-speed thrust. Encrid twisted his body. The tip of his sword narrowly grazed her cheek. Her skin tore open, and droplets of blood splattered. They continued to spar, with Encrid surpassing Aisha's point, but failing to fully dominate her. To be precise, it ended in a draw. Had they been trying to kill each other, one of them would have died, but neither had that intention. So they ended the fight, exhausted and wounded. Encrid had been stabbed in his left upper arm and could no longer raise his arm. Aisha had a large gash on her calf, which impaired her mobility. After stepping back a few paces and pausing, Aisha asked, "What are you, really?" She asked again, her disbelief showing clearly. "No, seriously. Why are you smiling?" Encrid, smiling broadly, stood there in front of her. Aisha found it completely absurd. There's a limit to enjoying a fight. The fact that he was smiling in this situation meant something was wrong with him. Soon, the sun began to set. The light from outside faded as the evening glow crept in. Aisha furrowed her brow. Even now, Encrid was still smiling. Has he lost his mind from the fight? It was possible. Looking at Aisha, Encrid spoke. "I'm so excited I feel like I'm going to die." What? What was he saying? It seemed as though his eyes were filled with the fading sunlight. His gaze held the kind of passion and enthusiasm that formed a light. Then he spoke again. "I'm so glad there's more to climb. I'm going crazy with joy." It was pure joy, with no impurities. Encrid had added precision to his instincts for evasion and attack. Despite the techniques he'd mastered, he still couldn't completely overpower Aisha. That was why. There was still room to improve, to train, and a road ahead of him. He could see it and touch it with his fingertips. That made him genuinely happy. "You crazy bastard." Aisha, too, collected herself and labeled him. It was a familiar phrase. "That's not a wall." The ferryman appeared in his dream. He seemed to be more idle than usual. He couldn't even respond. After all, it was a dream. It was more like a fleeting afterimage. However, it was a vivid afterimage that stayed in his memory. No matter what, it seemed like he had to follow the ferryman's words. Kill her. Someone gave an order, and it felt like he had no choice but to follow it. Encrid cheerfully ignored it. It's such a good morning. Speaking to himself before dawn, Encrid left. Ram, who had just woken up, squinted and tilted his head at Encrid's back. Why the hell are you so crazy first thing in the morning? The strange atmosphere from the night before still hung in the air. What could possibly be so great? There was meaning behind Ram's words, but Encrid paid no mind. He then continued to train his body using the isolation technique. His thoughts naturally aligned and reached their conclusion. It was about the wall. A wall is a condition. If the condition is to kill the thrusting pervert, then that's the wall. Sometimes the condition was just to survive. Sometimes the condition was simply to parry a knight's sword. In all of today, was there only one path? No. So this time, it was the same. No matter what the ferryman said, Encrid did what he always did. He did what he wanted to do. A while later, Esther transformed into her human form and said she was going out. Encrid, seeing this, said, "Bring back a melon." Melons were a rare fruit from the southern regions. They were hard to find in this part of the continent. Your condition seems to be getting worse every day. Esther spoke indifferently, moving without much thought. She had concluded that understanding this man was impossible. Why are you so excited? Do you feel like flying? It wasn't like they hadn't seen each other for just a day or two. Ram could clearly see that Encrid was more excited than usual. Jackson had also noticed and gave him a strange look. Dunbakel seemed to be lost in thought. And Ragnar, well, he was never one to care about such things. It was natural for Encrid to be excited. That was to be expected. There had been some heavy burdens on his heart, but they had vanished. It was like taking off a weighted vest and suddenly feeling light. He could also see the path ahead, and it was thrilling to walk it. Oh, just thinking about knocking someone out is making my heart race, Encrid said. Naturally, Rem couldn't understand him, but didn't bother questioning it. Soon the constable appeared, and as Encrid knocked him out with a blow, Rem asked, "Were you planning on knocking this guy out?" Did he know the constable was coming? That was the meaning behind Rem's question. Encrid laughed. No. The person he planned to knock out was the orange-haired female knight. Chapter 382. The path ahead, now that he had a goal, it was simply a matter of striving and striving until he achieved it. That was what Encrid did. The path was already visible. His hand could almost touch it. All he needed was to elevate everything he had to the next level. Walking the path laid out before him was both his talent and his specialty. What was required now was precision, detail, and delicacy. I've already learned it. Then all that remained was repetition. For Encrid, nothing came easier. What he needed was time, a repetition of today. That, too, he pursued relentlessly. Encrid devoted himself to the present day, and the next without fail. Do you think you can manage that? The ferryman's voice interjected, urging him to learn despair, to embrace defeat. It told him he should tremble in anguish, that it was the natural order. Such thoughts wormed their way into his mind. What if I'm wrong? What if this was the wrong path? Doctor, Dodit elke avond und de Schimmel is binnen een week verdwenen open. It didn't matter. If he climbed this wall only to face another, he would climb that as well. For now, he would walk the path carved by his will. Walls may be conditions, but it was he who set the terms. He had decided not to kill, but to subdue. If something stood in the way of even that, he would overcome it too. This was his resolve, but also a straightforward mindset. The ferryman, sensing this determination within Encrid's mental world, would have clicked its tongue in disbelief had it possessed one. But lacking a physical tongue, it merely muttered under its breath, "That crazy bastard again." The ferryman realized that the conditions of the wall had shifted. The change stemmed from the will of the one cursed. Absurd as it seemed. But it wasn't impossible or unprecedented, just exceedingly rare. Typically, when people recognized the conditions of the wall, they sought the easiest path. Not Encrid, the hard road. He chose the harsher, more demanding path. Holding his ground against and overpowering the knight with the orange hair was already a formidable challenge. Yet Encrid aimed to achieve it in a short time. He instinctively knew that merely holding his ground wouldn't suffice to make it through today. Madness, but madness with bite. The ferryman mumbled again. No reply came. As always, it drifted alone on the river. Encrid didn't believe overcoming the wall he faced was impossible. He had fought Aisha countless times, so her habits had become second nature to him. Sure, it would be easier if it were a life or death battle, but he had chosen this path precisely because he didn't want that. They say chasing two hares will leave you with none, but what if you could catch both? Must I only catch one? He had the repetition of today. If so, he would set the conditions to pursue both. I won't kill Aisha, and I'll surpass this wall. He would subdue her swiftly and move forward, finding his place. One that would lead him to Krang. Encrid decided to make that his standard. And what of what came after? That wasn't his concern. If the wall before him now turned out to be just another obstacle, he would overcome that too. It wasn't as though he hadn't faced consecutive walls before. Yet a strange feeling lingered. The man appeared only under certain conditions. He didn't seem like a wall directly in Encrid's way. Even the fact that Aisha confronted him first, that impression. If it were Encrid's wall, it would have stood before him. Alchemy. Thus began another new day, a day he had resolved to push forward. The moment he woke, Encrid called for Ram. The sun hasn't even risen yet. Ram responded groggily, eyes still closed. Come out, you barbarian bastard. I'll empty the filth from your skull. The tone was so calm it could hardly be called a taunt, but Ram still reacted. The barbarian's eyes opened. Gray pupils pierced Encrid, cutting through the pale blue light of dawn. Fine. It's a good day to carve a tombstone today. This was a signal of sorts. Encrid's invitation to a duel with a half stake of their lives. Ram accepted it. What should we inscribe on? He asked while grabbing his axe. The trailblazer who split open a barbarian's skull. You really want to die today, huh? Ram sounded half serious. Underestimate me, and you'll be the one who dies. Encrid warned. Ram didn't know the results of Encrid's accumulated efforts. He would likely lower his guard. The same applied to Aisha. Thus, if you can't stop me, Aisha won't either. Aisha won't either. As Encrid stepped outside and assumed his stance, gauging the distance, Andrew emerged, rubbing his eyes. He froze in shock. Clang! The sound rang out, cutting through the dawn mist. Encrid, wielding his longsword with the precision of his will, clashed against Rem's axe in mid-swing. The two froze like a painting, weapons locked, breath mingling in the cold air to form what looked like blue smoke. Their auras were more menacing than usual, brimming with intensity. Damn it. Did you have a nice dream? Rem asked, still pressing against Encrid's sword. I dreamt the same as always. Dreaming of death wasn't pleasant, but there had been no wasted days. Each one held value. Seeing this newfound zeal, Ram finally responded in kind. Fine. Let's die together. Encrid had already been doing so, dying halfway and learning. He had fought Aisha repeatedly. He had walked forward, step by step, building upon dozens of such days. The sparring session with Ram ended at a reasonable point. Encrid had extracted all he could. Sometimes you're so strange, it's unsettling. At last, Rem spoke, his gaze tinged with something resembling wonder. It wasn't astonishment, but something close. This sentiment was shared by Ragnar and Jackson. Even Dunbakel had opened her eyes in recognition. Before her departure, Esther had reacted similarly. Encrid wiped sweat from his brow, brushing back his hair. He was ready. The repetition of countless identical days had brought him to Aisha's side. He could now reach her even with his eyes closed. Indeed, with his eyes closed, he confronted yet another shouting drill instructor, knocking them down. "Damn it! Why are you fighting with your eyes shut?" Ignoring their dying cries, Encrid created an opening in their neck and told the maid to hide. Then, with steady strides, he advanced toward Aisha, nearly running. "What's behind you?" Encrid faced her directly and asked. "What?" "I'm asking, who's behind you?" At Encrid's question, Aisha furrowed her brows. "Do you even know what you're saying?" "I'm asking because I don't know." "Then why are you so confident?" "It's a habit." "Are you insane?" "I get called that often." "Either way, I can't let you go. It would be a pointless death." "It won't be." "Prove it." The conversation felt strangely familiar. Aisha raised her sword and aimed it at him. Encrid, with his eyes closed, deflected it. "Clang! What the hell? We don't need to do it again, but you'll still doubt me, won't you?" "Try again." Aisha frowned, but did as he said. She leveled her sword again. Clang! Once more, he parried it effortlessly, swinging his sword as if his eyes were open. When she realized her stance was being ignored entirely, she demanded, "What are you trying to pull here? Just attack already." There was no need for more words. Aisha's strengths were evident. Her specialty? Subtlety. At first glance, it was hard to discern her skills. She concealed herself well, apt for someone specializing in the phantom blade. She excelled in deceptive thrusts, quick swordplay, and swift footwork, occasionally using fine-tuned pressure to disrupt her opponent's movements. But her weakness, lack of physical strength. Hence, the method to counter her was simple. Push her relentlessly with a straight sword, then overpower her with a heavy one. Clang! Clang! Encrid wielded his gladius in one hand, delivering sharp and concise strikes. Aisha blocked repeatedly. He steadily backed her into a corner, exploiting her weaknesses in every exchange. "Hey!" Aisha let out a sharp cry, pivoting her feet and leaping to the side. With a swift kick against the ground, she vaulted off the wall and slashed at him. Quick movements, a light frame. This was her edge. But this maneuver wasn't entirely unexpected. Encrid had pressed her enough times to provoke this response. As she dashed across the wall, moving parallel to the ground, her actions became clear. She was shifting the dimensions of the battlefield, breaking free from the straight sword's range, and evading the heavy sword's pressure zone. Her nimble body and extraordinary balance let her run along the wall with ease. But what if I go beyond her expectations? Having fought her multiple times, Encrid knew the limits of Aisha's predictive range. This knowledge, gained through repeated encounters, gave him the edge. Time to surpass it. As she dashed across the wall, Encrid extended his gladius into her trajectory and released it. Ping! The sword clattered to the ground as he surged forward, slipping under her tilted body as she darted along the wall. His movements were low and swift. Rip! The carpet beneath him shredded as he lunged. Aisha, unable to pull back her sword in time, reached for the dagger concealed in her chest. With her left hand, she brandished a blade the length of her palm and thrust it at him. Her speed was formidable, but Encrid had anticipated this move. He bet everything on this exchange. If successful, he'd subdue her instantly. If not, he'd repeat the encounter. This was their 7th bout. Time seemed to slow, as her dagger's trajectory became clear to him. Moving as if wading through thick mud, Encrid crossed his hands and extended them. Using the Vela martial art of disarming, he clamped Aisha's wrist between his crossed arms, redirecting her strike. He deliberately guided the blade toward his own torso. The leather outer layer of his armor absorbed the initial impact, but the bandaged underarmor stopped the blade entirely. Taking advantage of her misstep, he twisted her wrist downward and outward. Crack! Aisha groaned as her wrist was wrenched painfully. With his left hand gripping her wrist, Encrid used his right hand to strike her throat with a quick thrust of his thumb and index finger. By the time her dagger reached his abdomen, his counterattack was already in motion. Thwack! The sound of the strike echoed. Gah! Aisha let out a second groan, this time from the shock of the impact. Encrid stepped forward, hooking her heel with his foot while grabbing her hair. With one swift motion, he slammed her head against a nearby shield decoration. Crash! Blood spurted from her nose and face, leaving her a battered mess. And it wasn't over yet. He threw her to the ground, and with his weight behind it, drove his elbow into her torso. Thud! Crack! A few ribs gave way under the force. Her internal organs likely suffered damage as well. Huff! Only then did Encrid exhale, rolling to the side as he rose. Aisha had already passed out, her face unrecognizable. Still, with healing magic, she'd recover fully. There was no time to go easy on her. Encrid took a brief moment to steady his breathing. If he'd let his guard down for even a second, she would have escaped his grasp. His response wasn't excessive. It was measured. After leaving Aisha in a crumpled heap, Encrid picked up his fallen sword and marched forward, heading deeper inside. He soon heard a commotion and broke into a run, his heart pounding alongside his rapid footsteps. The thrill of the heart of the beast surged through him, filling him with boldness and calm. But the anticipation of what lay ahead kept his pulse racing. Following the noise, he reached a half-destroyed door, where several figures were trying to enter. One of them turned to face him. "Do you know where you are?" The man's sharp gaze locked onto Encrid. His skill level? Uncertain, but the emblem on his armor was unmistakable. A sword and sunburst, the kingdom's symbol. This was the mark of the Red Cloak Order. Still, Encrid didn't stop running. Instead, he tightened his grip on his sword. Is he insane? The knight raised his sword, thrusting it forward. Chapter 383. Subduing through dominance, Encrid wasn't aware of it, but the Red Cloak Knights differentiated their ranks with distinct emblems. For example, knights bore the royal crest, 3 crossed swords, and the sun beast, a mythical creature with a round head and flaming mane. Junior knights removed 1 sword from the emblem. Squires, on the other hand, displayed only a single sword, which evolved in design based on their tests and missions. The opponent Encrid faced bore the emblem of a sword alongside the sun beast, a mark of squires recognized for their skill, and only a few tests away from becoming junior knights. The squire's sword was swift and precise, striking like an eagle snatching prey. Encrid, however, didn't bother analyzing the squire's techniques or habits. Instead, he twisted his blade the moment their swords met. Ting! The squire's expression shifted drastically. The force behind Encrid's blade felt overwhelming, like that of a giant. It was no surprise. Encrid's sword carried the might of the heart of the beast. Clang! Crack! As the blades clashed, the squire's sword was flung upward, while Encrid's continued its deliberate trajectory. A straight thrust forward. Its target, the armor over the squire's chest. Thunk. Crack. Got an Irish solidarity in me. Oh no, our door. Squelch, up gone. 3 distinct sounds merged into one as the tip of Encrid's blade pierced the armor and stabbed the heart. Without hesitation, Encrid withdrew his sword faster than he had struck, stepping back exactly 1 pace. Despite the blood gushing from his chest, the squire swung his sword horizontally, slicing through the air where Encrid had stood moments before. Bloodshot eyes glared at Encrid as the squire collapsed to his side, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Lekare gurdeta varjik fel och svampen, borta inom en vecka open. His grip on his sword slackened as his body slumped to the ground. His gaze flickered a few times. Death had arrived. Why? Time seemed to slow for the dying squire. His mind raced, a phenomenon common before death. He refused to accept reality. Why did I lose? Who was this man? The squire had sparred with many junior knights, and even held his ground. Losing so utterly in a single exchange felt impossible. Regret began to bubble up. Was this the wrong choice? He realized now that he should never have been involved in this. Yet, what would have changed if he had stayed silent? The promise he had received for participating was an upgraded emblem, a second sword added to his crest. It wasn't about skill. His promotion to junior knight was assured. But now, it all seemed futile. Hadn't he merely followed the path most likely to lead to victory? I was wrong. As death approached, regret mingled with clarity. This was my failure. He thought back to when he had first dreamt of knighthood, when he had been recognized for his talent. Had he ever wielded his sword for power, wealth, or fame? No. I wished to uphold chivalry. His former mentors, seniors, and comrades had laughed at his youthful idealism. What a romantic fool you are. If you ever become a knight, we'll call you the Knight of Romance. What a ridiculous name. Ha 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 ha. Well, good luck with that. The squire had once aspired to the ideals of knighthood, learned through poetry and song. But somewhere along the way, he had abandoned those dreams for something else. Power, wealth, recognition. The pursuit of honor had twisted when he began to see it as admiration from others. He had dreamt of changing his emblem, of earning an additional sword. But what had he truly sought? As a flower wilts or a blade shatters, the squire's life ended. He lay motionless on the ground. Before him stood a man whose breathing hadn't even quickened, his sword dripping blood onto the ruined floor. The corridor was a mess. Splintered furniture, a cracked door, bloodstains, bodies, and broken blades scattered everywhere. The man stood amidst the carnage, dark-haired, blue-eyed. Some of those present recognized him. The bodyguard from that escort party. One of them muttered, then fell silent as Encrid's gaze turned toward him. Did he hear that? The man's lips had barely moved, but Encrid paid no attention to his murmurs or thoughts. Who's inside? Encrid asked. It was a simple question, yet to the remaining soldiers, it felt like an unrelenting pressure. After witnessing him kill the squire with ease, his very presence radiated authority. 8 men stood blocking the door. The commander swallowed hard. Could they take him down if all 8 attacked at once? Not a chance, he thought as cold sweat beaded on his brow. Encrid took a step forward, his foot brushing against the broken remains of a wooden shield. The subtle movement caused one soldier to instinctively step aside. The rest clenched their teeth, trying to hold their ground. Encrid raised his sword as he advanced. Block me, and I'll cut you down. The sheer weight of his intent manifested, turning into will. One of the soldiers broke into a cold sweat and scrambled aside. That was all it took. There was no one left blocking the way. Are you staying to fight? Encrid asked. No. The commander's voice was strained but resolute. Fighting was suicide. The fact that Encrid wasn't immediately slaughtering them was a blessing. The soldiers followed their commander's lead, retreating silently. Some were mercenaries and soldiers under Viscount Mearns. They knew the consequences of leaving. They might face execution for abandoning their post. Viscount Mearns was strict about rewards and punishments, never tolerating failure. Still, they left. The presence before them was overwhelming. They could not win. Encrid didn't glance back as he inspected the door blocking his path. Who's in there? Encrid asked, tapping the partially shattered door with the tip of his sword. From inside, a sharp snap rang out, followed by the wet sound of something striking the ground. "You?" The voice from within was familiar. Matthew, the whip-wielding bodyguard. What was his name again? The memory was hazy, one of the side effects of endlessly repeating days. No matter how sharp his memory was, even he couldn't escape the erosion of time. "Rat," Encrid ventured. "Who's that?" It sounded close enough. "Melon? Are you doing this on purpose?" Even in a dire situation, he couldn't resist. Matthew, fuming silently, questioned in his heart why his lord trusted someone like this. "It's Matthew." "Ah, right. Matthew. ... What about the ones outside?" "They're gone." "Where to?" "Wherever they were meant to go." Encrid felt no obligation to protect other nobles or anyone else. He had no interest in doing so either. Killing them wasn't even on his mind. Marcus had asked for help, and Krang had requested protection. That much Encrid could understand. So he simply did what he was asked. "Inside. Come in." Finally, the dresser blocking the door screeched as it was dragged aside. Inside was chaos. 7 bodies lay scattered. Matthew, half his face wrapped in bandages, stood nearby. Beside him was another female warrior, gripping a long trident with sharp, watchful eyes. She wore chainmail that covered her upper body, but left her left shoulder exposed, where the armor was shattered and torn. The way she carried herself bore the marks of someone who had survived dire straits. Though her movements suggested discomfort, she held her composure. "Where?" "Over there." Turning his gaze, Encrid spotted Krang poking his head out of a hole in the wall. "You said we must get you to safety, even at the cost of our lives," Matthew snapped, his tone heavy with anger. "Where would I go? Leaving you behind?" "If this is where it ends for me, so be it." Krang was calm, exuding a presence that spoke volumes even in this moment. Seeing Encrid, Krang waved. "You're late." "Tripped over a rock on the way." Encrid shrugged. He left out the details. That the rock was orange, female, and part of the Red Cloak Knights. Krang began climbing out of the hole. It seemed to lead to some sort of emergency passage, though Encrid couldn't help but wonder why it was a hole and not stairs. The faint sound of a ladder being climbed echoed as Krang ascended. "It's not safe," Matthew protested. But Krang ignored him, emerging fully. The woman with the trident kept watch outside. Encrid briefly wondered who she was. Matthew likely wasn't the only guard Krang had prepared. Krang wasn't the type to leave himself defenseless. He wouldn't go down so easily. Even so, asking for help implied the situation was grave. It meant Krang believed Encrid's presence was essential. "I didn't think you'd ask for help," Encrid admitted. "You're a friend. Call it repaying a debt." Krang spoke as he dusted himself off. Though Krang had prepared for contingencies, time had forced his plans to unravel. If Encrid hadn't arrived, he would have died in a siege. Yet even after brushing so close to death, Krang smiled, unshaken. "You dreamed of becoming a king, so why?" Matthew's voice was bitter, his words heavy with frustration. To him, Krang's decisions were incomprehensible. "Because I dreamed of becoming a king," Krang replied. His words carried a new gravity, silencing the room. The air shifted as Krang continued. "If I flee to save my life, what kind of king would I be? How could I sit on the throne after failing to protect even one person I care about? Should I sit there, stuffing my face with grapes peeled by servants?" "Shut up, Matthew. If I die here, then my fate ends here. I've done my best, prepared as much as I could, and made it this far. I won't leave just to lose more." Encrid felt a chill run down his spine. It was just words, but they weren't just words. Words gained power when backed by action, and Krang had shown he would act. Sacrificing his life for his beliefs was only natural. "I made a promise to the Queen," To keep that, this is what I must do. Krang smiled at Matthew, softening his words. So stop nagging, will you? His last words were as light as those of a friend teasing another. Finally, Encrid understood why Krang had summoned him. Was it the danger? The crisis? No. It's to refuse to run. It was to defy his fear and stay true to his dream. Encrid saw himself in Krang. Though they were nothing alike, and their circumstances differed greatly, he recognized the desperation. It was the struggle to take even one step forward. Krang lived that way. Encrid felt a stirring in his heart, a desire to help. This was Krang's talent, inspiring others to act. Someone's coming, the woman with the trident said, moving to barricade the door again. How many? Matthew asked. One. The grinding sound of Matthew clenching his teeth filled the room. This is the worst-case scenario, isn't it? Krang asked lightly. Matthew had mentioned it earlier. A lone enemy was far more dangerous than a horde. Time to test our luck, Krang said. Encrid, smirking, spoke without hesitation. I'll be your luck. Krang turned to look at him, but Encrid didn't wait for a reply. Leave it, he said to Matthew, who had been trying to block the door with furniture. Barricades worked well against large groups, but against a skilled individual, they were meaningless. Pushing the door open, Encrid stepped outside. A man stood there. For Encrid they had crossed paths before, but for the man, this was their first meeting. The man's left eyebrow twitched as he saw Encrid. Did you kill Aisha? Put her to sleep. Encrid replied. His lullabies consisted of punches and kicks. The man hesitated briefly before lunging forward, sword drawn. Shing! The blade flashed as it descended, timing the attack perfectly. Encrid managed to react, drawing his gladius to deflect the blow. Clang! The force rattled his wrist, nearly breaking it. The man's feints and precision were relentless, blending steps, questions, and strikes into a seamless assault. And in that moment, Encrid realized something. He's above Aisha, perhaps even on par with Riem. Before he could recover, the man drew a second sword, thrusting it forward. Snap! A whip of twisted beast leather lashed between them, intercepting the strike. It was Matthew's handiwork. Chapter 384. You're alive. It's half a day. My plan from the start was to only hold out for half a day. Just before the fight, Krang spoke. This was the first time Matthew had heard this. As soon as Matthew heard those words, he looked outside. It wasn't sunset yet. Twilight hadn't even begun. Do I have to last until evening? He expected it wouldn't be easy. But... whoosh! With a slight twist of his wrist, the whip tip moved forward, as if dancing through the air. The opponent didn't even look at it, and struck the leather near the whip's end with his elbow. The impact was light, but the force transferred through the whip dissipated, causing it to lose its shape and become slack. He had precisely cut off the part where the power was being transferred. Matthew felt as though the power had been completely drained from him, but he clenched his teeth and gathered his strength. Bli ave med mag, och anfit bian qual med det hernepet. Open, he swung his arm wide, shooting the weight at the end of the whip forward like throwing a projectile. Whoosh! The whip cut through the air. Meanwhile, Encrid swung his sword. A lightning-fast strike from above to below, vertically plunging down. Matthew could feel the force within it. If I block, an opening will appear. No matter how skilled he was, someone whose knight wouldn't be able to stop that. The opponent struck just above the ricut portion of Encrid's sword and pushed it aside. It wasn't a contest of strength, but a deft use of technique to deflect the force sideways. Encrid's body shifted for an instant, and in that brief moment, his balance faltered. But he immediately spun around and, with sparks flying from the friction, thrust forward. It was an unconventional move, a technique developed when he had defeated Aisha. It was the thrust with will, a move of the momentum. Whoosh! The opponent evaded it as if dodging a stone thrown by a child, twisting his body to avoid it. His evasive movement was so nonchalant, it almost seemed natural. Encrid, after sheathing his blade, held silver with both hands and swung, thrust, slashed, and moved, changing distance multiple times. Matthew, too, kept swinging his whip, feeling the force wane with every strike. Meanwhile, their ally, armed with a trident, occasionally thrust her spear. Despite her injuries, she was still formidable. But the opponent didn't even properly dodge the trident. He flicked it away carelessly, as though swatting at a bothersome fly, or struck it with his sword, altering its course before it could touch him. Matthew's own whip was equally ineffective. At least Encrid was holding on. Because of that, Matthew felt despair. Can we really last until evening? It was impossible. Encrid could fall any moment now. The sword grazed his cheek. A cut, with a splash of blood that scattered into the air. Encrid, indifferent to the wound, rolled sideways and swung his sword horizontally. Whoosh! It was a strike so powerful it seemed like it could split the air, but the opponent simply took a step back, unbothered. Encrid's sword passed where the man had been, without even a sound on the ground. The opponent avoided it without breaking a sweat. Watching this, Matthew felt a crushing sense of helplessness. It was a wall. A different existence. Their talent was on a whole different level. Even their very birth was different. Forcing himself to endure against such an opponent. This is impossible. Despair and agony filled his chest. The hand holding the whip began to lose its strength. He couldn't stop the collapse of his spirit. Swinging the whip felt like striking a cliff. Even if he hit it for 100 years, the cliff wouldn't fall. It was an obvious truth. How could he destroy this cliff with just a whip? In the meantime, their ally with the trident suffered a fatal wound. Despite Encrid's relentless strikes and overwhelming presence, it still happened. The opponent threw a dagger from behind, and in the gap between breaths, the dagger flew straight for his ally's neck, cutting through it. The mere act of throwing a dagger was enough to send chills down Matthew's spine. Blood spurted and gushed out. His ally wrapped his hands around his neck, and Krang, watching, approached to bind it with cloth. His words, though faint, reached Matthew. Hold on. There was no time to look back. But the thought that had been swirling in his head since earlier wouldn't leave. Does this even mean anything? If he could save Krang, it would have meaning. If he could endure for that, he would. But that seemed impossible. They couldn't hold out much longer, and Krang would die. Should he let him run away? No. Then he would become someone who had given up, as Krang, his lord, had said. At that moment, black paint seemed to stain his heart. Ha! Bang! With a shout, a tremendous noise rang out. It was so loud it almost deafened him. The sound of the shout and the explosion that followed both assaulted his eardrums. The intensity of the shout matched the force of the collision that followed. Matthew, bleeding from his side, saw the figure locked in combat. The figure had a dark head of hair, a large back. Unlike himself, the opponent didn't seem to lose any momentum. I got him. The person spoke. You were caught. The opponent responded. Matthew finally saw the enemy's face properly. Let's keep going. Then Encrid spoke. There was something childlike in his voice. In no time at all, their positions had shifted. Encrid had been relentlessly pressing, and that was the result. Because of this, Matthew could see Encrid's face, and upon seeing it, his chest tightened, and goosebumps shot up from his feet to the top of his head. Matthew knew. They couldn't last until evening. It was a distant dream for Encrid to win against this new opponent. Proof of that was the blood dripping from Encrid's side, the scratch on his cheek, and the damaged arm guard that was hanging off. And yet, smile. Encrid smiled. Even as his rhythm faltered with every sword exchange, he smiled. In that instant, the despair, the black paint on his heart, began to fade. Somewhere, sunlight pierced through, cutting across the blackness. Strength returned to Matthew's arm. He swung the whip. More exchanges took place. In the meantime, Matthew dodged 3 daggers. 3 times. Luck was on his side, or he would have been struck. He acknowledged it. It was only because Encrid had intervened that the daggers lost their power. If it were just him, blocking them would have been impossible. The 4th dagger, however, struck his thigh. Of course, they would aim for the neck in one swift motion. Even while facing an opponent far weaker than himself, the enemy sealed off his mobility first. No, that's probably thanks to Encrid. Because of Encrid, the daggers didn't strike his neck but ended up in his leg. Matthew stepped back. Now, he would only be a hindrance. Krang, who had been behind him, hooked his arm under Matthew's and helped him retreat. You can't go any closer. I know that much. We'll lose, right? We're holding on. But why is he smiling? I don't know. Even Krang's eyes were shining. Matthew was barely holding on thanks to what Encrid had shown him. Still, it was far too early for the sun to set. When do we get reinforcements? Matthew asked. His duty was to protect Krang, but beyond that, other desires had started to form in his mind. We can't let him die here. Encrid had to survive. For that, Matthew was ready to throw himself into danger, if necessary. Why? He didn't know. It was just a feeling of exhilaration that filled his whole body. He was certain that he was not the one who would die here. If that guy had any sense, he'd be here a bit sooner. Krang said this and pulled over a chair for Matthew to sit. Then he checked Matthew's thigh injury. Krang wasn't just an ordinary human. To tend to injuries in a situation like this, he was far from average. Naturally, his gaze shifted to his comrade, who had sustained a fatal wound to the neck. She won't die, said. If they just held on for a little longer, things would turn out that way. Both of them turned their bodies and looked at the battle ahead. It was a fight that was difficult to intervene in. On one side, a figure wielded a sword with no emotion, cutting off the flow, like a doll. On the other, there was the wild force of a beast. Explosive, relentless, and not holding back any power. The flow of battle was being cut off. No matter what he did, the rhythm didn't continue. It wasn't just above Aisha's level, it was definitely on par with Ram's. No. Was it even worse? He didn't know. It wasn't the time to think about such things. He slashed vertically, horizontally, stabbed and twisted, mixing in Valen-style mercenary sword techniques. It was a feint. He pretended to be winded, pulling the opponent in, and when they closed the distance, he aimed for them. It was a flash of will, the peak of skills honed through Aisha's teachings. The thrust was like lightning. It reached its target almost instantly. The first thrust today, combining what he learned from the soldiers and everything about speed up until now. Yet, it was blocked by something as simple as that. Ping ding ding. A single short sword was nonchalantly swung to the side, deflecting the end of the blade, which seemed to glide across the sword. It was a type of blade that looked like a magnificent work of art. Encrid released the blade into the air, gripping the silver sword as he leaped forward, using his body as an arrow. The opponent was closing the distance just as fast as Encrid was advancing. The space was narrowing. They had entered close quarters combat. But soon the opponent retreated, jumping back as if they had disappeared. The rhythm was completely broken. He ignored it. Encrid stretched his foot out, kicking the midsection of the falling blade. With a thunk, he caught the sword in midair and snatched the silver sword before it could fall. His opponent, who had been watching this, suddenly closed the gap and thrust a sword toward him. This man was skilled at exploiting openings. He cut off the rhythm and only fought when the timing suited him. Still, Encrid held his ground. Normally, people would tire of this kind of fight. They would call it unreasonable, complain, and suffer. Encrid didn't do that. This is the first time. It was new. It was different. All of it was a thrill and fun to him. "I'll kill you, then I'll kill Aisha," the man said, as if discussing a casual dinner of mashed potatoes and roasted duck. His tone was flat. He was simply stating facts. If he killed Encrid, today would repeat. But if Aisha died, would today still repeat? "I won't let anyone else die." No, no. Krang's words were full of resolve. Would the worries about today be enough to send him spiraling away from this moment? I don't know. He didn't want to know anything. Right now, he only wanted to focus on swinging his sword. That was enough for him in this moment. It was a shout mixed with joy and exhilaration. Enjoying the moment, focusing only on the sword, his body, his opponent, the strikes, and the defense. His mind was full of joy that was overflowing. Encrid felt all the experiences from the repeated days coalesce into one. Before thinking, his body moved. It felt as though the gods themselves were guiding his limbs. On top of that, he began to see his opponent's movements before they happened. The opponent would raise their sword over their right shoulder, preparing to thrust. Encrid could already see them gripping their sword with both hands and lifting it. Seeing this, Encrid took a half step forward, occupying the space and pushing forward. Encrid twisted his body and swung his sword. This time, instead of aiming for the head, he targeted the opponent's forearm. It seemed like a regular strike, but for the first time, he had stolen the rhythm. It was a half-beat faster. If compared to earlier, the speed and trajectory seemed normal, but still, the sword made contact. Pa! The strike sliced through the opponent's forearm guard. Blood splattered. The opponent immediately pushed out with their left arm to block, then retreated. The opponent was surprised but not panicked. A small injury, but no big deal. They resumed fighting. Encrid didn't have the time to relish his small victory. His opponent was the epitome of monotony, as dry as unseasoned chicken breast. The opponent wielded indifference as a weapon. There was no thrill, no pride. So what? He just swung his sword. Encrid did just that. If it worked once, it could work again. But right now, it wasn't working. The half-beat faster strike had only succeeded once. In a fight, rhythm was always relative. Now, sliding into his opponent's rhythm was possible only because his body moved first. What if it doesn't work? That didn't matter. Encrid feigned running forward, stepping not on the ground, but on a wall. He mimicked Aisha's light movements. The opponent, waiting for it, swung their sword diagonally, charging forward with a speed twice as fast as before. Encrid anticipated it, but it was still difficult to block in time. The blade threatened to cut his head. Encrid quickly pulled back his sword to block. He couldn't afford to miss. Thunk! He blocked it, but his right wrist twisted painfully. He tried to twist his body to release the block, but it failed. The force from the blade sent him flying backward. With a crash, Encrid landed on his back and rolled up to his feet. He coughed up blood. The blow had damaged his internal organs, as it had been a strike with will. Encrid didn't know, but it was a technique that transmitted shock to the defender's body with will. His legs trembled, and his vision blurred. His body, pushed beyond its limits, wasn't responding. Encrid blinked several times, and someone suddenly blocked his path. "If you want to kill him, you'll have to go through me first. I'm willing to trade my life for that." It was Krang. Encrid attempted to rise, but he realized his ribs had been broken. "Lord!" Matthew shouted. Encrid managed to get up and spoke. "Who decided that? The opponent had come here to kill Krang. Let's finish this, shall we?" Encrid braced himself for death. He was prepared for the repeat of today. Was this another wall? If it was, then he would just climb over it. But it wasn't a wall. At least, something had shifted. It was definitely not the same as before. The opponent, indifferent, raised their sword. They would repeat the same attacking motions again, cutting and slashing. At that very moment, a sharp instinct kicked in. It came from behind. Something was flying through the air. Crash! A loud noise echoed. A mass crashed through the window, breaking the frame as it entered. The person quickly closed the gap and rushed toward Encrid. Then they struck the stunned knight, who was about to sever Encrid's rhythm. Encrid barely made out what the person was holding. It was a sword, longer and thicker than a regular one. As the orange light from the sunset streamed through the window, Encrid could see the figure who had broken through. He recognized them immediately. "You're alive." Chapter 385. Esther and Ram step aside. "If you do, I'll give you everything." Esther stared at the figure in front of her, which appeared to be an illusion. She wondered what kind of trick this might be. If they attacked, she would show them that their level was far beneath hers. The opponent's response was unexpected. They didn't attack. Instead, they cast a spell from the magic circle they had drawn. And as a result, the figure of a person far away was projected. It was an illusion. "Is this a significant trick?" she thought to herself. If this was a spell to summon an illusion, it must involve some resources. The spell spanned long distances in space. There was a difference between showing an illusion and showing the real thing. Some magicians were said to use mirrors for such tricks, but it wasn't common. One portion avis dessa fetodara fure zengendit tukwan 23 kilometer makfet. Open it wasn't Esther's specialty, and she had never seen it done in person. Despite her thoughts, Esther stood calmly without even blinking. A breeze blew. They had just left the capital, and were now near a nearby forest. The two magicians who had created the illusion stood respectfully with their hands clasped, waiting beside her. At that moment, the illusion appeared. It was someone she had seen before, next to Count Mulsan and Encrid. The most important thing for a magician is a world where their will is aligned with the world around them. "What I offer is clear. What do you think?" The opponent's confidence was overflowing. It seemed there was no reason not to accept this offer. It wasn't a request to help him, betray someone, or do something for Encrid. What he wanted was simple. Step back and just watch. There was no need to measure the weight of either side. The opponent was a high-level magician. The artifacts and research materials he offered were valuable. On the other hand, his request was trivial. The man knew well what was important to a magician. The two magicians beside her believed Esther would naturally nod in agreement. Count Mulsan probably thought the same. Esther had stayed by Encrid's side to break a curse, but now she no longer needed him. She had opened a new path by utilizing part of the curse. Things had changed. Therefore, this offer was indeed attractive. It would allow her to expand her world and acquire more resources. There was no reason to refuse. It was annoying that Count Mulsan seemed to know this, but it didn't matter. Even if he had played tricks, she had the power to ignore it. During her struggle with the curse, the experiences had remained within her world. Esther silently stared at the figure's eyes, which were watching her intently. The illusion was colorless. She stared into the monochrome illusion's eyes. As she watched, a smile spread across her face. She burst into laughter, ha. At her laughter, the two magicians standing beside her shifted their gaze toward her. She could feel their unease. They were ready to take action if things went wrong. As Esther raised her arm, her coat parted, revealing the clothes beneath. The two magicians' eyes gleamed with desire. Watching the illusion and the magicians move like puppets made Esther reflect on who she truly was. She was a witch who controlled the fire of the black world, a witch who fought and pioneered her world, a witch born to pursue the truth through fire. Therefore, she would not be swayed by others' wills. This was never for Encrid. This is it. Count Molson spoke first. A fire-like glint appeared in Esther's eyes. I'll burn it just the same. Esther spoke, and for the first time since the curse, she summoned fire within her world. It was just before dusk as they had already left the capital. Such a pity. Before the illusion disappeared, Count Molson spoke in a voice that seemed indifferent, as though he didn't truly care. Do you think that person is still alive? He referred to someone as that person. Esther sneered at him. If he were going to die from something like this, he would have died a long time ago. Could such a great man die from the lack of one magician? Is that what you think? But was it really right to call it nothing? Esther paused for a moment, but her body moved instinctively. Flames roared. The two magicians cast spells in opposition, but their resistance was futile. It was meaningless. Their ranks, their possessions, and their paths were all different from hers. Ram ran, thinking, he's hiding something. Should he just stand by and wait? That could be fun, but flipping his opponent's expectations seemed more enjoyable. He decided to do both. Running, he took out his sling. He placed a rounded stone on the leather sling, raising the connected string over his head and swinging it. Whir, whir! The sling spun lightly before the sound of air splitting filled the air. It was like carrying a disc above his head while running. The infernal madman didn't look back, charging straight into a narrow alley. Ram didn't chase, but instead jumped off a protruding corner of a nearby shop, leaping upwards. His body rose, and he ran along the rooftops. The disc above his head followed in a shape similar to a spear. Once he had a clear view from the roof, he hurled the stone. It was already difficult to hit while standing still, let alone while running, but Rem was Rem old. The stone, launched in a flash, couldn't even be traced by its trajectory, striking the opponent's thigh from behind. Bang! However, Rem didn't hear the expected sound. Why was there no sound of a burst? Behind his opponent, a spear snapped in two. Cursed? That was a high-level curse. Where could he have learned such a thing? It must have been something obtained by killing his own kind. You're really dead now, Rem muttered to himself as he made up his mind. Though his opponent couldn't hear it, his words were a vow. He fired a few more stone bullets, and the 4 spears that had been following his opponent from behind shattered one by one. Pieces of broken wood scattered through the air. The infernal madman kept running, weaving through the alleyways until he entered an open space, a place that the locals called a square. It wasn't that large, about half the size of the central square in the capital. In the center of the capital of Norelia, there was a fountain. But the square here had a completely different atmosphere, more akin to an open ground. Still, it was large enough for about 20 men to tangle in a fight. Wham! Wham! This time, the bullet hit the ground, sending stone dust flying as pieces of rock scattered. Without his spear, the infernal madman tumbled to the ground, barely avoiding the hit. Nonetheless, the next stone bullet hit him in the back of the thigh. Had it not been for the layered, special leather armor, his leg would have had a hole in it, or even worse, but instead, he just groaned and limped back to his feet. Rem discarded the sling with its broken leather strap and looked down at the gathering crowd below. From the roof, he looked down at them, and naturally, they looked up at him. Ah, the Western reunion, huh? Rem said with admiration. As he examined them, he noticed they were all from the Western region. He didn't recognize any faces, but from the atmosphere, Rem could tell. They were all people on the run. The immortal madman held his thigh for a while, then stood up. It seemed like he was in considerable pain. "This bastard you're not leaving alive," he muttered. The immortal madman saw Rem as a threat. If he left him alive, Rem would keep attacking until he killed him, so he had decided to intervene in this matter. His goal was simple: kill Rem. To achieve this, he had gathered a group of people who were all being hunted in the West. Among them were those he had trained, and others who had come just for the reward, like mercenaries. The commonality between them was that all 20 were candidates to become heroes in the Western region. "Is that him? Did we gather all of us just to catch one guy? Looks familiar. That's Rem, the so-called immortal? He's famous around the border guard? Famous? That's a joke. He's the one hiding out in some backwater. Immortal? What kind of nonsense is that?" They spoke amongst themselves. Despite the noise, it wasn't hard to understand. There were some who remained silent, eyes glinting with anticipation. Those were the ones who were ready to fire the wind guns strapped to their waists. "All these runaways have big mouths," Rem muttered. He looked around at the assembled group. A bunch of trash had gathered. Watching them, Rem took a sling from his chest, loaded a bullet into it, then tucked it back and pulled another one out, placing it between his legs. Using his legs in place of his hands, he loaded another bullet into it. As he moved, the sound of round stone bullets clinking together came from the pouches tied to his sides. Now holding 2 slings, he stood and spun them. Whoosh! 2 round discs appeared from Rem's hands, their shapes unfolding diagonally like wings. Rem kicked off from the roof and jumped into the air, the discs making him look as if he were floating like wings. But of course, that wasn't the case. It was an illusion. With a flick of his hands, the bullets shot off at a speed so fast they were almost invisible to the eye. Whack! Whack! Half of the group of Western runaways raised shields. Some had thick leather shields, while others had smaller ones strapped to their wrists. Those with the smaller shields were confident in their skills. Their technique of dispersing attacks was exceptional, so they carried tiny shields, barely big enough to cover their faces. The heads of the 2 who carried the smaller shields exploded like pumpkins. Bang! Bang! The sound was crisp. Blood and brain matter mixed in the air. The ground, which had turned a dark gray, became a canvas of blood as it splattered. The bullets were faster than expected, far faster and more powerful than the ones that had struck the immortal madman just moments ago. 2 of the Western runaways died before they could even resist. Thud! Thud! The 2 fell to the ground. Rem, still on the roof, spun the slings again. Whoosh! Whoosh! "Stop him!" the immortal madman shouted. Crazy bastard, Rem thought. From the start of the battle, Rem had already visualized the outcome. He started with the slings and would finish with an axe. And the immortal madman would definitely die here. It was a given. Time had passed since Rem had faced the immortal madman. In that time, he had lost to Ragnar, that madman. The impact that defeat had on him was something even Encrid didn't fully understand. That defeat had motivated Rem to train harder, swinging his axe and honing his skills. He even secretly learned some of Encrid's isolation techniques, applying them to his training. Now wasn't the time to care about whether the stew was cold or hot. It didn't matter whether it was made by goblins or humans. He needed to eat now. Damned Ragnar! Even thinking of that bastard made his anger surge. Fueled by rage, he unleashed his strength, throwing 2 more stone bullets at the advancing enemies. The ones with large shields moved closer. Bang! Bang! The thick leather and inner rubber shields withstood the bullets, but they didn't penetrate. "You crazy bastard!" One of them, holding a shield, muttered, pale-faced. The stone bullets were far more dangerous than he had imagined. But was that enough to break their spirit? No. Once the spirit breaks, magic and martial arts both fail. It didn't matter whether the enemy was determined or not. Ram ignored the approaching enemies and let go of the slings, sliding his hands to his waist. He gripped his axe. One of the enemies who had seen the axe immediately dashed forward. His speed was considerable. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Ram. He was using the thunderstrike technique. Ram anticipated this and drew his axe at just the right moment. It wasn't as fast as a lightning strike, but it was perfectly timed. It looked like the enemy had run right into the blow. The attacker, moving with speed, became the first victim of Ram's axe. Thunk! The flat side of the axe split his head into two. Of course, with his head cleaved in two, there was no chance of survival. But the body, unaware it was dead, continued toward Ram. Its hand grabbed Ram's thigh. The attacker was known for breaking and twisting joints, and he was doing just that. But he died clutching Ram's thigh. Ram began swinging his axe with the man still hanging from it. Swing, snap, crack, thud! These enemies were nothing compared to Encrid. The only one even remotely threatening was the immortal madman. He threw a spear, mimicking a downward strike, then gripped a new spear and charged. It was threatening, but far weaker than that damned Ragnar. Having danced to that bastard's swordplay, this was laughable. Ram's axe split the heads of 5 of his enemies in an instant, and as he severed the limbs of the 6th and 7th, the situation flipped. These were men who never intended to risk their lives. That's why they had become runaways in the first place. Monster bastard! One of them screamed. The immortal madman also realized it now. The moment he thought about running, he hurled all the spears he had prepared and grabbed the arm of his former disciple, tossing him. The spell he used combined with the strength of a bear. Master! The disciple's scream was full of sorrow. Ram swung his axe toward the human projectile. Whoosh! Thunk! With the strength of a giant behind his swing, Ram's axe cut through flesh, muscle, and bone. The impact was felt throughout his entire body. But when it was over, a sense of relief washed over him. The body split in two, falling to the ground. The blood that poured out drenched Ram's entire body. His gray eyes, now stained red with blood, glinted. He saw the back of a fleeing figure. If someone were to ask Ram what he had learned most from his encounters with the immortal madman, he would confidently say one thing. It was stamina. That's also why he had secretly learned some of Encrid's isolation techniques. If I let him go again, my mother will turn into a ghoul. Ram muttered his habit, instilled by Encrid, and landed with a thud. The immortal madman quickly fled, and Ram gave chase without hesitation. Though a few remained alive, they could only blink in confusion. They were lucky to be alive. Their eyes focused on Ram and the immortal madman. It had been a chase before, but this time, one side had laid a trap, and the other had walked into it willingly. This time, however, it was different. There was no trap, and the pursuers were determined. There was no reason to remain here. Within half a day, they would be caught and killed. They could see the future of the immortal madman and began to move. Staying would only mean death. Chapter 386. Fighting, while being lazy. Georg's dagger was just a fool, relying on the power of the artifact to go wild. The long-armed assassin spoke as he twirled the dagger in his hand. One of his eyes gleamed. A mysterious eye, a magical prosthetic. It wasn't surprising that the artifact didn't work on that weird-looking eye. Therefore, he remained calm. Jackson also saw the hole in his cloak. It was the trace of the dagger's slash. His arm had stretched abnormally, rummaging through the cloak. Despite that, there was no sign of agitation. He was indifferent, both inside and out. However, the enemy didn't think so. You look flustered. You should have stabbed him when I told you to. An old man with a monocle spoke in a reprimanding tone. No reason to stay under that fool's orders. You should change your mind now. Lacare chokade. Bli ave meddin slappa. Maji pay. Open a woman spoke. Her voice distorted as she spoke among the assassins. She was speaking from hiding, careful and adept at lying. Even if she did change her mind, there was nothing to gain from it. This was all a ploy to expose weaknesses. What? Stab? Were you not embarrassed to say that? The old monocled man, apparently irked by the provocation, brought up the topic. Now, what will you do now that you've lost the artifact? The voice came from behind. Jackson turned his head. Even though it was broad daylight, the place where the voice came from seemed to darken. A figure half hidden in the shadows between the alleyways, someone adept at hiding. It was obvious what technique was being used. Shadow walking. A technique that moves selectively in the shadows, basic training learned with Geogre's dagger. Jackson had learned it, but never used it. It was a technique that could backfire against a focused or perceptive opponent. This trick wouldn't work on the commander either. Even Encrid would avoid it. Jackson silently tossed aside his cloak and loosened his belt. Are you giving up? The distorted voice from within the assassins asked. What now? Will you reconsider? It's not too late. Youth's privilege is the chance to choose again. The old monocled man spoke. Found that in tube stole. The long-armed figure, resembling a monkey, snorted in response. The figure hiding in the shadows subtly moved back and disappeared from sight. Contrary to the words, a sinister atmosphere pricked at his skin. It was a combat stance. Jackson, lowering his gaze, spoke. Who's the madman behind? Was it Viscount Mearns? It would take someone of noble rank to unite multiple assassination guilds under the guise of an alliance. A single contract would put the existence of the guilds at risk, so a noble with power must be involved. If you applied it to the current situation, it would be someone who had stood out within the palace factions or had consolidated power. Otherwise, these assassins would have been acting individually. Adding in the choices of the enemies, it became clear. The intent of the person who ordered this was revealed. Jackson understood their thoughts. Someone who finds my very existence bothersome and troublesome. That's why they were targeting him so persistently. Encrid had stopped him from going to the palace. Marcus was not pursued to be killed, and even those heading to block the gates were left alone. But this assassination alliance had been chasing him relentlessly. Above all, their priority was to eliminate him. Why? Because he was a nuisance. The ones who sold the information about the Black Lily were two people. One group was likely to be random people who discovered it by chance. The other group was directly involved. This time, it was the latter. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so determined to eliminate him. If this had happened before the matter had escalated, it might have been unclear. But with things going this way, it was easy to infer. Realizing this, Jackson felt an unexpected sense of joy. Was it Encrid's influence? He expressed his emotions. He smiled. The old monocled assassin frowned when he saw that. Are you going to claim you stabbed again? Or will you come up with some other excuse? It seemed that the old man was extremely frustrated after being outwitted by Encrid with words. Indeed, just before parting, Jackson had seen how his commander, suddenly spirited, had taunted them. You said he should stab me, and now you're changing your story? That wasn't a stab. Where did you sell your trust? You boasted about making a name for yourself in the capital's assassination guilds, but it's absurd. No, that was a stab. Shut up! How dare you speak when you didn't even keep your promises? My arm's scar proves everything. That wasn't... how lamentable. You crazy bastard. Just listen. What will you do after you said aye? No matter what the enemy said, you would keep taunting them. And in the end, He threw a dagger in a mock manner, making a decoration of the assassin's head. The fight began immediately. From then on, the assassin had no chance to defend himself. Was it frustrating? It might have been. No matter how much Jackson tried to keep his composure, he still had a knack for provoking his opponents. Even Jackson himself sometimes felt his temper flare, so it was no surprise that they were similarly irritated. "I did stab him, though," Jackson said. "Damn it! Kill him!" With the old man's cry, assassins rushed in from all directions. Jackson already knew the enemy numbered 28. He counted them. It was a habit. Then he vanished. "Ah! Ah!" The long-armed monkey-like assassin, who had been scanning the surroundings with his magical prosthetic eye, shouted in surprise. Thud! A sickening crunch echoed. Jackson had appeared in an alleyway, hidden in the deep shadows. One of the Alliance's executives, who had been hiding there, coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, kneeling. How? Wasn't he invisible to the magical eye? Now that the artifact was gone, how was he caught? Thinking of Encrid, Jackson couldn't help but open his mouth. Hard work, training. The answer suited the question how perfectly. From then on, Jackson repeatedly vanished and reappeared. The second person to die was the female assassin with the distorted voice. She quickly hid within her group, but soon Jackson, disguised as one of her subordinates, appeared next to her and stabbed a stiletto into her stomach. Stab, stab, stab Dottie. With 3 swift thrusts, her insides were torn open. Her lungs and heart were pierced, and no high priest could save her now. Crack dot. It wasn't a scream or a moan. It was a sound that was both her final scream and her dying words. Jackson kept moving. The artifact? He used it because he had it. He hadn't relied on artifacts in the first place. So, the artifact was irrelevant. Today his body felt light. He knew what he had to do and could clearly see where he had to go. Mearns. He had suspected from the start that the Black Lily's member would be a noble. Even if Vike Mearns wasn't the one behind it, he must have been involved in some way. So after killing these assassins, Jackson's next destination was already clear. The palace where Viscount Mearns was. That was what he did. Until no one else dared to approach, he killed them one by one and moved toward the palace. It was when the sun had already passed overhead, casting long shadows. Jackson, turning his gaze toward the setting sun, saw something strange. A person was running across the rooftops, smashing them apart. It was someone he knew. That being said, he acted like he didn't know them. The fight began with Dunbakel. At least, she was more enthusiastic than Ragna, so this was the right way to start. She moved backward and then exited through the open gates. Rupert was already positioning some of his troops outside the castle. If the gates are taken, it's over. The numerical advantage was clear. In that case, holding the line in front would be necessary. With archers and arrows unprepared, and the defenses lacking, the remaining forces had to compensate with their own strength and bodies. Of course, this all hinged on the assumption that the 10 enemies in front could hold out. As long as they can hold on. I didn't expect to kill them all. Rupert's eyes saw Dunbakel moving forward. She scanned the 10 soldiers in front of her and then smiled. Her smile seemed innocent, almost like a country girl who had just arrived in the city. But she wasn't a country girl, nor was her smile innocent. She was simply executing what she'd learned from Encrid. The Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship with a smiling face. Encrid had used it on her several times, and now she adapted it in her own way. That was the amazing thing about talent. She had no hesitation in internalizing and using the technique. Ram had beaten her to improve her overall physical abilities, and the actual technique training was done by Dunbakel herself. That effort paid off. "What's this?" one of the mercenaries muttered, just as the beast person kicked off the ground and leapt. Her quick steps, like those of a leopard, pierced through the ranks of soldiers. In an instant, she closed in, and the soldiers in front stood frozen, unable to move. The curve of her blade struck, and the first soldier's head split open. Whack! Thunk! With a clean strike, the head shattered, and another soldier beside him lunged with a spear. But the movement was too slow. Dunbakel tilted her head just in time, evading the thrust, and with a swift turn of her body, grabbed the spear from the soldier's hands. Ah! The soldier, now disarmed, could only let out a dumbfounded sound. He wasn't dead. Dunbakel dropped the spear to the ground and dashed forward. "Block her!" Only then did the enemy commander shout in response. Two of the soldiers who had been in the front moved. These two were quick, even by the standards of the group. Still, they were barely able to follow Dunbakel as she sprinted forward. "Move out of the way." As she shifted into her beast form, the soldiers quickly cleared a path. Though they weren't entirely disorganized, they were far from elite. The Mearns family army was essentially a hodgepodge of various troops. It was an army with only the most basic command structure. Dunbakel tore through them, stepping on shoulders and heads, swinging her sickle. With that charge, she reached her target, swinging the sickle mercilessly, but not to cut. She turned the handle and struck with the flat of the blade. Boom! Crack! The siege weapons they had prepared, 3 mangonels, were in her sights. One of the frames cracked loudly. Dunbakel knew the advantage lay in the walls. Years of wandering as a mercenary had made her seasoned in such battles. The best way to deal with this threat was to eliminate the most dangerous one first. Thus, after lulling them with her innocent smile, she launched her charge. It was simple but effective. "Did you turn?" Just then, a soldier who had been among the 10 earlier appeared beside her. A man wielding a short spear. He was fast on both his feet and with his hands. Dunbakel deflected the spear with her sickle, then stamped her left foot into the ground with a powerful stomp, twisting her body around and preparing to strike. The soldier, who had planned to close the distance, suddenly pulled back. Another soldier behind him followed her every move, trying to catch up. "Let's finish this," Dunbakel said, and then she leapt to the other side. It was a sudden and unexpected movement, a total reversal. This, of course, was something she learned from Encrid, the Valen-style mercenary swordsmanship acting in the opposite direction. It was a feint that completely broke the enemy's expectations. The advantage she gained from this, to make achieving her goal easier. She wasn't fighting these two. She needed to destroy the mangonels first. The 2 pursuing mercenaries suddenly tripped over their feet. What was that? The quick-witted beast person used every trick in the book. Compared to Encrid or M, deceiving these 2 was child's play, and Dunbakel reveled in it. She was even a bit excited. It had been a long time since she'd fought someone weaker than herself. As Dunbakel wreaked havoc, the enemy soon launched their counterattack. "Kill them all!" the man in the horned helmet shouted. His name was Jan, an elite warrior from the east. And before him, a blond man approached, walking leisurely. Even as the enemy forces advanced, he seemed unconcerned. Arrows flew overhead, but they didn't faze him. Ragnar, with his thick sword resting on his shoulder, spoke. "Come at me all at once. This is getting annoying. You." Jan, the horned warrior, didn't get excited or rush in. Instead, he drew his glaive. The blade shimmered a bluish hue, crafted from Valerizan steel. Ragnar eyed it, wondering if he should take it and melt it down. "Together," Jan said. Some people frowned at the remark, but no one spoke up. The man clearly looked formidable. "Time is on our side. We'll take our time and break you," Jan said. And as he spoke, one of his mercenaries swung a chain overhead, hurling it forward. The weighted ball at the end of the chain hurtled towards Ragnar's head. Whack! Ragnar, having already lowered his sword, knocked the chain away. The heavy iron ball at the end had more than enough force to crush a man's skull. Crush them. Battle, conflict, blood, bloodshed. Jan loved that kind of thing, and he was rushing forward, eager to witness it. As he did, he thrust his glaive down with incredible speed. Whoosh! The glaive was deflected, and just beside him, a soldier from his side thrust a spear. The spear, twisting and turning with unpredictable motions, came at Ragnar. Ragnar's sword knocked away the glaive and struck the spear. Whack! The spear bounced off, but that wasn't the end. The next attack came immediately. Another spear, this time coming straight at Ragnar with force. Ragnar, with his heavy sword, deflected it once more. Clang! After the clash, Jan seemed to have a better understanding of his opponent's abilities. He was a monster. And Ragnar? He was simply following orders to defend, but he had little enthusiasm for it, so he fought casually. Why the lack of enthusiasm? He didn't even think about it. It was routine. If he decided to kill, everyone would die. But that would require a more adventurous approach, and he might end up with a small wound. Was that necessary? No. Ion, a genius who had lost their purpose, would still act lazily in the middle of a fight. It was likely that his recent surge of energy had worn him down, and now he was simply uninterested. Chapter 387. Everyone has their own hell. For what purpose? Andrew stood in front of the castle gate with 5 trainees. In front of them he saw a man wielding a sword and a tall figure holding a mace, trailing behind. For the kingdom? It felt strange, to say the least. Andrew thought about why he was here and what made him risk his life. He hadn't come here solely to fight. Why? Was it for the kingdom? No. While he could say that on the surface, deep down, his loyalty wasn't purely to that. More importantly, there was something he had observed while guarding the country of Norilia. Dr. Falun. Detta enkla neptar bort vet frein magen open. Is this kingdom worth dedicating my life to? He wasn't sure for the future, but at least not right now. He had sided with Krang because there was no other choice. Yet, here he was. Stop! Don't back down! The shout of Squire Rupert echoed. He had become the commander of the gate. The man, the captain of the guards or whatever he was nervously watching from the side, quickly grabbing his bow to shoot. From what Andrew could hear, it seemed he hadn't risen through merit, but rather through political maneuvering. The ones who knew how to fight were the guard captains, but even they weren't in a position to act from the top of the gate. In other words, there was no one else to stop the people advancing toward the castle gate. Andrew glanced at both the front and back before continuing his march. His thoughts from earlier continued to echo in his mind. There were things that couldn't be avoided if the conclusion wasn't reached. One thing about why he was here was clear. The family. Was it enough to just seek noble status? Was it enough to just have a family? Did he need only the Gardner name? The name didn't matter. That wasn't important at all. Andrew tightened his grip on his sword and adjusted his stance. A straight sword represented his resolve, his dream, his heart. Who had he learned this from? The captain. Andrew had learned by watching Encrid's life, his daily routine, his training, and the time he spent. It wasn't just about learning technique. It wasn't just about rolling his body through practice. From Encrid, Andrew had learned how to dream. What kind of family will I create? What kind of person will I be? He spoke aloud as he completed his thought. He would raise a proper family under a rightful royal house. He didn't seek power. He sought the right path. And that was why he was here. Unknowingly, Andrew smiled. He didn't realize it, but his smile resembled Encrid's in some way. It was the smile of one chasing a dream. In Andrew's eyes he saw the 5 trainees controlling their breathing from the side. Woo, woo! The largest of them, exhaled the loudest. It wasn't that they lacked combat experience, but the approaching enemy exuded a clear murderous intent, something they hadn't encountered before. A few soldiers stood in the way of the advancing swordsman. There was no time to stop them. Like Andrew, they had likely chosen to stand here of their own will. The soldiers spoke as they charged. The swordsman's arm moved. The blade reflected the light as it slashed and thrust. Whoosh, flick, swish! The sword was so sharp that the soldier was sliced cleanly with every strike. Ah! Ah! A soldier screamed as his fingers were severed, and he fell to the side. To the soldiers defending the castle gate, this was an opponent they couldn't stop. Woo! Andrew took a deep breath and stepped forward. Lord Andrew, don't die like a dog. Fall back. There were two opponents. One was the swordsman in front, and the other was the man wielding a heavy-looking mace in the back. Andrew's eyes scanned the face of his opponent. As he approached, he spoke. He had learned from Encrid that his training wasn't just about dreaming. It was about making an impact. Hey, you with the bird eyes, come here. The words came out effortlessly. The man, who had been about to leap forward, turned his head to look at Andrew. He only turned his head so his movements looked stiff, like a puppet. The nickname Bird-Eyed fit perfectly. His eyes were small and round, as if a needle had punctured them. Mocking his appearance wasn't a challenge here. This was a battlefield. If necessary, one could insult not just their appearance, but even their parents. As I learned, Andrew gathered his resolve. In any situation, one must do their best. That's how Encrid had lived. Whether provoking or fighting, he had done it in that way. And that's what he had taught Andrew. Andrew followed that path. Hey, can you see as well as a bird? The insults continued. Andrew's attire was that of a noble. He wore armor engraved with the Gardner family crest, holding a shield and sword, even wearing a visor helmet. His words didn't fit his appearance. The swordsman, a member of the Murrens family, had never been insulted like this before. His sword was the pride of his family, and being treated with respect was a given. He raised his sword. I won't make it quick. Anger spurred him to speak. Hey, can you even see? The unexpected words struck back. The swordsman from the Murrens family, filled with rage, stepped forward and swung his sword with full force. As he stepped, his sword came down with a mighty strike. Andrew raised his shield to block. The clash made a loud noise as the blade dug into the shield, but Andrew sidestepped and disrupted the strike, then stabbed his sword into the opening. The swordsman staggered back, shouting, "Brick!" At the swordsman's cry, the mace-wielding man approached with heavy steps. He looked like someone who might have stolen the blood of a giant. Is your mother a giant? Andrew's words cut straight for the weak spot, his tongue as sharp as his sword. Bastard. The man with the mace gritted his teeth, veins bulging. Or is it your father? This time it wasn't Andrew who spoke. One of the trainees, a freckled woman, added her words. As she spoke, she showed what she had learned, causing the man with the mace to turn his gaze to the side. We'll take care of this. The 5 trainees spoke in unison. Andrew nodded. He, along with the 5 trainees, had survived the hellish trials of Remen and conquered the demonic challenges of Encrid to make it here. No matter who came, they would be a better match than the 2 of them. Die, blind bastard. Andrew finally threw out the provocation. Fucking bastard. The opponent, already enraged, drove his sword into the shoulder guard. The combination of leather and metal that covered the shoulder fell apart, and blood spurted out. I'll cut your tongue off first. Despite this, the opponent was still furious. Ignoring the wound, he showed his anger. Andrew nodded in response. Where are you looking when you speak? Look me in the eye when you speak to me. Ah, were you looking at my eyes? Sorry, I didn't know since your eyeballs aren't visible. It was only after drawing a dragon and piercing the eyes that the picture was complete. Andrew did this. With words, he attacked the eyes of his opponent, stripping away their reason. The opponent, losing his rationality, charged again. Squire Upward watched the battlefield and thought, something's wrong. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming. They were threatening. Moreover, the 10 people in front were something else entirely. Each one exuded a murderous aura. Among them, 3 seemed to be above him in rank. Even so, he still had a moment to breathe. Is really all they have? There didn't seem to be any reinforcements. While their mangonels and weapons were menacing, they had been destroyed earlier. But they've broken them. Rupert continued to think. He had seen Encrid and was now considering walking the same path. Why was he on this path? To accumulate wealth and rise in status? He had just ignored, gone against the orders from above. Even if this ended well, he'd be at least reprimanded or worse, imprisoned if things went wrong. Still, he was here. I'm a knight. Squire Rupert wanted to fulfill his duty. He had hidden words deep in his heart. For the glory of the royal family and the kingdom. He had grown up watching his seniors and wanted to protect his honor. Then what was Rupert's hell? The royal family disappearing. His thoughts intertwined with his actions, purpose and heart, and connected with the current situation to give him an answer. Suddenly, a cold sweat ran down his back. What did the enemy want? What did the one who started this conflict desire? His mind was racing like never before. His ear, which had previously bent toward his opponent's words, now focused inward, listening to his own thoughts. The enemy's strength became clear. Of course, it would have been tough without Ragnar and Dunbakel. They were a significant threat. But he also thought, it's just a challenge. If we hold out at the city gates, we can survive. It would be difficult, but it was possible. So, what was the conclusion? The person who sent him to Encrid was not the constable. The moment his face appeared in his mind, the thought hit him. What if he was on the opposite side? The palace is in danger, Rupert shouted as he struck the wall with his fist. Below, Jan, wearing his horned helmet, heard the shout. The warrior from the eastern regions, Jan, loved combat. To be precise, he enjoyed using all kinds of tricks to topple and kill his opponents. If Malin from Border Guard had his joy in defeating weaker enemies, Jan relished the struggle and death of stronger opponents. He would even take hostages to induce the enemy's mistakes. He would do anything to create an opening. It was a malicious desire. Do you know anyone in the palace? Jan asked with a serious face. Though he appeared as if he only fought righteous battles, his heart was the opposite. He touched the wide scar on his cheek. It ran from his cheekbone to his chin. This scar was from the day my wife died. It was a lie. But who would know the difference? If he could twist the enemy's mind, he would do anything. It wasn't even half a day, just enough time for a candle to burn down, Jan said, showing the distance between his thumb and index finger. It was less than a finger's length. Well, not quite an instant, but it was a brief delay. I'll ask again. Do you know anyone in the palace? If you do, I'll send you there. Go. Jan had recognized something. The man in front of him was at least a junior knight. He didn't know where he came from. Since the main force of the knights wouldn't normally come to the city gates, he clearly wasn't from the knights. Jan gestured, and one of his mercenaries beside him lowered his large shield, making a heavy thud. They had fought together for years. Inside that shield was a net made from monster scales and tendons. As soon as the man before him turned around, the net would be thrown. Come on, turn around. Jan acted like an honorable warrior, but Ragnar didn't hear a word from his opponent. What's at the palace? Instead, Ragnar asked Squire Rupert on the wall, who could not explain in detail, and simply repeated the same words. We have to return to protect the palace. Danger. Threat. Everyone has their own hell. Ragnar had found the reason he lacked motivation. It didn't matter to him whether the people here lived or died. That's why. It was like walking with no destination. Without a destination, there was no need to look back at the path he had walked or find the direction he needed to go. No attachment. Thus, no motivation. There was no reason for him to be here. He felt like he was wearing a mismatched suit. He felt like he was forcing himself to eat food he didn't want to taste. He had just realized that now. The threat to the palace, which soon turned into the danger to Encrid, made him think of it. Ragnar found the place he needed. If Encrid were to die because of this, back to the past, it would be a life with no motivation. He didn't want to go back. He had learned how to move forward and saw the way ahead. Therefore, he didn't want the tool he needed to die. In other words, the commander must not die yet. But he wouldn't disobey his command. Encrid's order was to protect the gates. So he would protect and move on. A shortcut. Ragnar thought of the fast way forward. As he stood there, in a daze, one of Jan's mercenaries, who was positioned behind him, pulled back his shortbow. He was a man who enjoyed close combat with his shortbow, sometimes using poisoned arrows. He pulled the string back. Whack! An arrow pierced Ragnar's back. Or rather, it didn't. It passed through his afterimage. Ragnar bent his body forward. The arrow passed through where his chest had been and embedded itself in the ground. Ragnar momentarily drew the sword he had kept sheathed. Sling. As the sound of friction echoed, Jan realized something was off and swung his glaive. It was useless. Earlier, Ragnar had shown none of his ability due to his lack of motivation. Now, it was different. To the palace. A traveler with a destination walked with purpose. Ragnar's sword moved with the same intent. What is this? The ferryman could only watch, not intervene. In other words, he could see repetitive events. In a way, it was like seeing a part of the future. For this reason, he did not find enjoyment in watching. Knowing what would happen robbed him of the opportunity to experience joy. That's why these unpredictable moments were a welcome change. At first, he was bewildered. But slowly, an emotion he had long forgotten began to awaken. The joy of seeing the unknown. The ferryman, on the boat drifting on the river of the spiritual world, savored the euphoria he had once felt. It was unpredictable. The future was unclear. Had this always been such a delightful thing? Today was different. The repetitive today he had seen was changing in an unexpected direction. The ferryman, being just a watcher, did not overthink it. He simply enjoyed the moment. In the spiritual world, he mentally smiled and laughed aloud, wanting to feel the great waves of joy. It was the kind of pleasure he had longed for. Chapter 388. The sky is not fair, Quora? The net falls over his head. Ragnar lightly swung his sword vertically. It wasn't particularly fast or slow, but suddenly the blade narrowed and seemed to transform into a line, which swiftly cut through the net. What the? The comrade who threw the net shouts. Jan realized something was wrong, but there was no time to speak. He stretched his left hand forward, gripping the glaive near its blade, and quickly thrust, swung, and slashed. Thud! Clang! The sword that cut through the net had already dropped from above, so Jan had to block it. Even though he laid the glaive blade flat to deflect, the sword relentlessly followed and tried to cut through the spear. Jan pulled the glaive back, blocked again, and pushed the blade upward with force. After 3 quick motions, his arms went numb. My hands are numb. 7 Gingerna starkara en Viagra. Finns pien apoteket I fallion. Open Jan too was an exceptional warrior. He knew how to wield will. Will, meaning willpower, couldn't be instinctively used, but he could control it through technique. What a squire could do, he could do as well. He could. But after just one clash, he felt the difference in strength. He could never win. It felt hopeless. It was like being trapped in a coffin with his limbs bound and squeezed. That monster bastard? When they first fought, it was like playing around. But after putting the sword back into its scabbard and drawing it again, the man became someone else. The man quickly jumped backward with the same speed he approached, swinging his sword horizontally. It was fast but heavy. It was too late to dodge. The mercenary who threw the spear raised a round shield. That alone deserved praise, as he at least attempted to block. Crack! Thud! Ragnar's sword struck both the shield and the man. The man, having jumped backward to swing his sword, now curved his trajectory sideways. Jan's gaze belatedly followed him. He saw the comrade who had thrown the net have his neck severed, blood spurting out in a spray. The opponent didn't stop. After dodging a spear aimed at his back, he casually swung his sword again, as if his muscles had no fatigue. Gurk! One of the spear users who had been showing off was struck in the throat by a long line. Blood erupted, and a gaping hole appeared in his throat. Jan, at last, pushed his numb arms aside. He saw a sword falling from above his head. He also saw the opponent's face. It wasn't one of panic or exertion, just an indifferent, almost bored expression, as if doing something routine. Ah! Jan's will activated. He transferred his willpower through the glaive's blade. The technique was called knock away. It was a technique that could make an opponent's weapon fly from their hands with a powerful deflection, infused with will. Against this, Ragnar showed his will of cleaving. The will of venda, meaning knock away, passed through the will of cut and carried it away. Ragnar's body brushed past Jan. Jan stopped dead in his tracks. Soon, a diagonal line appeared on Jan's head, with blood slowly dripping from between the cuts. Crack. Donk. His skull was split along the line, from above his right eyebrow to below his left cheekbone. Fortunately, his mouth was untouched. Jan, dying, opened his mouth. Ud! It was just the sound of his teeth meeting meaningless words. Even if it had some meaning, the man before him wouldn't have heard it. Ragnar, having swiftly killed 6, turned around. His pace was quick, though he didn't seem rushed. As he entered the gates of the city, he saw Andrew and 5 trainees finishing off enemies, panting. One of the enemies wielding a mace was lying, 2 swords embedded in his belly, with his ankle twisted backward. Beside him, another enemy had a sword stuck in his heart, while still holding his own. Ragnar glanced at them and passed by. Far away, Dunbakel was still fighting, but those opponents wouldn't die easily. Taking care of oneself was the greatest skill, wasn't it? Of course, Ragnar wasn't moving out of any calculation or strategy. He was simply looking for the drive. He was heading toward where he should be. Without hesitation, he walked straight into the gates and climbed the city walls. Soon the battlefield that began where Ragnar had been was calming, as the enemy soldiers stopped moving after seeing the figures of their own men halt. As the strange standoff took place, Ragnar stood atop the city walls. "Is there danger at the palace?" Squire Rupert, trying to calm himself, had his mouth agape once again after watching Ragnar's battle, as if he had just sealed it shut. Yes, well. Rupert's thoughts had slightly changed during that time. Of course, it was natural. He had always been someone easily swayed by others' opinions. Despite his talents, it was a matter of his personality. Therefore, his words came out like this. It might not be, or it might be wrong. To Ragnar, those words sounded like it might be true, or it might be. I'm going ahead. That was enough. Where are you going? For a brief moment, Rupert realized just how terrible Ragnar was at finding his way. He was so bad at it that if left alone in the city, no one could guess where he would go. To the palace? On your own? I know a shortcut. Ragnar understood Rupert's words. Could Encrid be in danger? Maybe. Perhaps there's no danger at all. It could be the opposite. So, he would just go and see for himself. The threatening enemies outside the gates were now mere ghouls, missing limbs. So, it was fine to leave. Dunbakel and Andrew would handle things well on their own. That was why he was going alone. Even if some unexpected danger came, those two could block it. What? Roper didn't know what was right, but he understood that he couldn't stop the man in front of him from leaving. It was a clear and definite expression of will. "I'm leaving," Ragnar said, then turned away. Had Andrew been here, he would have slapped his forehead and shook his head. Wasn't this man absolutely the worst at finding his way? But Andrew was below the gates, taking deep breaths, reflecting on Ragnar's shocking fight. It was a shocking battle. So, there was no one to stop him. Ragnar turned around and focused his gaze on the palace. The city was large, as it was home to many people, so the palace was only faintly visible. Even on horseback, it would take a while to get there. Of course, it wasn't a journey that would take half a day, but it wasn't exactly close either. Moreover, the roads weren't smooth or easy to navigate. The road leading to the palace was built along the outer walls of the city, so it wasn't a simple straight line. If you didn't know the way, it would be hard to move forward. To Ragnar, it was almost like a maze. Yet, he could still see the palace. So, he truly knew a shortcut. No matter how you looked at it, Ragnar was someone who wouldn't fail to run straight at something faintly visible. He jumped onto a roof and ran across the city's top, keeping the palace in sight. He saw Jackson running in a similar direction. He briefly spotted a barbarian, drenched in fatigue, returning from his mission. Lastly, he saw a panther running across the rooftops far away. It was just a glance. Ragnar ignored everything and kept running. He had a tendency to get lost easily, so he was used to walking and running, and he used all his skills to run fast. Bang! Thud! Crack! The ceiling shattered beneath him as he crashed through it. He didn't care about the circumstances, running without a second thought. Ah! Was that a lightning strike? Ah! What's going on? Ignoring whatever was in his way, whether it broke or not, Ragnar kept running. Some citizens who were below were startled and shouted. Part of the eaves and roof collapsed and fell below. Ragnar kept running. The path he took was indeed the shortcut. He passed through the city, ignoring a few soldiers who had fallen, possibly needing to protect the palace. "Hey!" Someone shouted at Ragnar as he ran past, but he ignored it. He had no time for distractions. His goal was clear. Ragnar wasn't a hunter, nor did he possess the skill to track by scent or trace blood. But the instinct of one wielding a sword was sharper than anyone else's, clearer than the sharpest blade. The presence of a dangerous force, murderous intent, and overwhelming strength was felt in the air. Ragnar moved according to his instincts. It was almost automatic to head straight for the source of the commotion. The place where the noise came from, where things were intense, the location was too obvious. Ragnar ran towards it, turning his back to the sinking sunlight. The glow of the setting sun bathed his back as he leaped upwards. Through a broken window and half-destroyed frame, Ragnar saw Encrid, and the figure blocking his way. Ragnar propelled himself over the roof and trees, leaping with precision. The window had already been carefully shattered, the glass pieces cleared. Ragnar threw himself through the broken window. Thunk! His sword caught on the frame. It was long and thick. Ignoring it, he yanked it free. Bang! The frame shattered as wooden pieces scattered around. Ragnar drew his sword and moved forward. He gathered his strength and drove his sword downwards in a vertical strike. It was a tremendous blow, an unpredictable attack. Despite that, his opponent forced a gap through the strike and thrust his own sword. It was a blade that disrupted the flow. Ragnar pulled his sword back downward. He adhered to the weight and speed of his sword. He increased the speed. If the man in front of him thrust, Ragnar knew he would be impaled, but his opponent would be split in two vertically. Whoosh! Ragnar's descending sword sliced through the air and halted. His opponent had pulled back his thrust and retreated. Who? The retreating man held his sword at an angle, gripping it with both hands. Ragnar said nothing in reply. There was no need for words. The leader had nearly died, killing or striking until just before death came first. Everyone had their own hell, and Ragnar's was a life wandering, lost. A kind of boredom built up in his heart, one that no one could touch. In that wandering, there was a person who had been a signpost for him, and there was someone who tried to kill that person. Words were unnecessary. He stepped forward, raising his sword. The greatsword's specialty was its heavy strikes, requiring precise preparation beforehand. On the other hand, quick swords didn't rely on preparation, but rather on striking faster than the opponent could react. That's why thrusting was a symbol of a swift sword. But Ragnar blended both features. How was that possible? He minimized his preliminary movements, and the rest came naturally. It's just a matter of doing it. He had told Encrid the same when teaching him. There was nothing else to say. Once one sets their mind to it, it becomes possible. It was a talent. The words "just do it" had come from that. His sword skimmed the wall. FSK. Stones shattered and fragments flew. Before the stone shards hit the ground, the blade that had skimmed the wall was already inches away from his opponent's face. The opponent judged he couldn't block it. Would he dare to interrupt the flow here? Impossible. Though he had remained a squire all his life, the man was a remarkable talent among the shadowy order. His skill was genuine, and that was why he had come this far. He could do 3 moves by seeing 1, and he had exceeded 10 by seeing 3. Still, he had always been second among the squires. The squire had struck multiple times with his sword. He increased the number of swings to disrupt the momentum of Ragnar's powerful blow. As the rhythm broke, his momentum faltered. Eventually, the opponent parried Ragnar's strike and pushed him back. Thud! A metallic clang rang between them. Great sword. The heavy sword should be able to continue attacking by building momentum. He couldn't do that, so he was pushed back. It was a sign that he was in the weaker position. Ragnar was surprised by the sudden aggression, but the situation hadn't changed. My talent is superior. His thoughts shifted quickly. Only after exchanging 10 blows did he realize the truth. What are you doing? The man spoke. Ragnar still didn't respond. Instead, he analyzed his opponent's sword. It was quite a good technique. With the eyes of a genius filled with new enthusiasm, his swordsmanship was being torn apart. Unbelievable. The squire denied it. Surely no knight would be able to do this. Just because you can't understand it doesn't mean you should dismiss it. Otherwise there will be no next time. Why had the words of the knight who had taught him come back to him at this moment? He swung his sword through the sunset light, showcasing his ultimate technique. He used will. It was a mysterious power based on his will. It was more than just interrupting the flow. It shattered the limits of his arms, legs, and reaction speed in an instant. All his techniques became faster and stronger, accelerating as the power built up. He stabbed, slashed, and twisted his sword, attacking from outside his opponent's line of sight. Ragnar parried the thrusting sword, deflected the slashing one, and with a rapid increase in speed, he countered the blow, breaking the flow entirely. His sword didn't stop there. He wielded his large sword like a thin branch, striking and withdrawing with ease. To increase his speed, Ragnar had to extend his legs, but his sword passed through that position. He was supposed to lift his sword from below to push his opponent back, but the opponent's sword thrust forward first. The force wasn't great, but once again the flow was disrupted. Ragnar pushed the opponent back after breaking the momentum. So this is how it's done. Ragnar spoke. You Why had the man who had lived believing in his talent come this far? Was it just for power? No. Blood vessels popped in his eyes. There had been someone above him in the Knight Order. He could accept that if it were a knight. But they were both squires. He had always won when they fought at first. 100 fights, 100 victories. That should have been the case even after 1,000 battles, but it wasn't. The man had slowly, step by step, climbed up. Eventually, after 10 battles, he started losing once in a while, and it became harder to win even 5 times out of 10. Why? He shouted in frustration. Why had this man been placed before him? The heavens were unfair. The goddess of luck was biased. He had reached the limits of his talent, but why did the other man? Ragnar's sword and the squire's sword clashed. One sword cleaved through the neck, while the other stabbed empty air. That was all. Chapter 389. Who was before the Queen? The day that always ended before sunset had changed. The proof of the change was Ragnar turning his body. As Ragnar lowered his sword and took a deep breath, the knight, who had looked like a grim reaper, collapsed in a heap behind him. Blood poured out from the severed edge. More fresh blood flowed into the already crimson-stained carpet. How? Encrid's mouth opened. Though not to the level of a full shock, he was certainly surprised. He was genuinely curious. That's why he asked. Was he asking how Ragnar got here? Krang, who had been watching, also thought the same. It was a timely intervention. In truth, it was the result of the twisted, repeated day. But Krang couldn't have known that. While Ragnar silently wiped the blood off his sword, Encrid clearly asked why he was surprised. Bli ave med mag, och anfeit pion kvalmet det her nepet. Open, how did you find the way? How could he not be surprised? Ragnar came here alone. It wasn't as if someone had secretly followed him, so he must have come from the castle gates. If the goddess of luck hadn't held his hand and guided him personally, what happened wouldn't have been possible. Ragnar puffed out his chest as he answered Encrid's question. It felt as though he had come all this way, just for this moment. I know a shortcut. Luck? Encrid asked a veiled question. Was he asking if it was just luck that brought him here? Ragnar also gave a veiled response. Skill. Dartsviewn. It meant that the talent for finding shortcuts was innate. Krang blinked in confusion. What the hell are these guys talking about? It was an incomprehensible conversation. Wasn't it a conversation between crazy people? Well, it wasn't like he could say anything about it. Krang sat down with a thud. It wasn't something someone who wanted to become the king of a country should be saying, but it didn't lessen Krang's dignity by saying it. He was that kind of person. Why should his dignity be diminished for being happy to have survived as a human? If someone had asked, he would have answered like this. After a brief exchange with Ragnar, Encrid awkwardly reset his twisted right wrist with his left hand. Yet his gaze still remained fixed on Ragnar. His eyes were different from when he had thrown a joke earlier. Let's say the pathfinding part was one thing. What about the next step? Ragnar shoved aside a man who Encrid himself couldn't deal with and adjusted his head. He had watched the entire fight. Anyone who had seen Ragnar's fight and his sword could have figured it out. Though he wasn't yet a knight, Ragnar would become one. It was that kind of talent. Some of that talent had leaked out and shown itself. Matthew also widened his eyes, breathing heavily. That was the level of shock. Encrid's mouth opened. Thank you. Though the words were of gratitude, his tone conveyed something other than mere thankfulness. Krang's ears perked up, and his head turned. Normally, Encrid wouldn't easily show emotion, but now it seemed almost too much to bear. Krang looked at Encrid and shouted, "Call the healer! Bring a healer!" Both of his guards were badly injured. Taking care of them was urgent. Whether it was his strong sense of duty or loyalty, at once both the servant and the maid appeared. Yes, yes, my lord. Somehow, they hadn't died or been injured too badly. Actually, this was normal. If the intentions of the dead knight had been properly carried out, these people would have taken care of the deceased craze. Of course, they had no reason to kill the servants and maid unless they were a mad serial killer. The man who died had been a member of the order, and Craze knew that, which was why he called for people. "Call the healer," Krang said while sitting down, his gaze never leaving Encrid. "You almost died." Ragnar spoke up. It was, of course, that Encrid almost died. Perhaps feeling the emotion behind the gratitude was Ragnar admonishing the person who he saved. Was it right to put that emotion in a simple thank you? It seemed there was an undertone of that too. Krang had the ability to read the hidden meanings behind people's words. It could be called insight. Still, Encrid's gaze didn't change. Encrid dreamed of being a knight. Even if he tried to block it with all his might, he couldn't. Not alone, but with the help of Krang's guard, Matthew, and other spearmen. It was still like this. He lost. It was defeat. A normal person might have tasted despair and hopelessness. Even if they didn't feel it, seeing Ragnar would make them think otherwise. If you didn't feel jealous, you weren't human. Could you truly be human without being consumed by jealousy? That's how Krang thought. And looking at Encrid, he thought, "That's not a human. If I heal, let's have a match." Encrid lifted his right wrist as he spoke. The emotion visible in his blazing eyes wasn't jealousy. It was pure exhilaration, joy, and a sense of competition. Seeing that, Ragnar scolded him. "If you almost died and lived, you should know how to show some restraint." It wasn't something Ragnar should have said. But this time, Encrid definitely went too far. Encrid nodded, aware of it. "Krang," he called out to him. Krang thought for a moment and was about to move. His mind was already full of plans for the future. In Krang's eyes, he saw his own preparations. The travels across the continent weren't just for escaping. It was part of the outcome. "It's late." A short-haired man spoke as he approached. Ragnar immediately realized this was no ordinary opponent upon seeing the man walking swiftly down the hall. "Sir Ingius," Krang called him. Encrid recognized his affiliation. With a chest plate covering his torso, 2 swords at his side, and the emblem of the sun's sword, it was clear which faction he belonged to. "I am Ingius of the Order." His voice sounded youthful. His face also appeared youthful. He was probably no older than 20. The real Ingius was just 28. The youthful appearance was a complex of his. Also, he was the most talented genius in the Red Cloak Order. During his time wandering and fleeing, Krang had encountered a junior knight who was stationed in the southern border region near the Magic Territory. Sir Sifrus. Seeing the junior knight with a unit name, he had talked with him. Later, Krang had witnessed the southern battles. On that occasion, Krang had almost lost his head 4 times. Thanks to that, Krang had seen the dangers they possessed. "I won't rise to the throne using the knight's power." Krang had seen the future. He had envisioned the future of the palace. That's why he knew the palace couldn't bring out unconventional forces like knights. Would they need to cut off flesh to gain the throne? "You keep your honor. I'll take care of my work." He wouldn't do it. He would make a foolish and ignorant choice. Krang had done that. Perhaps it was because of that. He had made one promise, and now he was able to see Ingius here. If he could hold out for half a day, Ingius would appear and be ready to provide a solution. "I've come with 8 squires," Ingius said. And it was true. The others were clearing up in front of the castle gates, while Ingius had rushed over here. His gaze turned to the junior knight that Ragnar had slain. "Sir Filton, Ilchadun, Taulisun." There was a trace of regret in his voice. But he didn't blame Ragnar or anyone else. He simply looked at the dead knight for a moment with a sad expression. Everything was his own choice. He knew well that Filton had harbored envy toward him. But that didn't mean he wanted this outcome. He had become a traitor and taken sides against them. Whether right or wrong, it was the path he had chosen. Therefore, it was only right that he should bear the consequences. There was a feeling of gratitude inside him. If Filton had been alive, he would have had to kill him with his own hands. Ingus soon raised his head and spoke. "We must go to the Queen, Your Majesty." Master Cypher's orders had been twofold. Ingus was to ensure Krang's safety, but if any dangerous threats arose in the palace, he was to neutralize them. "I was already planning on going." Krang agreed. Was the blade he had prepared the only one for the southern night? If he changed his mind, it would be over. But had he really staked everything on a single decision? Of course, it wasn't just about that. But nothing had arrived. That meant the problem had occurred elsewhere. The group moved toward one destination. Their target was the Queen's Grand Hall. Is this the tax collector? Upon arriving at the palace, Jackson reached his final destination. This was the place he had been looking for. Jackson had been tracking the person behind the Assassination Guild's contract. At first he had believed it to be Viscount Mearns. After all, it was someone who had profited using the Black Blade, a notorious band of thieves. After finding several pieces of evidence and continuing his investigation, he discovered that there was another person involved. By eliminating the entire Assassination Guild, he had learned a lot. From that he could discern who the leader of the Black Blade was and who the client was. He hadn't discovered it all alone. The external pressure had helped lead to these findings. Specifically, it was thanks to Krang's actions. What Krang had done was to physically separate the nobles' factions. So, I couldn't have done it without the captain's help. The Black Blade had been torn apart, and its secrets were revealed. Had Krang not exerted pressure, the Assassination Guild wouldn't have united, nor would they have put out a contract. In fact, they might not have intervened at all. Failed then? The question returned as a question. A large man, his back against the wide window, stood there. His imposing presence filled the room. Jackson nodded in response to his question. Not even close. Why? Difference in skill. How kind. I do have a question of my own, though. Would you answer it honestly, of course? He was a man who started as a merchant and climbed to the position of tax collector, a bureaucrat in charge of collecting royal taxes. To get there, he might have sold his soul to a devil. Was it the Black Lily? The large tax collector grinned, a twisted expression that couldn't be called a smile. Shit. I should have killed them all and burned them when I had the chance. At the mention of the burning mansion, Jackson recalled the scene. He had come to the right place. Jackson drew his sword. The heir of the Benchino family has returned. The tax collector, who had never once removed his hand from beneath the sturdy, expensive ebony table, finally did so. In his hand were 2 crossbows. Modified crossbows. With the triggers already set, bolts were loaded and ready to fire at a moment's notice. Do you think you could dodge this in a small room? I will come forth in the name of one who lost their family, a child who has lost their parents. Stop talking and come at me. The Black Blade's actions were crude and disorganized, but Jackson didn't blame his opponent. He only hoped for one thing. Please, don't beg for mercy. He was serious. Shut up. The tax collector shot the first bolt with his left hand. With a snap, the bolt flew through the air, its tip coated with poison designed to kill with the slightest touch. Jackson, hiding in the shadows, didn't try to surprise his opponent, but wanted to show himself clearly. With a swing of his sword, he deflected the bolt. This was nothing particularly difficult. With a snap, the bolt snapped in half and ricocheted off the wall and floor. Meanwhile, the second bolt was fired. A timed attack. Jackson drew his sword and struck the second bolt as well. With a snap, the second bolt shattered, grazing his face. He didn't want to dodge, so he didn't. A shallow wound appeared on his cheek. A sharp pain surged. It was poison. "Nee. It's done," the tax collector shouted. His voice was surprisingly light for his large size. This didn't sit well with Jackson. He didn't expect his target to be some great hero. But this was something else entirely. He was just a filthy human. Do you think your family deserved to burn? Do you believe they had a reason for it? Jackson recalled his teacher's words. The words were true. It was always the great ones who had a great reason for their actions. A demon's altar, the resurrection of an evil god. At least something like that. Or perhaps a grand noble who controlled the country. It should have been that way. No, there was a reason. Humans could kill for even the smallest of desires. A mistake, perhaps. But it could be fixed. Hadn't Encrid shown him what to do when one walked the wrong path? Just turn back. Start again. And if that doesn't work, try again. If the mistakes continue, it's fine. Keep going. Start again. Do it until it works. Encrid had taken up his sword and chased his dream of becoming a knight. Was that dream foolish? Ridiculous? Worthy of mockery? Not at all. Through repetition, persistence, and never giving up, Encrid had built his own path and walked it. That was how it worked. That's all there was to it. Jackson wouldn't be disappointed by his opponent's filth. 10 breaths. He revealed the poison's nature. Was it really Georg's dagger? The tax collector said, his voice now mixed with tension and confusion, as he grabbed something from under the table and tossed it down. Bang! Smoke billowed up. It was a smoke grenade. Saxon felt a tremor in his ears, and his vision was obscured by the smoke. Still, there was no problem. He'd seen through things like this hundreds of times before. By instinct, sensation, the tremor of air, Jackson pinpointed his opponent's location. The man was trying to flee through the window. Saxon quickly approached, grabbed him by the neck and tossed him back. The man swung his hand, holding a hook-shaped weapon. Jackson, grabbing him with his left hand and tossing him, drew a stiletto with his right. He blocked and deflected the opponent's attack, then walked over to the man he had thrown. He didn't scream or groan. He whispered something in the smoke. Of course, it wasn't anything that concerned Jackson. Spare me, and I'll give you treasures beyond your wildest dreams. I know the secret vault of the Black Blade. I know the secret vault of the greatest assassination guild on the continent. The Black Blade's vault? Hardly. The implication of his words made the tax collector sweat. Jackson opened the door. The bodies of those who had tried to stop him greeted him. They were his work, the ones who had obstructed him on his way here. There were bodyguards and assassins alike. The Black Blade's leader must have prepared them for him. Not everyone was dead, though. There were still servants or maids who hadn't attacked and didn't need to be harmed. Jackson waited for the smoke to dissipate, then turned his head. He saw the tax collector, still holding a curved dagger hidden under his thigh. Jackson took his longsword and easily pressed it into the tax collector's thigh, disabling his intent. Thrust, the sword tip embedded in his thigh. Ah! The scream echoed as the sword was pulled out and stabbed into his other arms and legs, cutting tendons and disarming him. Jackson tossed the weapons aside and tied the wounds with a large cloth. Crazy bastard! The tax collector yelled in a voice filled with rage. I've heard that one before. It's not endearing. Jackson casually spoke, taking out a sharpening stone and a stiletto. Alongside them he took out a jagged blade and some needles and tongs, tools of torture. What do you want? The Black Lily? Want me to tell you who the others are? Or what else? What do you want, you bastard? Jackson blinked a few times and then answered. Nothing. What? Don't beg for mercy. Your tongue is the last to go. Jackson didn't think his revenge was beautiful, nor did he think it was justified. So what? Not my problem. Encrid's words came to him. Just because it was necessary didn't mean he wanted to stab his friend in the back. He didn't just look ahead. He also looked around. People always said everyone backstabbed each other. But there were some who didn't. He didn't care. He just did what he wanted. If anyone asks, tell them Jackson of the Benchino family sent you to hell. I'll send the rest of our friends later. One of them is already on their way. Aha! Tax collector's scream echoed through chapter 390. The Count and crying Encrid smelled blood and a faint stench of decay inside the grand hall. The traces of battle were evident as well. It was obvious from just a quick glance around. The queen sat on the throne, her mouth tightly shut. Luagarn, standing nearby, had her ankles severed. Despite that, she managed to maintain her balance, revealing a look of determination, with visible scratches on her body. The signs of a fierce battle! This meant there had been a fight intense enough for Luagarn to lose her ankle. Still, they had won. The Marquis of Octo, who stood right in front of the 8 low steps leading up to the throne, was wearing a robe with blood splattered across it. His complexion was darker than usual, and he made no attempt to hide the grave expression on his face. What about the surroundings? Svampen lemnar kroppen. Juret inandu gura ochlega. Dig open the bodies had been removed, but bloodstains and damaged walls were still visible. There were also sword marks on the white-painted pillars supporting the hall. The smell of decay indicated something. It was the scent of monsters. Among the bodies, a few were monstrous with fur. They were werewolves. It wasn't just Baron Bentre involved. Although the exact orchestrator of this act was unclear, the intention was obvious. This was a conclusion drawn through instinct, reason, and thought. They were trying to kill Krang, seize the capital, and secure the queen. Or perhaps they had even planned to kill the queen herself. That remained uncertain. Regardless, their plan had failed. Krang had survived. And the queen, at least on the surface, appeared unharmed. Encrid's gaze shifted to behind the throne. He saw a man standing behind the wizard. The man had a square jaw, with graying hair near his ears, and neatly combed brown hair. From his closed lips, one could tell he was the type to speak only once a day, if at all. He wore a sword with a sun-shaped pommel at his waist and stood directly behind the queen. It seemed to be the most suitable position for both guarding and striking. I didn't expect there to be a guardian knight, muttered Count Molsan, the most out-of-place person in the room. He swept his hair back, gave Krang and Encrid's group a quick glance, then shifted his gaze to the queen. But from Encrid's perspective, it was clear the Count's gaze only lingered on him for a moment. It had been a long time, but the words were aimed at him, not Krang. Krang didn't even seem to exist to him, as if he had been completely ignored. Something you didn't need to know, the queen responded, her voice low and dark, replacing the usual warm and gentle tone. Just as the wizard nearby coughed, the queen raised an eyebrow. Are you admitting your intentions were impure? The queen's anger was evident. I admit it, said the Count. His response was brief, but he smiled. It was the same confident, unshaken demeanor as always, like an unbreakable rock. He seemed to exude an air of arrogance, the kind that comes from someone who acts according to their own will. Amid the smell of blood and decay, his perfume seemed to linger. It was the presence of someone who fully believed in themselves. I have one question, the Count said, showing his palms as if to dismiss any answers. The queen had no time to respond. Is it right for a few nobles to cause all this? Look at the state we're in. The knights are divided, and a guardian knight had to step in to protect the queen. Don't you know that when a guardian knight steps in, it's said to be a sign that the kingdom will fall? Is this the end? Look outside. If someone had started a fire, the palace would have been burning. It felt as though he was suggesting that they could have done that, but chose not to. To Encrid, it seemed like the Count's body was growing larger with every word. "That's sophistry!" shouted a nobleman, one Encrid had never seen before. His voice was loud, but it still seemed weaker than the Count's. The perspective seemed to distort, the sense of distance becoming warped. "Do not dismiss the reality that has occurred as sophistry," the Count said, his voice low but filled with a presence that silenced the noble. The noble knew that anything he said here would gain him nothing. It was a feeling born from years of survival in the political arena. Right. The noble snorted in frustration, but the Count ignored him with an indifferent expression, effectively defeating him without lifting a finger. No swords or hands were used, but it was still a victory. "What is it that you want to say?" Another noble, the Marquis of Bézard, stepped forward. He resembled Marcus, with white hair and an even tone that didn't match the chaos around them. The Marquis of Bézard, the head of the Centerpole Thumb family. His hair, now white, was neatly combed back with flower seed oil, and his clothes were spotless, not a drop of blood staining them. His presence hinted that his journey and his purpose here were different from everyone else's. "I want to ask why this has happened," the Count responded. "Why?" the Marquis asked again. "What do you think would have happened if the king had gained power?" The Count's eyes and mouth curved into a smile. "How dare you insult the royal family?" The noble from earlier could no longer hold his temper. "Stop interfering, or is this something your master ordered you to do?" the Count shot back. The noble trembled, his hand reaching for a short sword at his side, ready to draw. The Count ignored him, while the Marquis of Octo gestured at the noble, signaling him to remain silent. The noble then closed his mouth. "If you could call Sir Cyprus here with a single word, what would you do?" the Count continued, never losing his smile. "What do you think would happen if the South was abandoned?" he asked, as though waiting for this moment. "Does it matter?" the Count asked nonchalantly. "The sword that defends the palace. If that's not important, then what is?" Marquis Octo interjected. The Count answered calmly, "The throne, the king, power, and the resulting authority." His meaning was clear. It was more important to establish the throne and gain power first. Who gives orders to the knights? The Count raised his right fist, almost like making a speech. "Is it the knight they call master? Or the king? Or is it the throne? Or perhaps—" His voice became sharp as a knife, cutting through the room. The Queen clenched her teeth, her jaw muscles tightening. "Is it the game of honor they love so much? What came first? The throne, the king, power, authority. The pursuit of power came first. Without the strength to achieve one's goals, what good was the throne? Give up the throne, Queen. It's the only way to save this country," the Count said, crossing a line that should not have been crossed. Despite that, his words didn't feel out of place. There was a force behind them that made it seem as though he was speaking the truth. The Marquis of Bézard, with a calm expression that didn't fit the occasion, threw a question back at him. "What would change if you became king?" "It would change," the Count replied. "How?" the Marquis asked again, his voice steady. "I will gather power and strengthen the throne. As for those who try to push through, the lost territories, in just a few years I will drive them all out, and I can just reclaim the land when the time comes." This was a resolve to walk a different path than before. He was talking about solidifying his foundation first, and then using the power he built to start again. "What will you use? I am a mage. And in my domain, there is power equal to that of a knight order." This was a clear threat. Even Encrid, watching from the sidelines, could feel it. "Do you have power?" "I do." It was a challenge. The two marquises were left speechless. The Queen was no different. "Your Majesty, how long do you think your guardian knight will protect you?" That's a ridiculous claim. If you're confident, then try. I will show you the strength of someone born and raised in that land you call the border. Mulsan's land. This was nothing less than arrogance. Despite this failure, the Count didn't apologize or plot behind the scenes. He stood straight and spoke clearly. A direct confrontation. He was confident he could take it by force. Bring the knights. I will make them kneel. Kill them all. And then I will personally declare this kingdom mine. Killing all the knights? Impossible. But it seemed possible with the Count's words. His words weighed on the room. They felt as if they were being pulled down to their knees. Of course Encrid wasn't going to bow. Neither were the Marquises of Octo and Baezar. However, a few of the nobles seemed shaken. It felt as if the fight was over, as if the Count's victory was inevitable. It's magic. As Encrid watched, a whisper came from beside him. Esther had quietly moved in next to him. Trying something sneaky, huh? She spoke. And instead of responding, Encrid just kept his gaze forward. It was magic. The Count was using some kind of trick. Should he cut him down? The man was already displeasing to him. Perhaps sensing that thought, Ragnar spoke from behind. Will you do it? Could he? Encrid hesitated for a moment, but before he could decide, Krang raised his hand, grinning. His cheerful demeanor didn't fit with the Marquis of Baezar's calmness, but it wasn't just unfitting, it almost seemed insane. His words, and the title he used, were even more provoking. I have a question. Sir, I'll be... For the first time, Krang seemed genuinely entertained. His title, mocking in tone, was meant to goad. The Count couldn't ignore him. His words made it impossible. The Count turned and looked directly at the Queen. Are you really going to trust such an immature child? Someone with no power. Nothing at all. Krang wasn't a child. He had a fair amount of facial hair, but the Count spoke as if he were a mere child. Krang ignored how he was addressed. He didn't care. His dismissive attitude was followed by his words. If you defeat the knights and leave them out, you'll expand in southern Lihinstetten. And then what about the cursed lands? As expected, you won't be able to stop it. Krang had positioned himself in the Count's game. He went with the flow. It didn't matter. He was still smiling faintly. So what? The Count asked again, finally facing Krang. If that happens, many will die. Losing land isn't the end. As you lose territory and get pushed back, the people near the borders will die in droves. Is that the end of it? People die, land is lost, and the merchants will decrease their traffic. When merchants stop coming, what do you think will happen? The gold coins will dry up. That will weaken the country's economy for a while. Or maybe you think the Count's private funds will solve all of this, considering how much gold you have. But even with all your power, do you think you can stop Lihinstetten, or the cursed lands in the south? The Count glared at the man standing on his own game board. His gaze was filled with contempt. He stood his ground and faced Krang's words head-on. Sacrifice is inevitable. If it's necessary, I will do it. Really? Then how can we move forward without sacrifice? Krang spread his arms wide. Do both. Both? Don't make light of what's going to happen next. You're just bluffing, pretending to be able to do the impossible. That's not true. My weapon lies elsewhere. Show me then. I'm good at making requests. A request, for example, if I asked someone to cut off your head right now, there would be someone willing to do it. Go ahead. Krang, still smiling, stared at the Count as if he were an old friend. Do you want to die? You can't kill me. He was so sure. As Encrid listened to the conversation, he prepared himself to step in at any moment. May I make a request, Enki? Krang spoke, his gaze turning to Encrid, filled with mischief and intensity. It might have seemed like an offhand comment, but it felt like the right time. No one else had stepped forward yet, caught in the pressure from the Count and Krang. Even Ragnar, who had been bold before, hesitated. But Encrid stepped forward. Of course. He spoke as if it was natural, joining in and standing with Krang. The atmosphere twisted strangely. Krang had set the stage, and now Encrid was the sword that stepped in. Always the greedy one, the Count remarked, watching Encrid. I'm not your friend, Count. I'm his. Krang responded. Now turn around, look at the situation. Even a 7-year-old knows where to stand to win. The Count glared at Krang. It seemed that whoever got Encrid on their side would be the winner. Encrid took a step forward, standing by Krang's side and lifting his wrist in triumph. Victory. It was a clear declaration, just as I thought. Krang nodded, smiling. The Count laughed, a harsh, bitter laugh. Good, very good. So, Queen, the choice is yours? No words for a traitor. At last the Queen responded. The Count glared at Krang, saying, You said you wouldn't call for the knights, and you would solidify your power. Then you better block my first arrow. Without that famous knight order of yours. Worried about me. Thanks, I'll defeat your forces even without the knights. Krang mocked the Count, who wasn't fazed. Instead, his body began to creak, and white smoke began to leak from him. It wasn't the real body after all. Esther spoke to Encrid, though everyone could hear. Oh, you already sent part of your forces to border guard. When that city's glorious flames rise, I'll reconsider. As the smoke dissipated, the Count's body shriveled away. We'll meet again. With those final words, the Count's body crumbled. Encrid looked at the fallen figure. It wasn't a face he recognized. But Krang knew it well. Mearns, the Viscount. He had vanished earlier, but ended his life here as the Count's messenger. Krang sighed, shaking his head. The two Marquises were watching him closely now. No, they were watching both him and Encrid. Well, Queen, I've kept my promise. Krang spoke, his tone light as ever. I've cleared out all the noble factions here and left only my own people. And with that, he turned to discuss his promise with the Queen, without any time for leisure to settle the situation. Chapter 391. There wasn't a single thing about that man Encrid liked make all the nobles your allies. That was the condition the Queen gave to Krang. After fulfilling this condition, they could discuss the throne. The Queen said this, and Krang followed through. Your Majesty. Krang looked at the Queen. She looked back at him. Encrid didn't know. But the Queen had no desire for the throne. She didn't seek power. What she wanted was a quiet, peaceful life. Her dream was to enjoy flowers in spring, seek shade from trees in summer, to cool off and chat. In autumn, she would gather fallen leaves, and in winter she would sip warm tea while watching the snow fall outside. It would be even better if she had good people by her side during all those moments. So, her only wish was not to marry just to secure the throne, but to spend time with truly good people. For an ordinary commoner, this might have been an extravagant dream, but she was the Queen of Norilia. So it was a humble dream. The Queen, as a person, didn't suit the throne. She desired something other than power. Lekana chockade. Detta en fedudare som, till och med fungera medan du sover. Often yet, she remained. She didn't shy away from her responsibilities. She did what she could. Once, she had wanted to divide power among the noble families, including Bazar, and leave. If you do that now, Norilia will be divided into at least 3 pieces. Oh, and those 3 will likely be annexed or destroyed by other countries. The ones who survive might become city-states, But what was your point in doing all this? That was the words of Marquis Bizarre. He was the queen's mentor. His words were correct. A queen was like the last bastion of great powers. She couldn't leave. But neither did she want to hand the throne over to someone like Count Mosan, late king. There were nights when she missed her father. A gift from the late king. Arrived Cridianat Langdius, Noril my name. I was told. It felt like seeing the late king. There were many similarities between them. Krang had visited the queen before everything began. Krang had to see the queen. He needed to know if Norilia was a place worth protecting. If not, he shouldn't have started. The late king was full of love. That was the queen's first words when she met Krang. It was sincere. The late king had many women. Even with a queen and concubines, he often went out. It was surprising that he only had one illegitimate child. They conversed. Krang left and came back to see the queen again, and now they had come to this point. Have you asked the question? The queen said there was someone left to ask the same question. No matter what her dream was, the queen loved the kingdom she was born and raised in. That was why she didn't turn away from her responsibilities. The three people she had to ask were, first, of course, Krang. Second, Marquis Bizarre daughter. She was thinking of elevating the Marquis to Duke and slowly passing on the throne. But her mentor had rejected it. She had later considered including the Marquis of Octo, but Marquis Bizarre had opposed that as well. No matter what, it will fail. Marquis Bizarre understood that in order to maintain the country, there needed to be a unifying figure that everyone recognized. The queen had to ask Count Molsan last. If he truly cared for the country, shouldn't she pass the throne to someone like the revolting dog of a man? Doing things she disliked had somehow become her specialty. But she never got to ask. How ridiculous. Just before answering, the queen thought inwardly. She felt it was truly ridiculous. She had meant to ask, but the only person left to answer was one. The two great nobles who had once been called the Great Nobles were now on Krang's side. The only remaining person who could have been asked, Count Molsan, had become a traitor. He was someone who could have been called a hero. And yet, that method cannot be called right. What he wanted was the throne, not the country. She could see that in his eyes. So there was only one choice left. Did you intend this? The queen asked. Krang gave a wry smile. I only thought that those who love and would protect the kingdom would remain. In the end, Krang had set the stage. He had embraced the Marquis of Octo, and also settled matters with Marquis Bizarre. No matter what happened, if he survived, then those behind him would follow. Marquis Bizarre knelt on one knee. His old knee hit the ground with a thud. May I say a word, Your Majesty? The queen nodded. With his head lowered, the Marquis spoke. May Your Majesty's dream come true. He had spent more time with the late king than anyone. He could even be called another father to her. The queen didn't respond. She only looked at Krang with eyes that showed no emotion. Krang had proven himself. Beyond the cleverness of his methods, the fact that all the remaining nobles in the capital were on his side was obvious to anyone. Prevent external pressure and punish the traitor. If you do that, I will personally crown you, the queen declared. Encrid knew that Krang had done all sorts of things to achieve this. Without that, this conclusion would never have been reached. Most importantly, he realized that the queen had already concluded the matter. He began this with the promise of the throne. Protect them, Krang said and turned. I will. You do what you must. The queen rose and shouted. Krang gave a salute and turned. The two Marquises of Octo and Bizarre followed. Encrid also left with his group. Just before leaving, Encrid glanced back. He saw the queen stretching out her hand to the side. It was directed at the court magician, a gesture filled with concern. The magician waved his hand. Was it a mistake to think their relationship was anything ordinary? It wasn't something Encrid needed to understand. "Where did you go?" he asked Esther. "A guy tried to persuade me to join his side." No need to ask who. It was Count Molson. He had probably said it himself. A magician. Encrid thought that if Esther left, there was nothing to be done. But she stayed. Should he ask her why? He doubted he would get a proper answer. Was it just because? Or maybe she felt like it. Still, he wanted to ask. "Why didn't you leave?" Esther turned her head at the question. She had just burned 2 half-wit magicians who were chanting spells, turning them into ashes. "I don't usually listen to others," she said. Encrid thought that she seemed to listen to his requests better than most people. Krang was walking with the 2 marquises, having a conversation. Talks about promises and conditions were exchanged. They also discussed predicting Count Molson's actions and strengthening the capital's defenses with the armies of the 2 marquises. Ingus was also involved. "Your Majesty, I have my forces with me," he said. Without hesitation, Krang replied, "I will send you some steeds. Rest for a moment and then return." The smile on Krang's face remained unchanged. The Count's words were not intimidating at all. Even though the visitor was clearly a formidable force, Krang still told them to turn back. Ingus, lost in thought, was about to speak when Krang interrupted. "Protect the southern threat. That is your duty." Ingus agreed with the sentiment. Though they had bought 3 days, there was no point in lingering here. They needed to return. Stopping Count Molson? Ingus didn't think that was his responsibility. But from Krang's perspective, excluding someone like him from their forces must have been a tough decision. It had to be. That much was certain. Yet, there was no hesitation. Was this what they meant by caliber? The master had said something similar once. "He's a vessel too precious to break here. Go and help." It was those words that had brought him this far. Encrid, standing behind, listened to Krang with a tinge of regret. But there was no helping it. What if I suggested a duel before leaving? That would never work. Encrid wasn't Rem. He knew better. Having raced here from the southern battlefield, without even wiping the blood from his armor, he understood weariness and toil. Suggesting such a thing was unthinkable. Others might have been baffled by Encrid's restraint, but he understood when to step forward and when to step back. Hadn't he just stayed silent moments ago until Krang spoke? "Enki, I hear Border Guard is under threat. You can return immediately if you wish." Krang's voice brought Encrid back to the present. He nodded in response. "I don't think I need to." Odin was there, along with Krays. If the situation were truly dire, they would have sent word by now. Blocking old scouts wouldn't entirely cut off communication, not with Krays. He was the kind of man who would have dozens of backup plans. And with both Odin and Teresa present, even a half-knight like the one who had stalled him wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Knights of such skill, capable of standing against someone like Ragnar to a draw, were rare. Odin was likely the most capable of handling such a foe. Worry about those who need it, Encrid thought to himself. Besides, with Krays scheming in Odin's shadow, they were in good hands. Encrid's answer seemed to draw the attention of the 2 marquises, who both turned to him. "Is there a problem?" Encrid asked nonchalantly, genuinely curious. Marquis Octo blinked, while Marquis Bizarre's lips twitched as he maintained his expressionless demeanor. It was because of his casual tone. Krang chuckled at the sight. "Let it go. I said he's a friend, didn't I? Your Highness, it undermines your dignity. Others may take notice." Both marquises had already pledged their loyalty to Krang. Their words were fair, but they were dealing with Krang after all. If a few words, no, the words of a friend I personally befriended, are enough to undermine my dignity, then I have nothing left to offer as a person. A king must maintain decorum. A king must keep everyone beneath them. A king must stand alone. But does that truly define a king? It was a question Krang seemed to ask the world with every word and action, revealing his character in the process. He was different. The weight of his words conveyed that. The heavy atmosphere soon dissipated. What if scolding Enki for offending me led him to join the enemy? Krang said, his tone playful. The Marques's faces twisted awkwardly. They were well aware of Encrid's capabilities, and those of the infamous madmen unit under his command. Without them, a battle against Count Mulsanne could become unpredictable. Sure, they could summon the knights if necessary. Perhaps Lord Cyprus would come, no matter the stakes. Krang knew this too, yet he chose not to. This wasn't about the present moment. Stopping a civil war was just a checkpoint. To secure the throne, Krang had to think beyond immediate victories. First, the damage caused by failing to contain Lihinstetten in the south or the Demon Realm would be irreparable. Second, and more importantly, if I can't keep my own word, who will follow me? He had won the argument with the Count. When words failed to determine the victor, Encrid had raised Krang's hand. It was almost laughable, yet one thing was clear. When words couldn't end a conflict, action had to. So, the knights would stay out of this. Krang had to handle it alone. Will you help? Encrid nodded at the question, delivered with a playful tone. The Marquises glanced between Krang and Encrid, feeling the undeniable difference in their caliber. The night sky had darkened, and moonlight streamed through the windows of the great hall. The commotion had subsided, and there was no longer any noise. A group of royal guards approached but stopped short. At the front was a man in a dark grey helmet. Your Highness. He knelt on one knee. Krang nodded. Well done. I will accept my punishment later and beg for forgiveness. You did your duty. That's not because you're on my side. It's because you did what you had to do. Krang dismissed him with those words. He wasn't the only one. Most of those stepping forward were warm toward Krang. Encrid saw this as Krang's power, drawing people in, earning their recognition after spending time with him. As they walked, Encrid noticed a woman with orange hair limping toward them. Her broken nose had altered her features oddly, and she clutched her side in pain. She stopped in front of him, her gaze fixed solely on him, ignoring Krang entirely. Encrid. Her focus was unwavering. Encrid saw that she had survived, and with that he understood the day had passed. Wasn't this what the boatman had promised? He had to admit it. He had saved someone he wanted to save. That alone was enough to fill Encrid with satisfaction. A warm feeling in his chest as he watched Aisha breathing, broken nose and all. Did you sleep well? His words carried everything he wanted to say. Aisha smirked, then clutched her side. It wouldn't heal in a day or two. Do you know her? Krang asked casually. It was time for Encrid to explain her circumstances, how she had opposed them but had her reasons. She's a junior knight. Fights well, just a bit worse than me. Aisia's eyes narrowed at the comment, while Krang seemed satisfied with the explanation. You should recover, huh? There's a civil war coming. Krang's smile as he spoke betrayed no tension, as if discussing a mundane routine like having a meal. But his words were true. The civil war was beginning. Count Mulsanne had chosen war to settle things. What had he prepared? Encrid found himself looking forward to it. Whatever came next, he would slash, pierce, and cut his way forward to stand face to face with the Count. A threat to the border guard? Scheming against Esther? There wasn't a single thing about that man Encrid liked. Chapter 392. Knowing what I possess, I am a sinner. Aisha had to admit her guilt. Even if Encrid defended her and refused to speak of it, her actions would not simply disappear. The fact that her younger sibling had been taken hostage didn't absolve her of her crimes. It was all excuses and rationalizations. At least, that was how Aisha saw it, making her, in her own eyes, a sinner. When she confessed, Krang's response was unexpected. Then why not use merit to cover your mistakes? Like I said, we're desperate enough to even borrow a cat's paw. His tone made it seem inconsequential. Was it just the urgency of the situation? His demeanor, however, was overly calm, almost unnervingly so. It felt as though Krang wasn't merely using anyone at random. There was a hint of trust directed at her, something Aisha couldn't quite grasp. Svampen försvinner om one dag. Skrivna experience recept open. She had been on the side that betrayed them just half a day ago. How could he trust her? Even the two Marquises observing them didn't seem to faze him. Aisha couldn't help but ask, "Why do you trust me?" She couldn't understand Krang's attitude. Was it because she was part of the Crimson Cloak Knights? Or because he truly lacked manpower? Or perhaps because she was one of the few remaining capable forces in the palace? Was it because she was a squire? Aisha looked at Krang, and he in turn gave her a bright smile. "I trust this friend's eyes. That's enough for me." Krang gestured towards someone as he spoke, and that was all he said. The person he pointed to, this friend, was none other than Encrid. "There's a mountain of things to take care of. See you around." With that, Krang left, and as he disappeared from sight, Encrid turned to Aisha. "Want me to reset your nose for you?" He seemed utterly unconcerned about her earlier betrayal. "It's already been set," Aisha answered firmly, meeting Encrid's gaze. And a thought struck her. Does he know me so well? They had spent some time together, but not enough to truly know one another. She didn't think he understood her reasons for standing where she was now. She didn't want to explain that she had reluctantly stood in his way to protect her younger sibling. "See you later." She struggled to find the right words. Her sibling's safety was her immediate priority, so she had to move on. Fortunately, her sibling was unharmed. Even so, Aisha's face was still a mess. Her nose was swollen, her face was covered in purplish bruises, and every step she took sent pain shooting through her ribs, making her clutch her side. Despite her state, she explained everything to her sibling. "I owe him a debt of gratitude." That was the conclusion she reached after rescuing her sibling and arriving here. No matter what motives lay beneath the surface, her opponent had shielded her and placed trust in her. While not everything had ended well, things had turned out as well as they could for Aisha. "And getting your face smashed in was part of that gratitude?" her sibling asked. Although they had been kidnapped, panicked, and despaired, they now appeared outwardly composed. It was their way of trying not to worry Aisha, for which she felt endlessly grateful. "Yes? If he hits you twice? Are you going to marry him?" "I'll think about it." It was a meaningless joke. Despite the danger and hardship they had faced because of her sibling bore no resentment. They had grown up well. For her sibling's sake, Aisha would have gladly laid down her sword. She had no regrets about her choices. If the same situation arose, she would choose her sibling again. She had a sudden urge to ask Encrid, "What would you do if I chose to betray you again?" The answer seemed obvious even without asking. Though she barely knew him and had only received from him unilaterally, she felt as though she already knew what he would say. "Then I'll make sure that situation never arises again." It was the correct answer, and Encrid likely moved through life with that very mindset. After rescuing her sibling, she returned home, washed up, and tended to her injuries. "Be grateful for the leniency you've been shown. There won't be another chance to fight on the right side and prove yourself." A message from the Marquis of Octo's envoy reached her. She didn't need to be told. She had already decided as much. She had learned who was behind the one who had taken her sibling hostage. The one at the forefront was Viscount Mearns, but someone else had put him in that position. Her teeth ground together. The injuries would likely heal in less than 2 weeks. If she rested completely during that time, she'd recover sufficiently. Then she would plead to be sent to the battlefield. There, she would prove who she was, and make her enemy pay for daring to threaten her sibling. With that resolve, Aisha gently stroked her sibling's head. "I'll definitely avenge you, Lycanos." Lycanos had been a comrade and brother to him, someone who had shared the same dream when the Black Blade bandit group began. Though they were not bound by blood, they had been family. It was just before dawn, and the air was deep blue. The man stepped out of the castle and made his way toward the northern gate. Getting out of the castle was the hard part. From here, it would be easy. No one would suspect him. After all, the tax collector, the nominal leader of the Black Blade, was already dead. A tool well used to the end. The man walked briskly, his mind consumed by thoughts of vengeance. He had a plan, the secret vault. It was a trove of wealth accumulated over 10 years. The man had once been the tax collector's steward, but he was also the true head of the Black Blade bandits. Once, he had wielded his sword for the oppressed alongside Lycanos, resisting persecution and scorn. While Lycanos had proven himself through force, he had led the Black Blade through ideals and intellect. But all men are corrupted by power and wealth. That corruption had brought him here. It had also led to Lycanos' death. And now all he had left was wealth, though he had yet to fully realize it. "I will," he repeated his vow for vengeance, knowing deep down it was impossible. It was merely a comforting thought, a justification for his flight. In truth, he felt no grief over Lycanos' death, only fear for his own safety. His resolve was as hollow as his ideals had become. Once I escape here, he would likely forget his vow of vengeance altogether. With the wealth in the secret vault, he could flee to another country and start anew. Perhaps he could even become a nobleman himself, or at least a merchant lord. He painted countless futures in his mind as he walked. Shaking his head violently, he muttered to himself, "No, I will avenge him." Even as he lied to himself, dawn began to break, bathing the surroundings in soft warmth. Wrapped in a tattered cloak with a hood pulled low, he continued forward, blending in as a hunter. "They'll never catch me, those fools." Confident in his escape, the man pressed on. When Jackson had been pursuing him, it felt as though his breath was caught in his throat, as if a blade were pressing against his neck. But what about now? I survived. Of course, he hadn't simply planned to run away. Until the very end, he had caused havoc. He had ordered the remaining members of the Black Blade bandits to set the royal palace ablaze. By now, the flames should have started to rise. With that thought, he turned to look back. Everything was quiet. Though some diligent souls might just now be waking, many had stayed up all night in the aftermath of last night's chaos. No fights or brawls had erupted in the capital, but the area in front of the castle gate had been a frenzy, and the commotion in the royal palace had left unease in everyone's hearts. Yet, the climactic blaze he had anticipated was nowhere to be seen. Why? The question lingered only briefly. Regardless of the mystery, his feet kept moving. He slipped through an alleyway, walking briskly until he reached the northern gate. "Hold it right there." A soldier leaning lazily against a side gate, helmet askew, called out to him. Her voice was soft and thin, almost feminine. "What is it?" he responded curtly. The soldier removed her crooked helmet, and long golden hair cascaded down. She was a female soldier. "Why do you keep glancing back as you walk? Was this really something to pick a fight over?" But in a situation like this, where was the Northern Gate's commander? Was a lone soldier all that stood guard here? The leader of the Black Blade bandits felt a sense of foreboding. The air was strange. His heart pounded with unease. Then, as he glanced beyond the female soldier, he saw a few guards casually sitting, dozing off. Asleep? He quickly realized why this was odd. After last night's chaos, how could the guards be napping? "Sorry, but there won't be any fires." The female soldier spoke. "Who are you?" "The dagger of Giogor." She crossed her arms as she replied, her posture brimming with confidence. That confidence only deepened his sense of dread. Cold sweat trickled down his back. "It's too late," she added, glancing behind him as she spoke. Startled, he turned his head. Standing there was a man with striking, rare features, eyes of reddish-brown that betrayed no emotion. "Nice to meet you," the man said. The bandit leader felt as if he'd been caught in the maw of a ghoul, and at that moment he knew he was trapped. He cursed his carelessness for not carrying even a single escape scroll. But if he had, he wouldn't have made it this far. To avoid the detection spells in the palace, he couldn't afford to bring such items. All he had was a single blade. He already knew the man wouldn't listen to reason. He'd seen how the tax collector he had sent met his end. His hands trembled with fear. "You've had your fun, haven't you? Now it's my turn." Jackson had felt something off when he killed the tax collector. How could someone who had hidden their identity so thoroughly be caught so easily? Right then, Encrid had issued an order for internal cleanup. Civil war was imminent, and to prepare for a fight, the first step was to secure one's surroundings. If you get struck from behind before you even start, the battle is lost. Even Krang and the two great marquises had agreed. When Marcus joined midway, it accelerated their efforts. Jackson did his part, rooting out the remnants. And during this time, a member of the Dagger of Gyogre Guild joined him. Though he told her she didn't need to, she refused to stay out of it. "Master," she said. She was Jackson's lover and a member of the Dagger of Gyogre. The title rolled off her tongue naturally, as it should. Jackson was the master of the Dagger of Gyogre, the continent's most elite assassination guild. "Will you return after finishing this job?" she continued, her tone suggesting their work here was done. "We'll talk later," Jackson replied. For now, the task at hand came first. Count Molsan was no braggart, nor was he one to lie. He had sent troops to the border guard. Among them were over 50 lycanthropes. These were creatures that transformed from humans into wolves. Leading the pack was a man who, even as a human, had killed and devoured his victims. Back then, he had been at the level of a junior knight. Now, he had the strength of a beast. "Let's sink our teeth into some tender flesh," he cackled as he led the charge. "No one can stop us," he thought confidently. He was certain of victory. No, he was envisioning more. He saw a lycanthrope unit becoming the name of terror that would dominate the region. This man, once a scumbag as a human, had now become a literal beast, lifting his snout to the sky and howling. "Oh!" 50 lycanthropes howled in unison behind him. "Oh!" The monstrous sound was terrifying to humans. It was a primal fear, etched into instinct. But the soldiers stationed at the border gate stood unfazed. Experience dulls fear. The border guard's standing army had fought countless battles against Aspen, beasts, cultists, territorial armies, and more. Their trials had been relentless, leaving no room for rest. But through those experiences, the survivors had grown resilient, and the city had found its rhythm. Once, even rumors of a battle would have halted trade caravans, strained resources, and sown panic. Do they not trust us? Or are they hoping we'll die? Now, the Rockfried Trading Company was the lifeblood of logistics in the border guard. When the enemy's approach was detected, the company's merchants had immediately secured supply lines for food and materials. They had allies ready to help. Even though Count Molsan had pressured surrounding nobles and cities, warning them that they'd be next if they aided the border guard, support had come. Encrid had secured allies from the city of Martaya, and another he had liberated from Null Colony. The Rockfried Company's reputation also played a role. Thus, the city was no longer in the dire straits of the past. Much had changed. Standing atop the wall, Craze watched the 50 lycanthropes approach and felt the urge to pee. "So scary," he muttered. Even so, he knew what needed to be done. Losing the first fight would cut off what little support remained. That wouldn't do. The one who dominates the initial clash wins, he thought. Their opponent was a high-ranking noble responsible for the region, Count Mulsan, the border's king. If it goes badly, we'll take hostages, Cray muttered to himself. Just in case they had been keeping an eye on two of Count Mulsan's children. You never knew when they might come in handy. Still, he didn't expect hostage-taking to work on Count Mulsan. Not a chance, he thought. But he couldn't just leave the children be. Even so, Cray had 36 escape plans prepared. Before those, he had 170 strategies to win and hold out. His first move was the most effective and rational. Will it be okay? Asked Vengeance, the commander of the archers standing beside him as he watched the massive figure standing out among the troops. What do you think is the first thing to consider in strategy, tactics, or warfare? Chris replied, turning to him. Vengeance thought for a moment before answering. Morale, maybe. Morale was important. But even more crucial was this, knowing what you have, Cray said. It sounded vague, but the meaning was simple. The first step in battle was to understand and utilize one's resources fully. Cray knew Auden. He didn't know everything about him, but he knew that 50 lycanthropes wouldn't make Auden flinch. And alongside Auden stood Teresa, one of the bear siblings. That's why he had ordered no arrows to be fired. It had to be that way. The first fight needed to crush their opponent's pride. Only then would Count Mulsan abandon this front. Craze had done his calculations, and now Auden was stepping forward, raising a fist toward the lycanthrope leading the charge, saliva dripping from its jaws. Chapter 393. With fists instead of clubs, the name of the man who became a Lacanos was Ronald. Even when he was human, Ronald was a deviant who found pleasure in killing and dismembering others. It's fun, isn't it? He never denied the enjoyment he derived from his actions. Thus, his fate was inevitable. Ronald was pursued by bounty hunters and cornered to the brink of death. That was when he met Count Mulsan and received the power of the beast. Ronald considered it a stroke of luck. The power of the beast surged through his body, coursing into his arms and legs. His pounding heart pumped blood throughout his being. Energy overflowed. It surged so much that he had to do something, anything. He wanted to rip apart limbs and feast on entrails immediately. He craved blood. He wanted to crush bones with his teeth. His desires roared and bubbled, becoming visible in his eyes. Hoo hoo hoo. His laughter mingled with a chilling howl. Bli avi med mag, och armfit over annat med det her nepet. Falun open, unable to hold it in, he let out a monstrous scream. He saw the line of soldiers standing firm in front of him, pretending not to be afraid. Ahead of them stood a massive figure with an outstretched arm. The figure looked tough, but it didn't matter. Ronald was confident his sharp fangs could tear through anything. He would devour them indiscriminately. And once inside the city, he would choose young girls hiding in terror to kill and savor their flesh. Kihehe. Swallowing his anticipation, he extended his claws and charged forward. Whoosh! A gust of wind struck his face before he could react. Despite his newfound strength, which had doubled his speed, Auden was far faster. Crush! It was as if two speeding carriages had collided head-on. A thunderous boom erupted amidst the howls of the Lycanos pack. Ronald's shattered head scattered into pieces. Auden froze in place, his left hand extended like a blade, while his right fist stayed outstretched from the strike. Blood dripped from the spiked leather gauntlet on his right hand. Auden had always used a club to avoid relying on his fists. But the situation had changed. If we don't stop them, it's over. Hadn't Cray said so? Everyone in the city of Border Guard behind him would die if they failed. He had no reason to show mercy. The enemy was a depraved group of humans who had chosen the life of beasts. The scripture said, if a human abandons their humanity, their place is solely beside the Lord. Seek forgiveness beside the Lord. face judgment beside the Lord. Such were the words written in the holy text. My left hand is a sword, and my right hand is a rock, Odin murmured, continuing as he moved and recited. The Father told me to spare no mercy in these hands. The Lycanos pack, drunk with bloodlust, charged recklessly, their human reason long lost. Even though their leader had been blown apart, they failed to comprehend, trapped in their demonic frenzy. Odin marched forward to meet them. Each step he took was like a battering ram, crushing anything in its path. He advanced with relentless determination. Once they were human. He prayed, slashing at a charging Lycanos with his left hand. His hand, sharp as a blade, cut diagonally, slicing the head of a one-eyed Lycanos along its trajectory. Blood spurted like a fountain. Though it died, its momentum carried it forward, crashing into Odin. Odin pivoted slightly on his left foot, letting the corpse slide past him and collapse to the ground. Boom! Before the fallen Lycanos could even stop skidding, another explosion rang out. Odin's right hand struck the chest of the Lycanos behind it. A mixture of organs, bones, flesh, and blood sprayed outward in a radial pattern. A gaping hole, impossible to believe, made by a human fist, was left in the creature's torso. Now, these beasts have ascended, announced their sins, and judged them. Before finishing his prayer, Odin had already swung his left hand 3 times and his right hand 4 times. 3 Lycanos lost parts of their bodies, while 4 more were shattered. His prayer concluded. To Odin's left, a husky voice joined in. Forgiveness and judgment are the Lord's work. It was Teresa, holding her shield horizontally as she continued the prayer. She pulled her left hand back and thrust it forward. With a whoosh, her shield cleaved the air, flying faster than an arrow. The large shield, which could cover half her body, sped forward with unbelievable velocity. The shield's edge sliced a Lycanos in half at the waist. Sharpened edges met Teresa's strength, making the shield akin to a legendary blade. With a tug, the shield snapped back into her hand. Another Lycanos charged her, but even as she retrieved the shield, Teresa struck its head with her sword's flat side. Clang! The hybrid giant's strength smashed into the Lycanos' skull, shattering it. Severed tongue, broken teeth, and shattered bone fragments sprayed out, staining the air crimson. A few, including the newly appointed commander of the heavy infantry, witnessed this. Even knowing their power, they were astonished. Are they human? It was the first time they had seen Odin fight with such determination. Can human hands even do that? The gauntlets on both of Odin's hands cracked and broke under the strain. But he paid no mind, swinging his fists relentlessly. He resembled a pulverizer, reducing the Lycanos pack to mangled flesh. Beside him, Teresa moved with shield and sword in hand. 50 Lycanos would have overwhelmed most cities. Yet this threat was torn apart, shattered, and broken before 2 individuals. One of the standing army's commanders shook his head in disbelief and roared, "Charge, everyone!" Now was the time to press the advantage. This was the order from above, emphasized repeatedly by the wide-eyed envoy until it rang in their ears. Whatever you see, don't be startled. Keep moving forward. Maintain the formation and push forward as is. What if the enemy retreats? Keep the formation intact. That's the priority. Chasing them comes later. Craze, the madman, talked too much. Yet, the commander followed his orders without question. Everything had received the approval of Lord Graham, after all. Most importantly, this was all about protecting the city where they were born and raised. Among the soldiers at the front, most were locals of Border Guard, a place that was both home and livelihood. Kreis had intentionally sent out only those people. The troops advanced without significant disruption to their formation, a testament to their rigorous training. Naturally, even the commander leading Count Mulsan's army could see this. What kind of battle starts with fists instead of arrows and ends with an orderly advance? What is this? It was a type of warfare entirely outside his understanding. While not an extraordinary strategist, the man sent by the Count was competent enough. He made the best choice under the circumstances. Retreat, fall back. Their prepared tactics had failed, and they needed time to reorganize. He ordered the army to withdraw immediately. This was precisely what Cray had hoped for. That was it. Pursuing further to inflict critical damage? Out of the question. After all, only a fraction of the forces prepared by Count Mulsanne was likely here. The goal was simply to buy time. Watching the enemy retreat, Crace thought to himself, I need to know what's going on here. Could the Count have already taken the palace? Unlikely. There would be no need to target border guard. This was more like a sudden raid. If I were in his shoes, I'd demand loyalty first. Doing so while laying siege would make the demand even more persuasive. But the Count hadn't done that. Which means this is retribution. Retribution against whom? There was no need to overthink it. Who in the city could be tied to the Count? Lord Graham? All Graham had done was grit his teeth and vow to defend the city. Craze had his own instincts and suspicions. Could it be our commander? It was a small doubt, but one he strongly believed in. Nothing in this world is absolute, so he couldn't be certain, but the probability seemed high. This could get messy. It was clear as day, civil war, possibly full-blown war. And what had the Count deployed? 50 Lacanos. Humans transforming into wolves. If you didn't feel like wetting yourself at the sight, you weren't human. In Crace's eyes, people like Encrid and a few others weren't exactly human. They were monsters. Seeing those creatures likely wouldn't faze them. Instead, they might eagerly charge into the fray, or lazily kill whoever dared approach. The Count had revealed dangerous assets, but why? Because it wasn't his trump card. In other words, this isn't the end of it. Crace recognized those who transformed into beasts. They were similar to the ones encountered when they fought the Black Blade bandits. The soldiers were practically a declaration that Count Mulsanne himself was behind this. And his domain's troops are highly trained. Marching alongside Lacanos without breaking ranks would unnerve most soldiers. Yet these troops fell back in perfect order, as if prepared for moments like this. Uncertain of what might be lurking behind them, Crace postponed any pursuit. No, they shouldn't pursue. His mind knew it, and his heart agreed. Fortunately, the enemy retreated without incident. Giant siblings! Someone shouted the nickname for Audin and Teresa. Audin silently wiped the blood from his hands and removed his battered gauntlets. Despite the carnage they'd caused, his fists bore only a few scratches. More than 49 Lacanos' corpses lay before the siblings. The remaining dozen had bypassed them, only to be stopped by the newly formed spear shield unit. The unit didn't falter. They maintained distance with their spears and shielded themselves. It was a well-coordinated tactic, a compact formation inspired by the renowned small-scale battle strategies of the Eastern Continent's mercenary king, an idea brought in by a recently recruited mercenary commander. Like a hedgehog, the unit methodically pierced and felled the werewolves one by one. Though not at the level of Audin and Teresa, many of the soldiers could take down a single Lacanos on their own. Victory was inevitable. Crace anticipated that border guards' capabilities would soon be widely known. Aspen or elsewhere, they'll analyze our strength. With so many eyes and ears watching, it wouldn't take long for the word to spread about the formidable power of border guard. Would that help in this situation? Of course it would. Having strength is always better than lacking it. That much was obvious. With a sigh of relief, Crace began preparing for the next step. The Count's goal is the palace. Though he might want to take border guard, they'd proven it wouldn't be easy. His next move would undoubtedly target the palace. Predicting that was as easy as taking candy from a child. Preparations for that would have to begin here as well. Crace relayed all of this to Graham, who nodded. I'll send a message to the palace with the swiftest bird available. After a battle that ended almost as quickly as it began, Cray sensed a brutal civil war looming on the horizon. He didn't know everything about Count Moussan, but if it were him, I wouldn't act unless I was confident of victory. The Count had stepped in because he believed he could win. Testing border guards' defenses was little more than a game to him. Where is the commander, and what kind of trouble is he causing now? Kreis muttered to himself, curious about what mischief his leader might be up to. What is this? Encrid had fallen asleep and woken up to an unfamiliar sight, a set of tools laid out before him. A table. Chairs. Chairs. The small rowboat seemed at least twice as large as before. I thought we'd have a little chat, you and I. There were 2 chairs, and the ferryman seated opposite him spoke, pulling back his hood. Beneath it was a grey, cracked complexion, like a barren wasteland, and glowing violet eyes. There was no lamp. Instead, the ferryman's eyes radiated light like lanterns. Chapter 394. Dark morning, there was no longer anything to do at the palace, and Krang would soon be busy. It was time for Encrid to return. Just before they parted, Matthew, dragging his thigh, tried to follow Krang but was harshly scolded and dropped off for treatment. Wouldn't it be better to get treatment at the palace? Encrid was asked by the Marquis of Octo as he was leaving. The Marquis was someone who knew how to take care of people carefully and attentively, and he had a keen eye. If not, he wouldn't have sided with Krang. It's fine. Mugs. Encrid declined. His right wrist would heal quickly enough. If he ate properly and rested, it would get better. Svampen lemna kroppen. Gerdet inandugaya ochlega dik opente. Was no need to do that in the palace. Fixing a creaky joint was something he could do himself, and both Ram and Ragnar could manage basic first aid. Most importantly, Esther was there. If I lay my hands on it, it'll be better in no time. She had said this confidently, hadn't she? This was after the death of Count Moussan's body double, or whatever it was, when Encrid's body was inspected. He would have died long ago if he were the type to die from this. She had said that, and it seemed she was satisfied with herself. Encrid didn't know what Esther meant, but he didn't press her for an explanation. It didn't seem like she was going to answer anyway, and Encrid had accumulated enough fatigue. He wasn't about to collapse, but after surviving several near-death encounters at the hands of the junior knight who had been beating him and watching Count Moussan and Krang argue, there were countless things to recount. To summarize, he had been beaten, killed, and chased. His legs weren't shaking, but he did want to eat, wash, and rest. There was a horrible stench from his body. Blood and sweat mixed together. As he stepped outside, he saw Rem chasing some fool. Right in front of the palace, next to the squint-eyed man. Rem was covered in blood from head to toe, looking like he'd taken a bath in it. When Encrid glanced over Rem's body, Rem spoke. Well, I was chasing after someone who was running away after a fight. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Upon closer inspection, Encrid noticed that Rem's balance was off slightly. His ankle was injured. He wasn't limping, but he had hurt himself. That bastard had a hidden trick at the end. Ram answered without being asked. Even as he said this, he didn't smile. It seemed like he wasn't relieved. There seemed to be some sort of connection with the one he was chasing. He also looked like someone from the West. Is it because your skills are lacking that you're getting beaten? Ragnar asked seriously from behind. It was full of concern. In other words, a mockery. That was when Rem finally smiled. Of course, it wasn't the kind of smile that showed joy or happiness. You might really die like that. Huh? Can't hear you over the sound of someone who just got beaten. Should I chop your ear off with an axe? Can't hear you over the sound of someone who hurt their ankle. Oh, now I really need to use this on you. Ram said as he began to pull something out of his coat. Encrid stepped between them. Enough. It was just another everyday occurrence. However, Encrid couldn't help but think that both of them had become more verbal. When did they start talking so well? At first, it seemed like both of them would go straight to their hands rather than words. He remembered Ragnar, who had bitten into an apple and got lost. He also remembered Ram, who had approached sharpening his axe instead of speaking. "You two really talk a lot more now." As he said this, Ram shot back. "Who's talking like that?" Ragnar blinked a few times and said, "What are you saying?" Turning to them, Encrid said that Ragnar had really taken the shortcut, and Ram, hearing that, was truly surprised. It was a shift in thinking. He had cut across the palace without following any path, so it was indeed a shortcut. "Bastard, you've really improved." Ram was impressed, and Ragnar raised his chin slightly. "Finding shortcuts is my specialty. It's even better than swordsmanship. Are you crazy?" And once again, they started fighting. Encrid intervened, and they soon arrived at Andrew's house, where Dunbakel, Andrew, and her trainees were gathered. No one had died. "What's going on? Suddenly running like that?" Dunbakel spoke to Ragnar, so he had to hear about the shortcut again. Was finding a path more rewarding than killing a semi-knight? That's how Encrid saw it. Dunbakel seemed more surprised by the fact that the shortcut had been found. Dunbakel probably wasn't concerned with what was happening inside the palace. She nodded with tired eyes. Around that time, Jackson came back and, after a silent greeting, acted as usual. "What about the task?" "It went well." At least Encrid got an answer when he asked. "Are you curious about the shortcut to the palace?" Ragnar spoke, but Jackson ignored him. Encrid, with the help of the servants, washed and set his wrist right, applying a splint. After finishing, Esther approached in her human form and took hold of his wrist. He could feel quite a bit of heat from her touch. "Endure it," she said, and Encrid did as she said. As he endured the heat, the fatigue enveloped him. Nothing was as important as resting properly. Eating well and resting well was the way to recovery. That was the royal path to restoring his body. Encrid shared a room with Ram, and without a word, he fell asleep. He knew he would fall into such a deep sleep that he wouldn't even dream. So it was a bit surprising when dreams came immediately. A boatman, Black River waters, and a ferry all appeared at once. "Sit," the boatman said. The ferry was much larger than before. Was this how things changed? The table and chairs looked like they were carved from raw wood. They were connected to the floor of the ferry, almost as if they grew out of it. It was a bit surprising. Could something like this even happen? But that was all. It was a small wonder. Was this possible? The boat still rocked. The boatman was still there, and the Black River was the same as before. Though the size of the ferry had changed, it didn't seem like an enormous difference. What was more noticeable was the attitude of the boatman. Although there was no tea, the table meant something. It could be a place for conversation. The boatman sat first across from him. Encrid took a few steps on the wider ferry and sat in a chair. It was hard. Even after 2 thoughts, it could not be said to be a comfortable seat. They say giants have great strength, frogs have regenerative powers, beastkin have superb physical control, dwarves have dexterity and stamina, and dragonkin have excellent battle instincts and ride-born beasts. Most people would find this hard to understand, but Encrid understood most of it. He had once struggled and worked hard, thinking that talent and effort mattered, and that theory was important. There had been a time when he delved into such things. Of course, it was of no great use. So it was a familiar story. The giant's immense strength, the frog's regeneration, the beast's athletic ability, the dwarf's endurance, the dragon's command over the elements. What then does humanity possess? Sagog asked at the end of the story. Encrid knew the answer. They possess potential and possibility. Correct. Purple light emanated from Sagog's black eyes. The subtle glow replaced the lamp and illuminated the table and surrounding area. No, the lamp had somehow appeared on the table. Humans can go anywhere. Was that the point he wanted to make? Sagog continued. Because of that, they don't know their place. Their eyes met. Sagog again recognized Encrid's growth. He was the same person who couldn't even listen properly before. But now, he met Sagog's gaze. They could have a conversation. This, therefore, is my gift, my advice, and words born of whim. When Encrid remained silent, Sagog kept speaking. He raised his right hand, palm open, blocking Encrid's view. With just that, it felt as though a large wall had appeared in front of him. In reality, it was only a palm, rough like gray gravel, but the sensation was different. Then Sagog's voice overlapped, with dozens of words driving into Encrid's mind one by one. It's impossible. You cannot escape. Where will you go once you leave this place? If you believe you can go forward as you always have, that is arrogance. That is the arrogance of potential and possibility. Humans are arrogant. Give up. This is my consideration. Greater pain will come. The wall will grow higher. Here, you should stop. With Sagog's words, Encrid saw an illusion. In that illusion, he was writhing in pain. He had lost his way, wandering alone, unable to find direction, endlessly repeating agony within it. Today was without end. There were no people, and no small changes in this today. That today repeated infinitely. Not despairing within it was beyond human capacity. The moment he saw it, goosebumps ran through his body. Fear surged up. The terror filling his chest overtook a person. Other illusions appeared. Within them, Encrid saw himself losing everyone again. Everyone around him died. He couldn't stop it. His hands couldn't reach. Something beyond human strength was killing everyone around him. Yet, he could do nothing. With limbs lost, he could only watch. The next illusion came. A massive fireball fell from above. The fireball burned everything. The body, the will, the land, the air. Still, it didn't burn everything in one go. Within the flames, Encrid suffocated to death. Just looking at it, one could understand. Such pain couldn't be endured just by trying. Everything was something the sword couldn't handle. Stop here. No matter that today you will live contentedly. Was it a suggestion? Or, as he said, advice, whim, and a gift? Encrid didn't know. But even if it was a gift, it wouldn't make any difference. If it was something he didn't want, Encrid was the kind of person who could reject even a gift. If you lose your way, keep searching until you find it. Only then did he speak. It was the first word to begin a sentence. If I lose my arms and legs, I'll grip the sword with my teeth. If I cannot avoid it, I'll split apart. Calamities couldn't be avoided. If so, he would become the calamity himself. Encrid said he would move forward, even if it meant doing that. The unknown threat wasn't as important as now. He wouldn't kneel or hesitate in fear. Just as he had done until now, he would do so again. Sagog didn't speak further. He just watched. Suddenly the chair disappeared. Encrid fell with a thud. In reality, he would have reflexively tensed his thigh muscles to withstand it. But that didn't happen here. The table and chair were gone, and Sagog had somehow put on a hood, no longer showing his face. He held a lamp in one hand and spoke. How dare you sit at the same table as me? That's too much. Didn't you ask me to sit? Encrid felt a bit wronged by this. Go, Sagog said, and Encrid opened his eyes once more. It was reality. He wished he could forget the dream, but that didn't happen. The illusions remained ingrained in his mind. It was a today he couldn't control. So now, repeating a today that was safe and secure, was the best way to protect himself. "Did you have a good dream?" Sometimes Ram asked about dreams in the mornings. And at times like this, Encrid felt as though Ram had some natural instinct about it, like the instinct of a barbarian. "Yeah," he answered, and got up from his seat. Lowering his head and catching his breath, Rem spoke again. "You were sweating cold." You mumbled too. "What did I say? If you didn't want to hold the sword, you wouldn't have." It was his inner thoughts. It seemed he had spoken them unconsciously. A safe, protected life. "If I didn't want that, I wouldn't have taken the sword," Encrid muttered. A bead of sweat fell from his forehead onto his thigh. It was a message for Sagog and a vow to himself. "No, the commander would have held the sword no matter what," Ram said. That was true. Encrid got up. It was dawn, just before the sun rose. In our land, this time is called Utkior, a word from the West. What does it mean? It means the chick that has cracked its egg is about to fly. What? It's also called the dim morning. The early morning, the dark dawn, the moment before the sun rises. Once the dim morning passes, it's only natural that the sun rises. Ram murmured, as if reciting poetry. Encrid liked that word. Dim morning. The darkness before the sun rises. Wasn't it the perfect time for training? It was time to move his body. Krang would do his own work. Encrid was also going to do his. That meant training and practice. As usual, while practicing, he heard the news that Count Molson had declared himself king. A month later, the Noral Plains. It was morning. The person who brought the news was Aisha. There were still bruises on her nose. When Ram saw that, he yawned and said, "Where were you getting beaten up like that? Who did it? Tell me. I'll get back at them. I'll split that bastard's face in half." Of course it was a joke. Words he didn't mean, half teasing. It was him. Aisha pointed at Encrid with her finger. Encrid hadn't told her about the time she blocked his path. The commander? Could Encrid's skill be enough to beat her? No, it wasn't. Rem's gaze turned to Encrid. "Take the axe. I'll give you the chance for revenge for the lady." Encrid spoke. "Who's the lady?" Aisha cut in, but Rem knew how to go along with it. "Fine then. Breaking that idiot's wrist or smashing his face isn't hard. Is your rib healed?" It hadn't healed yet. Encrid thought about it. But once again, Rem's sharp tongue had greatly improved. It was remarkable progress. And in the short sparring, Rem had been surprised by him again. Again. It was a frequent occurrence. Sudden growth. A sword changing in just one day. Was it talent? No. It was as if he had spent a different day from everyone else. A sword that was chipped and shaped one piece at a time. A sword like a tower built piece by piece. Aren't you living a different day from everyone else? Sometimes Encrid was amazed by Rem's instincts. From the dream he had this morning to now. Correct. Dal. Encrid replied with nothing more. He knew Rem wouldn't believe it anyway. Chapter 395. One battle, isn't this going too far? The boatman spoke. It's just a whim. The boatman replied. It was madness. What was so pretty about it? Did it bring entertainment? It was just a momentary thing. Again, the boatman spoke. Wasn't that the thing to come? The boatman asked again. Humans are animals of potential and possibility. That's why they are arrogant. That would apply to him too. One drop for singing at helper de yacht, Shiena 23 kiloda, 11 daga. Open we don't know, do we? Just as it brought entertainment, the things to come could also change. If you get trapped there, that's where it ends. It was a question and answer session with no one to participate in but oneself. Krang held the first strategic meeting at the royal palace's training grounds. A small podium was set up, and royal guards surrounded it. Among them, the noble faction gathered first. When people gather, words are bound to be exchanged. One of those with heard various rumors. Count Mulsan is said to be a magician. Who knows what else might appear in his domain? It's dangerous. They barely stopped them. Barely. Not only lycanthropes, but there are also rumors that the monster uprising that shook the capital before was his doing. Is that all? They say it was also the Count's maneuver behind the incident in the palace led by Viscount Mearns. Krang didn't control the information. In fact, he spread it even more. So everyone knew the full details of the incidents. They even said we need to fight without calling any knights back from outside. Does that make sense? One of the knights from the Red Cloak Order should be here by now. Is it going to be a hopeless fight? One of the young nobles who had inherited a title crossed the line with his words. His anxiety made him speak without thinking. Even though Krang's side remained, they weren't all of one mind. When fear takes over, trust is bound to waver. This was the situation they were in. A mixture of lesser nobles, merchants from the capital, guild masters, and others had gathered. How insolent! Do you not trust your own lord? Two of the nobles, who had been watching attentively, reprimanded the one who spoke first, and he opened his mouth again. I don't think blaming and complaining will solve anything. You need to assess the situation, read the winds, and make decisions accordingly. If you blindly trust, you might as well go to the temple and pray. What are you trying to say, Baron Zeph? The man referred to as Baron Zeph answered immediately. We must face the situation head-on and do what must be done. Is this betrayal? The noble who spoke was ready to take any action right then and there. Since they were in a training ground for the meeting, everyone had weapons on them. Some among the non-noble group frowned. Is this really all right? With the civil war likely to drag on, is it wise to side with these kinds of people? Do you want to spill blood, Baron Rudin? Their use of titles was stiff and formal. Although not enemies, they had clashed before over a mine between their lands. The tension between them was palpable. Despite their petty quarrel, the sense of unease spread further among them. Nobles who were closer to Count Mulsan's territory felt the trend more strongly. If a monster horde attacks the colony, what will happen to their domains? Even losing just one city would be a disaster. Even if it's a civil war, should they stake everything they have? And if they lose? No, even if they win, will there be anything left? If there's a territorial war afterward, which side will the king support? The stronger side? Or the one who proves helpful at the time? This feeling was shared not only by the nobles, but also by guildmasters and artisans. Everyone present had political considerations in mind. Nevertheless, they were people with courage and will. After all, these were the ones who had turned their backs on Count Mulsan. Of course, some among them could never side with the Count. For example, some had lost entire businesses to him because he monopolized trade routes in the name of his ventures. Others had lost half of their territories due to outrageous protection fees after monsters were warded off by Mulsan's forces. Whenever Mulsan's name was mentioned, their teeth clenched in anger. Humans turning into monsters? No, he must have embraced the monster horde from the start. How can such a man be called the same as us? Monsters are enemies of humanity. One of the artisans' guildmasters made this fundamental point. The gathered group numbered over 20. The Marquis of Bézard, who could be considered a high noble, and the Marquis of Octo had yet to arrive. Technically, both were still by Krang's side. In the small building behind the training grounds, it smelled faintly of sweat, a barracks-like atmosphere. Not everyone shares the same heart, but we can't call them enemies. The two marquises alternately spoke. There were people who had joined Krang's side, but they were not all in. Others, with their own thoughts and agendas, had gathered as well. Still, they were needed. It was hard to even gauge how much power Count Molson was hiding. So, even if ghouls were on Krang's side, they had to turn a blind eye for now. In fact, that's what Count Molson had been doing. A magician, you say? The Marquis of Bizarre's brow furrowed. Count Molson had aligned himself with beings whose nature was uncertain, whether human or monster was unknown. How this could be, no one knew, nor did it matter at the moment. Now was the time to fight and win. You need to think long-term, the Marquis of Octo added. His power came from the land. Otherwise he wouldn't have earned the name Octo as a title. As the war dragged on, the one who would suffer the most would be the Marquis of Octo. Would the Farns hold up after all the battles? Yet, he still insisted that the war should not end quickly. To win, they needed to wear down Molson's forces. He likely calculated that by stalling, the knights would eventually intervene. You refused the knights' involvement? That was a mistake. No, he even said it outright. The point was, they couldn't afford to be picky about the means to win. It was sound advice. After hearing all these words, Krang only gave a faint smile. The weather was fine, and the sunlight was warm. Summer was approaching. The sound of insects was especially loud in this season. The weather is nice, Krang said. When Marcus, who had arrived late, saw the two Marquises' expressions stiffen, he asked, "Did you have an argument?" Marcus was a loyal man. If the Marquises joined only after seeing the conditions, or could not tolerate the situation, Marcus had placed everything on Krang Diote. "You've lost your dignity, Marcus. When did you start paying attention to my dignity?" Marcus, responding to the Count's words, stood beside his lord. "You'll finish it with just one, right?" It was a casual question. "Of course. I have a small liver, so doing it twice is beyond me," Krang answered. "Oh, so it's because your liver is small that it'll be just one. Such a tease for those with small livers." Marcus made a jest. "What do you mean by finishing it with just one?" It was the Marquis of Bizarre's question. He was an old politician who was never flustered. However, this statement couldn't be ignored. It meant staking everything on one battle. If we delay with a civil war, what will remain in this land? Krang asked with a smile. "If the civil war ends without victory, we'll lose everything we hold," he said, stating the obvious. "If we win, that's all that matters. Do you think winning will be easy with this bunch? Are you underestimating the Count's strength?" "Neither. I'll do everything I can. And beyond that, I'll pray for the favor of the goddess of luck. Then we must ensure that doesn't happen." Krang shook his head inwardly. It wasn't that he didn't understand the two before him. He viewed the fight as one where losing meant losing everything. Krang, however, looked further. Winning isn't enough to end it. Count Molson probably wanted to end everything with one battle as well. It was only natural for them to think so. If they wanted the throne, and to have that throne remain called the king's chair, they would have to do it that way. After the battle, they couldn't afford to become a beast devoured by wolves. The southern region of Liechtenstein, the eastern land of Aspen. The enemies were still numerous. The threat of the magic marsh was terrifying. So they had to end it all with the power they had now, with just one decisive strike. On a larger scale, the threat from the magic marsh increases every year, and we're losing territory. I can't just watch that happen. Krang cut straight to the point, discussing the future. The two Marquis understood immediately. After the Civil War, Krang was already planning ahead. Both Marquis fell silent. "My heart is too narrow to understand your grand ambition," Marcus jokingly commented. It was an old saying. Although it sounded almost mocking, it implied that if it was hard to understand Krang's intention, They should trust him and follow. Both of the Marquis, though understanding, did not let it pass. That tongue will land you in trouble someday. You've said that many times, but it never changes. The two Marquis criticized Marcus in a refined tone, and Marcus followed behind his lord with a smile. Krang stepped out. It was time to meet the gathered nobles, guildmasters, and merchants. He needed their power. There was no surplus of justification or troops. Above all, to fight properly, they had to be united. It would be even better if they all shared the same goal, but if that was difficult, they could be tied together through a common point. If all else failed, set conditions. It was a new thought. Is this an unfavorable battle? Krang quickly rejected the self-deprecating thought. When had he ever only fought favorable battles? Disadvantage did not necessarily mean defeat. There had been a man beside him who turned the impossible into the possible. Even half of what Encrid had shown would be good enough. Half of that luck he often spoke of would be enough. The first step was here. On the stage, Krang stood basking in the sunlight and looked at everyone. The murmuring crowd fell silent as he gazed at them. "Did you sleep well?" That was his first line. A few words were exchanged. The nobles expressed their astonishment, thoughts, and concerns. After hearing it all, Krang quietly raised his hand and made a short gesture, which made their mouths close. "I believe I will win, don't you?" He was claiming victory? From where? "Baron Zephiel, I hear your mounted infantry are exceptionally swift, unmatched in the forest." Zephiel commanded a ranger force trained in the forest, having raised them by feeding and training them in the wild. He himself would wake from sleep to go hunting without hesitation. "Yes." "And Baron Rudin, I hear you are a splendid spellmaster. I am lacking in skill. For someone who once dreamed of joining a Night Order, was I mistaken? It was a childhood dream. His skill was said to be beyond squire level." Krang smiled faintly. "I believe one battle is all we need. Just one." His words spread across the vast training field, and yet they lingered in the air. It felt as if his words were carved into their minds. All they saw was his relaxed arms and slight smile. He didn't appear as a military king, nor as a great strategist. But somehow, he seemed trustworthy. If he was deceiving them, he would surely be a legendary con artist. But Krang was no con artist. He was the future king and the head of this group. "How will you fight?" "We'll meet in the Neural Plains, as planned." His calm demeanor, like a friend coming to visit at the city's edge, exuded confidence. That calmness and composure instilled belief. They naturally believed he would win. There were those who had trusted and followed him from the start. "I have 50 well-trained spearmen under my command. They're few, but please make use of them." One noble spoke up. "Though my skills are modest, I will lead from the front. I have stockpiled grain. I'll send wheat and beans." Others joined in, offering their support. If they couldn't ease the anxiety, they would cover it with trust. "Trust me, we will win." Krang said it simply. Without a grand speech, he managed to unite everyone with a common purpose. Just one battle. That was enough. "What if Count Mulsanne has a change of heart?" the Marquis of Octo muttered. He was a genius in domestic affairs, but war was not his specialty. Krang, now off the stage, answered the question. "Count Mulsanne is an ambitious man, and his intellect is formidable. He will do just that." A month passed swiftly. "Will no knights come?" Count Mulsanne, while fixing his armor, responded to his adjutant's question. "It's unfortunate. Yes, I feel the same. It was a force built in anticipation of the intervention of knights. But to fight without them, arrogance, that pretentious bastard." Clang. Strapping on armor plated with steel, Mulsanne grasped the magic sword that symbolized his title. "Having finished his preparations," the Count declared, "I will end the royal family in the Neural Plain." The sound of a horn echoed through the plains. It was a signal. Come and fight. Chapter 396. Next, Eden Molson felt a headache from the smell of burning oil from the lantern. If he stayed here any longer, he wondered if he would die without ever experiencing the refreshing air, rather than from torture or beatings. Damn it, he cursed silently, and then his thoughts turned to his younger sibling. When he raised his head, he saw someone sitting cross-legged right in front of him, with large eyes and the kind of handsome looks that any man would turn to look at. It was Craze, someone Eden knew well from the Mad Men unit. He never imagined this guy would have planted a spy by his side and his brother's side. There was no point in resenting it now, as it wouldn't change anything, so Eden asked the practical and realistic question. My younger sibling? Perfectly fine. They don't eat much, but it seems to be the secret to maintaining their figure. Craze's smooth way of speaking was annoying. If you had run away right before the Civil War started, none of this would have happened, Craze remarked. Eden almost said he wished he had done that, but he stopped himself. You need to understand to avoid it. Doctor, do dit elke avond on de schimmel is binnen een week verdwenen open. His father, the king of the borderlands, had planned the Civil War, and he executed it. He knew that, but he couldn't speak freely. No matter what anyone said, he was Eden's father. Treason would certainly lead to a joint beheading. Would he stand on the opposite side of his father? That was unthinkable. Eden knew the power his father had. He was no man to fight a battle without a chance of winning. Eden Molson just wanted to hide with his brother somewhere peaceful. Whether it was in the east or the north didn't matter. That's why he endured while getting beaten by that Encrid guy. His brother was supposed to seduce Encrid and convince their father. Looking back now, it seemed like their father didn't care about Eden at all. Not that he'd let me escape either, Eden thought. Kill me, Eden said. These people were his father's enemies, so they wouldn't leave him alive. The value of a hostage? Nonsense. His father? Dean Molson, his father, was no longer human in Eden's eyes. His coldness was like the eternal permafrost, a chill that never melted. It wasn't visible on the surface, but if you observed closely, there was something inhuman about his coldness. When did he start being like this? He didn't know. It was outside of his awareness. His father had changed at some point. What are you going to kill? Craze tilted his head, then smacked his thigh with a loud clap. Let's do it this way. Craze knew how to handle people. He was quick to pick up on things, and had a good grasp of the situation. Eden Molson knew that as a hostage he had no value anymore. Count Molson didn't care about his son in front of him. Of course, he didn't care about his daughter disguised as a man either. It was none of his business, but one thing was certain. Eden Molson is trying to escape. He knew what he wanted. Torture wasn't necessary. Tell me everything you know and head to Martai. I'll arrange a new identity and a home for you. You were probably planning to sell the jewels and trinkets you brought to establish a base, but do you think you can easily dispose of such things? You'd be lucky not to get stabbed by a thief in the middle of the night. Craze had once hidden people and made deals with Krona. He had the skills, and for a while, he had considered taking this path. He didn't pursue it, though, because the chances of getting stabbed and locked up were too high. But at the time, he had no real talent in this area. The work could be done through the Gilpin Guild, so it wasn't too difficult. You're going to spare me? Eden's eyes were filled with doubt. Right. I wouldn't believe it either, Craze said, throwing out words that would make his opponent nod if they heard them. On my commander's honor. The commander was Encrid. The weight of Encrid's name at Border Guard was incomparable to anything else. Even if people didn't know the name of the Lord, they knew Encrid's name as well as any child in the street. What if this is a lie? Do you have a choice but to trust me? Eden had no choice. He could either trust him and speak, or just die. Damn it, I really got myself caught. Eden Molson said what he knew. It wasn't that important to him. He didn't even know the details. There are 5 weapons in the Count's territory. Not dogs, but weapons. The unit he attached seemed wrong. They are 5 warriors who wield different weapons. The explanation wasn't long. The Count's forces were divided into 4 groups, and each had a general. The remaining structure was similar to the kingdom's. The 5 weapons, the generals and the warriors who guarded Count Mulsanne, were the ones who proved themselves with brute strength. They were monsters by name. The mute warrior who wielded a hammer, Malton. The giant who made his body a weapon, Binukt. Salban, who handled 2 spears with near magic skill. The leaf-blade fairy, Banatoto. The fallen noble warrior, Riavart, Dotto. They could all have been knights in any order. They are all devoted to the Count. Just thinking about them made Eden's mouth go dry. They were all inhuman beings. Count Mulsanne was persistent and insidious. No one knew the power he had hidden. Did he ally with a cult or something? That was the question Cray also wondered about. Whether the Count had allied with Aspen or another group. No need. He has the territory forces. Eden answered, and Cray's previously relaxed expression hardened. No need for a long explanation. He's built a monstrous army, while Border Guard was holding off Aspen, while the kingdom was holding off the demonic realm in the south. Count Mulsanne had been calm. Though called the king of the borderlands, he hadn't caused any major problems. That was the power he had amassed. Was that all? That crafty bastard. He must have hidden more. The suspicion turned into certainty. Suddenly, Cray stood up with a crash, knocking over the chair. Eden closed his eyes as he watched. The dice had been thrown, and Eden knew how many days he had left. Outside, Cray's voice could be heard, shouting as he ran. Auden! Captain Shinar! Captain Graham! We need to organize reinforcements immediately. It was a mistake to knock out the constable like that. The voice came from some guild master standing next to Encrid. Honestly, it was annoying, but he left him be. The guy had come closer with something like goodwill. He was the one who had supplied various weapons and equipment, and had even followed him on the way to the Norelia Plains. He said he used to wield a sword back in his youth, so his interest was in joining the king's. Andrew, who was following behind, reacted, sensing something wrong. I know you have skills, but you know, don't you? Reputation is just as important. The guildmaster explained, and Andrew scoffed. The guildmaster, seeing this, furrowed his brow before quickly relaxing. The other man was the head of the newly rising noble family, Gardner. The 5 trainees behind him were said to have impressive skills as well. Encrid didn't care much about what the guildmaster had to say. The reason? It was quickly clear without much thought. It was because there was no one spreading rumors about what Encrid had done to those who had witnessed it firsthand. Aisha, who roughly knew the situation, wasn't someone who would blabber. Would Rem speak up? Talking was Rem's specialty, but there was no one here to talk to. Ragnar and Jackson were out of the question. Would Esther step forward? He's the one who saved your king. Would she say that? Fat chance. Of course, there were those who had seen Encrid. They were the ones who had faced him when he saved Crays. They had witnessed his swordsmanship as he instantly sliced through Squire Rupert, but those people fled immediately. There was no chance for them to speak up. Krang hadn't said much, nor had Matthew. The guard holding the trident was the same. However, whenever someone said something foolish, Matthew and the trident-wielding guards would get angry. Of course, some rumors had spread. The rumors that Encrid, the hero of the border guard, was real. The previous stories about him being a braggart or a nobody were starting to fade. But not all nobles had acknowledged it. So what? As mentioned repeatedly, Encrid didn't care in the slightest. Among those who gathered around him, there wasn't anyone who paid attention to such things. Unless someone came to mock him, of course. But otherwise, why bother? Encrid was far more interested in other matters. There were many things to think about and tasks to do. As Encrid made his way through the Norral Plains, he reflected on the past. I am Ingis of the Red Cloak Order. We will meet again, I think. It was when Ingis, a knight from the Order, had approached Encrid before leaving. I hope next time we can spar. Despite not having done anything particularly special, Ingis's attention had been drawn to Encrid. Why do you want to fight me? Encrid asked, intrigued. Normally, Encrid was the one who would initiate such a challenge, so it was unusual for someone to ask him instead. I have a good instinct, and you are an interesting person. Ingis, with a serious look, ran his hand through his hair. Encrid found him to be a very unique individual. Well, I must be going now. Ingis mentioned that there were troubling matters down south, repeating the sentiment a couple of times as he left. You're turning into quite the man who could make someone fall for you every day. Afterward, Luagarn came to visit. She unsheathed her sword a few times, then spoke. My current skills can't match yours. Her ankle was still not fully recovered. Even though frogs could heal quickly, an ankle wouldn't fully heal overnight. But still, the skill gap was undeniable. I still have things to teach, it seems. For 5 days, Luagarn had helped Encrid improve his fencing techniques. Encrid diligently learned the techniques. Did I do it this way back then? As Encrid practiced swordplay while marching, he recalled his past movements. It was just part of his routine, and everyone else simply paid it no mind. In reality, Encrid didn't have any soldiers under his command, so the people who observed him were predictable. Ragnar, Jackson, Dunbakel, Ram, and Andrew, Dutch. Except for Andrew, the others originally belonged to the Border Guard's standing army, so it was natural that they didn't have soldiers under their command. The journey to the Norral Plains was smooth. There were no ambushes or raids. The scouts were constantly moving, reporting enemy movements. Until then, Encrid had only reflected on what he had practiced over the past month. 1 month, which, under normal circumstances, could be considered a short period, was different this time. You've grown a lot. Ragnar's gaze shifted. Come on, bring it on. I'll go half serious with you. Rem too was stirred by the challenge. This is ridiculous. Aisha, who had recovered and returned, shook her head. How could someone's skills improve so much in just a few days? It's hard to recognize the old version of you. Jackson also commented on the change. It was high praise. Encrid nodded. For 1 month, Encrid had said almost nothing. He had only focused on his sword and advanced. Was it because of the stimulation from his mentor? That wasn't all of it. Inside Encrid, the half-formed swordsmanship continued to emerge. Encrid repeatedly asked himself questions. What if I had fought until the end? What would have happened? Through these recurring questions, he found his answer. No, he already knew the answer. The experience of repeatedly facing today's challenges brought insight. Now, having walked the path, a new vision opened before him. Maximum 3 times, that was enough. With that, the barriers could be overcome. Thus, he realized that he was not a wall. It was a refreshing experience. Though a month had passed, it felt too short considering the numerous repetitions. It was a time of different concentration and intensity. Encrid showed a change every single day. It was a moment of digesting the experience accumulated over those repeated days. But to others, it seemed like something extraordinary. Now, you won't be dying that easily, Rem concluded. Finally, they reached the Norral Plains. Beyond the lush green fields where new sprouts were growing with the arrival of summer, the enemy forces appeared in full view. A massive army lined up, their numbers staggering. There are so many of them. Rem spoke first. Ragnar nodded, and Jackson just raised his head slightly with his arms crossed. Dunbakel scanned from left to right and said, There are at least 3 times as many. As she had said, the numbers were vastly different. In fact, the commanders from Crace's army had thought they could attract cultists or pull some tricks. It was a misjudgment. The reality was that the army's numbers were different. The finely trained provincial army numbered close to 10,000. Even their formation alone had a different aura. The troops stationed to defend against civil war barely numbered 3,000. They were outnumbered, outtrained, and outclassed. It was a losing fight. In front of them stood 5 deadly figures. 2 adjutants stood by their sides, each exuding a formidable presence. The weather was sunny, yet it felt like dark clouds were gathering overhead. The black clouds hung only above their forces. And then, "I'm just here to say hello." The man who had come this far, while constantly reflecting on his sword, spoke. He wanted to test his sword, and on some level he instinctively sought to shift the momentum of the current atmosphere. It was the kind of intuition that could pierce through the strategies and tactics of the battle against Aspen. Big-eyed one. Encrid now comfortably called the one who had become accustomed to helping him the veered-eyed one, and mounted up. With the blaring sound of a horn, boom, 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 the drum beats echoed, and a single horseman charged forward. "Anyone step up," he called out. The scene was one of stunned silence as one of the 5 deadly figures' adjutants stepped forward. "I'll bring back his head." Since the opponent had requested a duel, it would be given. The adjutant extended his spear and rode forth. The opponent dismounted. Why would a foolish man dismount? The steed screamed. With the command, the speed increased, and the ground began to tremble. The heavy horse and its rider charged. The enemy's dismounted opponent would likely be skewered or torn apart. "Ah!" One of the kingdom's soldiers pointed ahead, opening their mouth in disbelief. "Shouldn't we avoid that?" That was the question. But most of them stood frozen, watching. Though not everything happened in an instant, there was nothing they could do. Given the situation, all they could do was watch. Those who could see and understand the situation knew the dismounted enemy would be pierced by the spear. Those who didn't know Encrid could only think the same. Only a few had the luxury of knowing who it was. Boom, boom, boom. The horse closed the distance rapidly, its heavy weight visible from afar. Dust rose from the earth. The grass was crushed underfoot, flying backward. It was a violent charge compared to the smooth gallop their own troops had made. Whoosh! The spear cleaved the air. The adjutant wielding the spear, and the rider sped past the opponent. Thud! Blood splattered into the air like paint on a canvas. The rider passed by, but the rider's upper body was left behind. The spear-wielding warrior's torso was lifted into the air, as though some invisible force had yanked it before it crashed to the ground. Blood and innards stained the grass and earth. The first casualty, Encrid muttered under his breath, even though they couldn't hear his words. Next. Chapter 397. The Mark of Dawn. Encrid tightened his grip on silver. At the same time, he thought, the cavalry charging in, the flying spearhead. The heart of the beast gave him courage, and a single point of focus made the opponent's movements appear as if they were severed. His heightened sensitivity to hearing and vision naturally calculated the arrival of the spear, and he struck. Yet, something still gnawed at his mind. It's not enough. Something was lacking. The movement ended in an instant, and he quickly realized what needed correction. What if he had stepped forward a little more just now? If he had taken just half a step more, it would have been perfect. That would have made the transfer of force easier. Lecare. Gur detta varia kväll och svampen borta inom. Unveker, open the difference in stride would change the way force was transferred. Encrid swung the sword, tightened his grip, and adjusted his position, moving exactly as he had thought. He widened his stance. He corrected his posture. He swung the sword into the air. Whoosh. There was no need to swing it quickly. He only needed to feel the transfer of power at an appropriate speed. The blade cut through the air, stopping exactly where he aimed. Conclusion: this was correct. The difference in stride made the transfer of force much smoother. Encrid understood it with his mind, and engraved it into his body. Isn't anyone coming? He lifted his head. Thousands of people had gathered. An army was watching. Of course, Encrid wasn't looking at the army. He was simply checking to see if his next opponent would appear. Why aren't they coming? He gazed with confusion. This was the first battle and duel. Though he couldn't see those lined up behind, the ones at the front saw everything. Naturally, the enemy on the opposite side also saw it. It would be normal not to rush in. One strike? Zalban's brow furrowed. He had two subordinates. The one who had just gone out was relatively less skilled, but still had the talent to not be easily overpowered by a squire of the Night Order. Was he too careless? What a fool! Another subordinate spoke and took a step forward. Wait. Zalban raised his hand. The subordinate pulled the reins and stopped. Zalban judged that the opponent's skills were not ordinary. However, his subordinate had also been too careless. He wasn't someone who could be taken down by a single blow. After a brief contemplation, he decided, I'll go. Bin you follow and back me up. Zalban wasn't alone. He took a subordinate with him. It was key to make it seem like he was leading, while his subordinate trailed a few steps behind to provide support. His subordinate's specialty was throwing spears. One well-timed assist would be enough. Even if someone from the enemy ranks came to assist, it wouldn't change the outcome. There weren't many who could throw spears with such deadly accuracy. Let's go. Zalban spurred his horse forward, with his subordinate following closely behind. The guildmaster who was with Encrid's group was so shocked that he stood there with his mouth agape. Then, when two figures emerged from the enemy's ranks, he finally spoke. Shouldn't someone from our side step forward? He said, directed at Ram or Ragna. Ha! Not even close, Ram responded with a yawn. After seeing Encrid's skills develop in the month before, there was no cause for concern. Ragna, meanwhile, had grabbed an apple from somewhere and was biting into it enthusiastically. She seemed to be eating it with such vigor that he might even eat the seeds. Jackson said nothing. He stood with his arms crossed, eyes closed. The guild master couldn't tell what he was thinking. These people, were they not sending anyone from the main army? He turned his gaze to the main force. It was silent. No, there was a subtle commotion, but it didn't seem like they were about to charge. In fact, they too were simply watching. After Ingus left, Marcus had taken command of the kingdom's forces. His palms were sweating. If they lost this duel and skirmish, they would lose in the full-scale battle as well. If they lost momentum here, there was no way to recover. The enemy's strength was simply superior. This is hell. That was his first thought upon hearing the enemy's main force numbers. After seeing their training levels, even Marcus's determination was wavering when Encrid suddenly stepped forward. It was an unexpected turn, an unanticipated event. Marcus hadn't seen Encrid fight in a long time, so it came as a surprise. So that's what he was like? The enemy consisted of 5 deadly weapons cultivated by a count. Even their subordinates weren't ordinary fighters. Yet, one blow had severed the waist of one of them. It wasn't luck or a mere opening. Encrid had stood directly in front of him, overpowering him with superior strength and speed. Marcus recognized that immediately. After a moment of thought, he pondered his situation. He was hanging by a thread on the edge of a precipice. It was like choosing solid ground in a swamp. Either option was equally precarious. A single wrong move, and everything could collapse. That was the level of caution he now felt. Should I send reinforcements? Rather than deciding alone, he turned to the knight Aisha beside him and asked, "Just watch." Aisha responded with a gruff tone and thought to herself, I should be the one stepping up. She had given no signal or indication, and Encrid had gone out alone to fight. If I told them to cancel and come back to fight me, it would sound ridiculous. For a moment, she imagined walking out in front of the enemy to call for a reset, but of course, it was absurd. More than that, if Encrid hadn't stepped forward, they might have lost without even starting. By using reconnaissance, they already had a good understanding of the enemy's strength. But what they missed was the level of training and the quality of their equipment. The Count's army was solid as a rock. The difference in power was staggering. It was no surprise that her body froze for a moment after seeing that. The more experience one had, the more natural it was to react that way. So, what about Encrid? Did he not realize this? No, he knew exactly what he was doing. He stepped forward without hesitation, taking responsibility for initiating the fight. Aisha silently acknowledged her defeat, not just in skill but in heart as well. What a guy, she thought to herself watching him. Far off, Encrid could be seen stepping out to fight. He was the one who had proudly claimed his dream of being a knight, the one who had nearly shattered his own face in the process, and the one who had saved her life. Ah, go ahead, kill them all, Aisha muttered, her heart unknowingly voicing its thoughts. In the center of the battlefield, as both armies watched, a battle cry rang out. Kia! One of the 5 deadly weapons. Zalban, who wielded 2 spears, charged forward. Aisha saw it too. Dust swirled before Encrid's eyes. Drops of blood splattered onto the grass, forming small round stains. It was about 10 steps away. The man who had arrived on horseback suddenly leapt off. The moment his feet hit the ground, the dust from his landing became visible like grains of sand. The grass swayed in the wind. The rustling sound could be heard, like the grass greeting each other. The weight of the sword in his hand was felt. The sensation and weight of his armor and clothes brushing against his body were also present. It's the right weight. He had named the sword silver, and today its weight seemed particularly satisfying. Looking at the blade, he noticed a small nick. It might be a good idea to sharpen it with a whetstone. Confident in your skills to have come this far? What's your name? The approaching opponent asked. Encrid did not answer. He simply enjoyed the sensations of everything around him, as he relied on his instincts. The wind brushed against his cheek. The sunlight pressed down on his helmet. Ah, this is a little disappointing. Encrid took off his helmet. Now, the sunlight and the breeze felt even closer than before. The vast plain offered no hills or cover to hide behind. In other words, it was a perfect place for the wind to play. The Norelia Plains were once called the Land of Winds in ancient times. The wind raced across the vast land that offered no resistance, an unstoppable dash. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew. Zalban instinctively tightened his grip on his spear. Encrid relaxed his body, allowing the wind to flow over him, wrapping him up before dispersing. Zalban frowned. Wasn't the opponent's body slightly lifted off the ground just now? Or was it just an illusion? He wanted to rub his eyes. But, on the contrary, he couldn't take his eyes off for a moment. If his focus wavered even a little, the opponent's blade would pierce his stomach. The man who went first would not have lasted even a few exchanges, despite not being careless. Up close, Zalban was certain of it. It's real? The opponent's skill was superior to his own. Zalban tightened his grip on the spear. Veins popped up on the back of his hand. He steeled himself and began to visualize the battle in his mind. I'll block with my left hand. While thinking, Zalban's gaze shifted to Encrid's waist. There were 2 more swords. A belt for holding throwing knives was clearly visible on his chest. 3 swords. He hadn't just brought them for no reason. Then, the other weapons must also be put to use. As he carefully observed, Zalban noticed a hidden knife around the opponent's ankle. The man was standing with his arm hanging loosely, as if blown by the wind. Again. Zalban rewound the fight in his mind from the beginning. What if he blocks with his left hand, and then strikes with his spear faster than anyone else with his right? No. Again. Sweat started to bead on Zalban's forehead. That was a sign of mental fatigue. He once again visualized the battle. I'll strike with my left hand, forcing a defense from him. Then, he would twist the handle of the spear in his right hand. That's the plan. Use every trick prepared. That's the right approach. His eyes felt stinging. It felt as though he were trapped in a prison where even blinking was forbidden. Yet, Zalban endured the pressure skillfully. He, too, was a warrior who had crossed the river of death countless times. This level of pressure was nothing new. I'll kill him. If he moved, his subordinates would throw javelins like his own limbs. I can't stop that. A javelin would fly from outside his vision during the fight. The person throwing it had excellent skill. The officer was as capable as any squire in a fight. Based on his skill in throwing javelins, he could be considered a junior knight. A drop of sweat fell to the ground. The opponent blinked once. Zalban flinched, his shoulder twitching. Is he? Despite being so focused, is he letting his guard down? Blinking his eyes like that? For a moment, Zalban almost leapt forward. Feigning an attack? Is it a feint? It must be. The moment he judged this, Zalban pushed his feet forward. He began to close the 10-pace gap, cautiously advancing. Encrid observed the approaching opponent, but also saw beyond him. Everything was neatly visible, and the sensations of his body remained the same. Suddenly his vision opened up, and the surroundings came into view. First, there was someone sneaking around behind, preparing to interfere if necessary. The spear stuck in his back was an obvious warning. Naturally, he noticed the approaching opponent. He seemed slow in his approach, and that was frustrating. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. If I lose here, the consequences will be severe. He could already predict the result. The opponent's forces were superior. In numbers and training, they outclassed him. The Count had prepared thoroughly. Still, Encrid felt it would be fine. Wars on the continent were determined by a few elite individuals. A knight's strength could change the course of a battlefield. The first knights, back in ancient times, had changed the meaning of the title by passing it down through generations. Knights altered the shape of battle. Encrid was here because he wanted to change something. I will change it. Why did he want to become a knight? To protect and preserve. To fight for what he believed was right and protect the people behind him. From the moment he grasped his sword, that was the life he desired. The lyrics of a bard had etched themselves into his heart, becoming his guiding light. Thus, he walked and walked until now. In the faded and torn dream, the first light of dawn left traces. Ignoring his opponent's steps, Encrid boldly moved forward. His steps were heavy, but there was no rush to them. The sword in his hand swayed with his arm, and the blade followed his movement. The distance between the two closed to within 5 steps. Zalban dug his feet into the ground. Keat! He thrust his spear forward with his left hand. Encrid held silver and blocked diagonally in front of his chest, twisting his wrist. Striking softly didn't make the blade turn into cotton. As the blade met the spear's tip, the force was redirected. The sword flowed around the spear's strength, continuing its motion. Zalban's eyes were visible. Brown, bloodshot eyes. Had he been dry today? Why was his gaze so intense? Distractions crept in. The opponent raised his right hand and thrust, but it didn't reach him. Still, it was a feint to thrust forward. Bang! With a loud noise, the spear's tip was shot forward. It was a weapon with a special mechanism. Encrid didn't push the sword away but pulled it back instead. Thud! It happened so fast. But in reality, It was a very brief moment. Zalban thrust with his left hand, shot the spear from his right hand, and two metallic sounds rang out. Right after that, there was a sound of flesh being pierced. Whack! Encrid blocked twice and struck once, all with the sword in his right hand. His third strike grazed the opponent's chest. Zalban was wearing several layers of leather, and beneath them, thick padded armor, but Encrid's sword sliced through all of them, leaving a mark on his muscle and flesh, exactly where the heart was. The veins in Zalban's bloodshot eyes thickened. Cough! He coughed up blood, stumbling back a few steps before falling to his knees. Ha! Ha! The person behind finally threw a javelin. The javelin aimed for Encrid's face. The rush of air hit his face first. Encrid brought his sword down. Thud! The javelin was caught by the sword's trajectory and deflected off to the side, rolling on the ground. The officer, preparing to throw a second javelin, froze. It was obvious that the outcome would be no different, so his body instinctively stiffened. In the end, Encrid swung his sword in his right hand for the fourth time, finishing the fight. Zalban watched as the ground came closer. The world turned red. He thought to himself, there was a skill gap from the start. The opponent's level was different. Even with his two attacks, one of which had been a spear thrown unexpectedly, it had been easily blocked. How had this happened? The answer was simple. Encrid struck faster and more accurately than him. His accumulated experience was far superior. That was Zalban's conclusion. Encrid wiped the blade in the air. By then the man who had thrown the javelin was neither coming to fight nor fleeing. He could only roll his eyes. Not going to fight? Encrid asked calmly and indifferently, neither urging nor rebuking, just inquiring as if asking about his intention. A strange atmosphere filled the air, and the javelin-throwing man's hand tightened around his spear as he reconsidered. You crazy bastard! One of the enemy soldiers, more impatient than the others, suddenly charged forward. He yanked on the reins and jumped out. Thud! 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 The one who seemed ready to charge stopped about 20 steps away and drew a short bow, pulling the string back. His skill was impressive. A mounted archer was not a common sight. As he narrowed the distance, the arrow would fly as fast as light. Encrid, seeing the opponent charge and shoot the arrow, flicked his left hand. Of course, it was imbued with will. He drew his sword, chapter 398. Strikes and thrusts, the adjutant wielding the spear finally faltered and retreated. The opponent didn't give chase, as if signaling they would only fight those who dared to come at them. Silently, the opponent flicked the blood from their sword and returned to their original position. The horse that had brought them there neighed once, standing nearby. It was a steed of remarkable size and presence, its gaze anything but ordinary. The adjutant, taking it all in, retreated hesitantly to where he had started. Watching the retreat, Reavart raised his sword, standing beside his horse. You should have fought to the death instead. Crack! The adjutant's skull split in two as Reavart swung his sword. A gush of blood trailed the blade as it was pulled free. Foolish Zalban. A cold, clear voice mocked the fallen man. Li avi med mag, och arnfet pi, on kvel medet herrenepet. Open it was Banat, a fairy warrior. Her short-cropped golden hair gave her a masculine air, while her tone betrayed no trace of emotion, colder than mere indifference. It was her signature, cutting remarks delivered with an icy lack of sentiment. He was the weakest among us. I'll handle it. Banat stepped forward, but Reavart shook his head. I'll go. Sending someone as weak as that to bolster morale? If that's their plan, then I'll be the one to crush it. Reavart, second only to Count Mulsanne in rank, had no need for anyone's approval. Banat nodded with her usual unreadable expression. It was impossible to gauge her thoughts from her face. Moulton, as always, remained silent, while Banat gave a disinterested shrug. Let him have his sight. Benuct carried the blood of giants and didn't bother suppressing his bloodthirsty urges. When you kill that man, we'll charge all at once. That's how it would go. Riavart nudged his steed into a trot, heading for the spot where two corpses now lay. Glancing briefly at Zalban's body, he dismounted and adjusted his gear. He secured his sword belt, strapped on a short sword, and carried a machete with a thick, single-edged blade at his back, a magical weapon no less. His left arm bore a kite shield, plain and unadorned. This shield, fixed to his gauntlet rather than gripped, was smaller but heavier than most. Only someone with considerable strength would opt to wield it. Riavart's every movement caused a clattering of metal. His plate armor over a gambeson was the source. Once fully prepared, he advanced. The opponent simply watched him approach, unmoving. Riavart found the opponent's calm gaze irritating. "Your name?" he asked. "Encrid," came the reply. Riavart, he introduced himself. It was Encrid's first time hearing the name. Though the 5 fiends of the Count were infamous within their territory, they rarely ventured outside, leaving them unknown to most. Encrid, on the other hand, was far more widely recognized. "Looks like I've already won." Riavart frowned. "We haven't even started. I meant my name is more well known. What the hell is with this guy?" Of course, Encrid wasn't truly mad. It was a calculated provocation, designed to shake his opponent's psyche. Everything about Riavart, his measured walk, meticulous preparation, even initiating conversation, pointed to a formidable foe. "Madmen unit indeed," Riavart muttered. "Jealous?" Encrid replied. Riavart was momentarily at a loss for words. Jealous? Who wouldn't crave fame and recognition, even if they weren't driven by ambition? And Riavart was an ambitious man, one who immediately recognized he'd been baited. "You bastard, I'm tough to chew through." Is that his way of saying he's hard to kill? Riavart, known for his wit, understood the jab instantly, which only fueled his irritation. "Fine. Why? I'll kill you." Riavart advanced with a diagonal slash. Encrid observed that while the strike wasn't particularly fast or complex, it left openings. Exploiting one, he made his move. With a flash of will, he thrust out a spark. The fiery point of light shot toward Riavart's sword arm, but Riavart intercepted it, raising his shield. Clang! The spark failed to penetrate. The shield's material and the skill of its bearer were anything but ordinary. As Encrid pulled back the spark, Riavart countered with a straightforward thrust. It wasn't a sudden acceleration or a technique to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. It was calm and precise. Encrid bent backward, narrowly avoiding the blade as it passed over his neck. Anticipating a downward slash next, Encrid readied his silver, but Riavart withdrew his sword and reset his stance behind his shield. Even if charging in would have given him an advantage, Riavart refrained. "Why?" Rising from his evasive posture, Encrid studied the visor of Riavart's helmet, catching a glimpse of his eyes. "Is he testing me?" No. Riavart was serious. The path of a knight is never uniform. Each one forges their own way, and Riavart was unyieldingly cautious. Encased in heavy plate and armed with a shield, he only attacked when the opportunity was perfect. He avoided risk altogether. Even if there were a stone bridge over solid ground, Riavart would circle around rather than cross it. His mastery lay in blending defense and calculated offense, a style reinforced by sharp wits and a silver tongue. After his initial taunt, Encrid had grown silent. Riavart's defenses were formidable. Spark couldn't pierce them, silver couldn't cut through, and the whistle dagger he'd thrown was deflected by Riavart's helm. It wasn't just the armor. It was how Riavart wielded it, turning his defenses into a seamless extension of himself. That was something remarkable. Riavart kept talking, persistent as ever. "Your dream is to become a knight, isn't it?" Encrid retrieved spark and gripped silver with both hands. This was the pressing sword, a technique designed to suppress with sheer force. As he swung down with pressure, Reavart raised his shield to meet the blow. Thunk! It wasn't the sound of an overwhelming clash, but a dull, muted impact. Silver's blade struck Reavart's shield. Encrid pressed with strength, applying the pressing sword to drive his opponent down. Reavart adjusted the angle of his shield, deflecting the blow to the side. He blocked and retreated, resisting the crushing pressure. His stance and technique were as solid as his armor. "Are you satisfied with the path you've walked so far?" Reavart's words cut through the moment, but Encrid moved without response, preparing his next attack. If the pressing failed, then came the capturing sword, a technique meant for tactical duels. However, no matter how intricate his moves, Reavart's armor and shield endured. A faint glow emanated from both, clearly enchanted magical equipment. Would cutting it apart work? If seizing control didn't shift the tide, then raw power would. What if he infused his strike with the intent to cut through anything? Though Encrid couldn't fully channel such will, he could mimic its essence with the raw strength of his heart of the beast. Acting on instinct, Encrid executed a strike layered with Ragnar's techniques. Combining it with the rotation of a greatsword style, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, twisted his torso, and poured his strength into the swing. But just as the attack was about to unleash, Reavart charged with surprising speed, despite his heavy armor, attempting a shoulder tackle. If Encrid continued his swing, he'd barely graze Reavart's arm near the ricasso. He stepped back, his stance briefly unsettled, but Reavart didn't pursue. Instead, he reset his posture, gripping his shield firmly. His knees bent, lowering his center of gravity, and his piercing gaze never left his opponent. His sword remained poised to thrust or slash at any moment. A formidable foe. What will you do if the path you've chosen turns out to be wrong? Reavart's voice broke through the tension again. Encrid analyzed him carefully. His skill was comparable to Encrid's, but he focused entirely on defense. The current situation spoke volumes. Encrid understood the strategy. "The road to knighthood is treacherous," Reavart continued. "It's a path of thorns, a leap off a cliff with brambles in your arms. A single misstep, and you'll never reach your ideal. Every jump must be perfect." Even as he spoke, his breathing remained steady. Reavart was playing the long game, nullifying attacks with his armor and shield while maintaining composure. His words sought to destabilize his opponent mentally, a tactic befitting someone nicknamed the Weapon. Yet, it was undeniably threatening. Reavart's shield and armor seemed like an unyielding steel wall. That was his intent, and his ceaseless words aimed to unnerve, probing for weaknesses to exploit. His attacks came with both words and sword. Each wrong step diminishes your talent and saps your strength. Talent alone cannot make a knight. So how far do you think your so-called talent and luck will take you? He talked. A lot. This verbosity came from a practiced hand at verbal dueling. He wielded his tongue like a weapon. A knight? That's a fading dream. Like a painted grape. Visible but untouchable. Wishing upon a star doesn't make it yours. Fairy tales don't come true in reality. Reavart's words struck like swords and spears. Encrid, instead of responding, repeated his earlier attack. With spark, he thrust forward, accelerating in an instant. But the shield still held. He tried the pressing sword, but Reavart endured like a mountain. The capturing sword also failed. Reavart disrupted its flow with his shield, refusing to engage in the tactical duel Encrid sought. As he blocked, he continued to speak. "Walk barefoot on a path of thorns, and you'll lose your feet. Why take such a road when you could choose another? Why? Why?" Reavart's persistence knew no bounds, speaking even when met with silence. Encrid finally replied, "You're annoyingly loud." His opponent grinned. "Am I loud or do my words sting? If you hear the truth, Then you've already acknowledged it deep down. You're like a wannabe sage, Encrid retorted, stepping back and resetting his stance. He placed his left foot forward, the right foot back, raising Silver's tip skyward, a fundamental posture. What will you do if your chosen path is wrong? I've said it before. If you lose your talent, you'll lose your way. The faint concern was almost convincing. I'll just try again, Encrid said simply. Reavart blinked. Wasn't the impossibility of retrying the entire point? The exchange repeated a few more times. Thorns, lost talent, and the futility of chasing knighthood. I'll just try again. A battle between offense and defense had extended beyond swords to their words. With the blade, Encrid attacked while Reavart defended. In speech, Reavart attacked while Encrid remained unshaken, calmly repeating his resolute answers. I'll just keep trying. And try again. Getting lost is part of the journey. Shortcuts aren't necessary. Starting over is always an option. There was something harder than Reavart's shield or armor, Encrid's unyielding will. This wasn't about repeating today's fight. Even when there was nothing, Encrid moved forward, through each day, each battle. Had he always been sure that his path was right? No. Yet he swung his sword until his palms bled, walking forward nonetheless. Every morning felt like a new start, with lingering traces of past dreams. If he'd had 3 more such mornings, he might have surpassed even junior knights. Through countless repetitions, he reached this new stage. And so, as Encrid swung silver from its raised position, mixing the capturing sword with the pressing sword, his attacks gained finesse. Using his left hand for quick thrusts, he split his focus to coordinate simultaneous movements. The strike was powerful enough to burden his right arm's muscles. Clang! Before the echo faded, Spark darted forward. Thud! Though Spark struck Reavart's shoulder guard, it failed to pierce. Silver, too, was deflected by the shield. But was fine. Encrid repeated the process. A long-game strategy implied confidence and endurance. Encrid was no different. He invited his opponent into the breathless realm, a world without breath, and continued. Strike, thrust, strike, thrust. Reavart blocked, endured. Blocked, endured. The battle of attrition became a test of will. Silence fell. In the midst of the battlefield, only the clang of steel and the muted thuds of impact remained. Even the horns and drums had stopped, replaced by the sound of clashing blades. Chapter 399. For my shining hero, one of the squad leaders under the Kingdom Army's Capital Defense Unit, Rearban, knew Encrid. They had spent several months together during the time Encrid was in the capital. Naturally, he recognized his face. It wasn't a face easily forgotten. When Rearban, standing at the forefront, saw Encrid, memories of their conversations surfaced. So, you want to become a knight? He had scoffed. You'd be better off finding another path. He had offered sincere advice. There was no response. Encrid, that guy, simply wielded his sword. He was always there, whether it rained or snowed. Teach me swordsmanship. Aye. Lekare chokaid, bli ave medin slapa meix pa5 dagar. Open, he had begged for instruction, never ceasing in his efforts. And somehow it seemed dignified. The number of people mocking him increased. So did those who ostracized him. Once, a novice mercenary who had just picked up a sword joined their group. The mercenary crew often gathered at a particular tavern, and Encrid was there too. Initially hesitant, the novice swordsman quickly improved. He was a talented one. Soon he surpassed Encrid's skills and humiliated him during a sparring match. I don't understand how you're still at this level after all that practice. Shouldn't you just give up? Rearban vividly remembered the mocking laughter on that guy's face. What was his name again? He couldn't recall the name. But Encrid's expression toward the guy was unforgettable. Encrid neither grew angry nor despaired. He remained unbothered, calm, and composed. But was that truly how he felt inside? Had he not rotted and decayed over and over again? Rearban had watched him, not with any particular intent, but simply because Encrid piqued his interest. The next day he swung his sword again. The number of people belittling him grew. "Why do you keep hanging around that guy?" someone once said to Rearban. It wasn't as if he was defending Encrid. "That's none of your business, is it?" It just so happened that the jerks gathering around annoyed him. Even after that, Encrid remained unchanged. Even when he was beaten to the brink of death. Even when he was overtaken by others. He kept swinging his sword. For what? A knight. Did that even make sense? A third-rate, at best a borderline second-rate swordsman, dreaming of knighthood? Knighthood was reserved for the rare few among the most gifted, those hailed as geniuses. Get a grip. Half out of pity, Rearban had said to him, but naturally he hadn't listened. Back then, Encrid was somewhat infamous. Childish sense of justice. Recklessness. Unchangeably mediocre talent. Those were the things that defined the name Encrid. Rearban now gazed at the enemy soldiers lined up in the distance. The first thought that struck him upon seeing them was run. We're no match. Overwhelming numbers. A well-trained army. The Count's forces, now to be called rebels. Soon, they'd be his opponents in battle. Years of mercenary experience and his time in the Capital Defense Unit made the reality clear. Fighting here meant death. A meaningless death. Why am I standing here? Out of a childish sense of justice? Or clinging to a few measly coins? Neither, really. Even when he quit mercenary work, it wasn't for any grand reason. He had found a wife and had a child. There had been a woman who spoke of love under the moon and among flowers. And there was a child who called him father. Why do you push yourself so hard? Your palms are torn. He had once asked Encrid. Why go to such extremes? Why train to the point of risking his life? Why refuse to back down, even while being beaten? Inwardly, Rearban knew the answer. Protection. Protect those standing behind you. Do not turn away from honor. Uphold your convictions. These were the words Encrid had often voiced. Even without words, he had shouted them with his actions. Rearban had seen a few corpses while helping clean up after the incident at the royal palace. One of them was a bastard who used to beat and torment Encrid relentlessly. That guy, once a so-called instructor, now lay scattered in pieces across the floor. Should I say serves him right? The one who killed him. Encrid. A name synonymous with mediocrity. Rearban squinted, as though blinded by light. The sunlight wasn't harsh, yet he felt dazzled. Some people in this world shine so brightly, you cannot bear to look at them directly. Call them heroes or shining stars. It didn't matter. They stood tall, proving their worth. Encrid. He silently repeated the name. He could see Encrid fighting in the distance. His movements were clear, bright, but they didn't blind him. From Rearban's vantage, he couldn't tell how the battle was going. But he knew one thing. It was fierce. Intensely fierce. As if Encrid had thrown his very life into the fight. Blood splattered. Sparks danced across the air. The enemy Encrid was fighting dropped their sword, pulling out a secondary weapon, a machete from their waist. Encrid countered with his own sword, swinging with force. Clang! The sound exploded. The impact rippled outward like concentric waves. Goosebumps covered Rearban's entire body. His hairs stood on end. He forgot his despair over the enemy and could only watch Encrid's back. He was alone, standing in front of a terrifying enemy army, cutting down foes and continuing to fight those who emerged. A flash of light burst between the two clashing fighters. Encrid's body was flung backward, rolling on the ground. His opponent staggered back a few steps but stood firm. Rearban saw Encrid rolling. He knew this wasn't someone who'd stop just because he fell. Thud, thud. Rearban struck the ground with the butt of his spear. Thud, thud, thud. And he repeated the motion. For Norelia, he murmured. Words that wouldn't be heard. Words that wouldn't reach anyone. They were only for himself. For his nation, his people, his wife, his child. For all of it he stood here. It was about protecting the person behind him. As Rearban moved, the surrounding soldiers began striking their spears against the ground, one by one. Thud, 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 thud. The staggered rhythm naturally aligned. It wasn't an order from their commander. They were simply moved by the battle unfolding before their eyes. For my radiant hero as well, Rearban murmured to himself, striking the ground with his spear. And Encrid, who had fallen, rose again. Though it seemed as though words were exchanged between the two, they weren't audible. Thud, thud, thud. Only the sound of spears pounding the ground resonated. Without taking a single breath, Encrid launched relentless strikes, pushing himself harder and harder. Reavart was the first to change tactics. Abandoning his sword, he swung a machete instead. Encrid neither slowed nor paused to catch his breath. He simply swung silver forward. The stance wasn't perfect, but the strike was infused with the explosive power of his monstrous heart. It was a blow that surpassed the limits of human strength. The two weapons clashed. As blade met blade, an intangible pressure emanated from the machete, slashing Encrid's chest and abdomen. The attack was too sudden and close to deflect. Grinding his teeth, Encrid took the hit with his body and delivered his strike. That's how it came to this. Encrid was thrown backward while Reavart staggered a few steps back. Though Encrid sensed his body being hurled through the air, he quickly regained his balance. Even after steadying himself and standing upright, the world continued to spin. The ground seemed to whirl, and his opponent's figure appeared distorted, as though elongated. Something hot surged within him, and he spat it out. A mouthful of blood spilled onto the ground, relieving the dizziness. What was that? Encrid asked. A magic sword, Reavart replied. Encrid didn't think it was dishonorable. As he rose to his feet, the pounding sound of thud, thud, thud reverberated through the air. It felt strangely akin to the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Oddly, it sounded like a song of encouragement. My insides ache a bit. His head still felt hazy. But so what? Not an issue at all. Encrid asked and answered himself inwardly, raising his sword once more. It was time to end this. Reavart looked at his dented shoulder and breastplates. Is it a difference in talent? He dismissed the thought and focused on Encrid. The opponent's figure seemed larger than before. Perhaps it was a matter of willpower, but it felt more like discipline. Though he could have pressed forward, there was no need. A day's reprieve wouldn't hurt. It was also in line with what the Count truly desired. For these reasons, Reavart conceded defeat purely and without reservations. He acknowledged that if the fight continued, he would be the one to falter. You've won. The words were unexpected. Encrid merely looked at him. The goddess of fortune is as capricious as ever, Reavart said with a voice heavy with regret. More a lamentation directed at the world than at himself. But it doesn't matter. Nothing changes anyway. Not going to continue? Encrid cut him off. That's it for today. I've lost my interest. The rhythmic pounding of spears against the ground persisted. To Reavart, it sounded like an order to protect the man named Encrid. Moreover, others had drawn closer during the fight. Rem, Ragnar, Aisha, and Dunbakel on one side. On the other, Moltan, Binukt, on the key figures of both armies were gathered. Someone skilled in assassination far beyond the norm. With senses surpassing human limitations, Riavart pinpointed the individual's location. In the shadows beneath a horse, using the animal's body to subtly conceal himself. When their gazes met, the figure stepped forward, seemingly indifferent to being exposed. It was, of course, Jackson. Burning everything here would be wasteful. Remember, battle isn't limited to swordplay, Riavart remarked before turning away. He gestured toward his steed, and the black horse that had accompanied him for years approached. Retrieving his fallen sword, Riavart secured his gear onto the horse and mounted it. "Boring, aren't you?" Encrid taunted. Riavart didn't respond. "Next time won't be," he said, his composure unshaken despite admitting defeat. Their eyes met briefly. Riavart cursed the goddess of fortune. Encrid, meanwhile, wondered if this was truly the extent of his opponent's power. His instincts told him it wasn't. "The battle is tomorrow. At dawn, it will begin." "This is my respect for your victory," Riavart declared, riding off. Encrid watched him go. Was it right to attack him now? No. At Easti, Starown, Idashibirav. He wouldn't do what he despised. It wasn't the right course of action, nor would it have meaning. His senses and reason both told him so. If the enemy began an all-out assault now, his side would be at a disadvantage. Letting them withdraw was a blessing they should be grateful for. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of spears striking the ground resonated, the soldiers' morale high. But that was all. Even if their spirits were lifted, their numbers wouldn't increase. If an uncoordinated melee broke out, the smaller side would be at a disadvantage. What must be done to improve their chances, even slightly? Encrid knew instinctively. Buy time, regroup, and prepare for battle. That's why he had stepped forward in the first place. Fighting Riavart now would be meaningless. Encrid turned around as well. Riavart was already retreating, and the distance between them quickly widened. "Why'd you come out to meet me?" Encrid asked those waiting midway back to the main force. "To chop your enemies to bits if you died," Rem replied, hefting his axe. "Your breathless tactic was impressive," Ragnar added, tossing an apple core. "Not a single one of them is easy," Dunbakel muttered, glancing at Encrid's back. Finally, Aisha stared at Encrid intently before speaking. "Impressive bastard." Though the exact meaning was unclear, Encrid understood well enough. It was recognition of his strength. What had he shown them? This was the proof of his earlier claim, that he could face even elite semi-knights 3 times in a single day and emerge victorious. It engraved the name Encrid into the minds of all who watched. Without morale, this unit had nothing left, and it was Encrid who had lifted that morale. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of spears striking the ground matched the beat of his heart as Encrid returned to the main force. No one spoke to him, but everyone's gaze was upon him. "How was he?" "He's strong. Stronger than me," Riavart replied. "And he must die, then see to it." Riavart had returned to the Count, who asked with a tone of boredom. The full-scale battle was postponed until the next morning. That was acceptable. In fact, it was what the Count had hoped for. Chapter 400. Eating meat, having gained the support of Krang, Marcus was now the chief commander of the main force. He understood the value of the time that Encrid had earned. Even just one day, there was much that could be done. "Tell the commanders of each unit to come in." It was a time for tactics and strategy. Did he have a talent for that? If not, that wasn't a problem. So what could he do? Simple. He just needed to gather those who had that skill. Have the scouts continuously observe enemy movements, and let the rest of the units rest. Let them eat and rest, but tell them not to unarm, and always keep their weapons by their side. Marcus shouted without stopping. Krang, watching this, couldn't help but think of Encrid, whom he had seen earlier. A chill ran down his spine. There was someone who stood on the battlefield and showed his back. Dr. Falun. Detta enkla neptar bort fetfrein magen open crown called such a person a knight. The knight that bards speak of. Not a symbol of strength, but a symbol of honor and belief. Those who wield swords for what they believe in. Guardians of the oath. Encrid was not part of the means he had prepared. Still, Krang trusted him. He wanted him to help. That intent worked. Things were done as desired. Still, Krang couldn't be sure if he could embrace Encrid as a person. Can I embrace him? A greedy feeling stirred. He wanted him close, a feeling that rose in an instant. But Krang quickly discarded that desire. There was a better way, so it would be fine to do that. I don't need to embrace him. How about remaining as friends? It wasn't a bad idea. So, he was a friend. Just then, that hero returned. Enki.co. Krang greeted him first. Marcus also looked at him. What he had done so far was only cutting down a few enemy soldiers and having what seemed like a draw with an enemy commander. But the strength he displayed left an impression on everyone. Moreover, his fighting spirit had lifted the morale of the troops. Inside the command tent, where the battle plans were being drawn up, as Krang raised his hand, Encrid nodded in acknowledgement. Even though they were friends, he couldn't just call out his name freely in such a place. Encrid, being perceptive, knew how to act according to the situation. Of course, even if he called Krang's name now, no one would say anything. He had the tact, but in truth, he hadn't fully realized what he had accomplished. Krang thought this was another one of Encrid's characteristics. He wondered why Encrid hadn't called his name, but then thought nothing more of it. Soon those who could be called commanders entered the tent. Among them, one spoke. Please place me at the forefront. Baron Ruden was a man who had dreamed of joining the Night Order. His blood was boiling. He had seen someone fight alone against an army of thousands. If one's blood didn't boil, then they weren't human. Flames rose in his eyes. Hold back, Marcus said as he saw that. Regardless of strategy and tactics, Marcus knew what needed to be done. He intended to tilt the balance with a single battle. Then he would have to use all the means he had prepared. That might be all the tricks the Count has hidden, but the fact remains that we must fight. We will fight together and hold out. Marcus devised the overall strategy, and a few who were knowledgeable about tactics filled in the gaps. The key point was Encrid's mad unit, but no one could tell them how to move. Great strategists were those who could make each soldier move tirelessly. They made soldiers understand what their job was and get it done. However, there were those who didn't need such orders. They went beyond the normal bounds of behavior and found their own places. Encrid was one of them. So Marcus said nothing. Orders were unnecessary. Even while designating positions, Encrid simply moved past it. Encrid and his forces were considered a squad in terms of numbers, but no one would think they were just a squad. They had all seen, and now knew. His skills were real, and the title of Hero of Border Guard was no empty phrase. At the end of the strategic meeting, the final step in determining the course of the fight was underway. The Mad Unit will move on their own, right? Marcus needed confirmation of his thoughts. He wanted to hear an answer. Would they become a sword to cut down the enemy for their lord? Was his judgment correct? Would they move beyond the ordinary bounds and find their place in the fight? Yes, they will. The answer was brief, but Marcus felt relieved. Encrid nodded and returned to his assigned tent. It was quite a large tent. Right in front of it, Ram, known as a barbarian, had lit a small fire and was making something. It seems like we'll have a tough time starting tomorrow. The warrior, often called a barbarian, spoke instinctively. It was true. It would probably be rough and dangerous. Are you so excited you're going to die? How did you know? It's written all over your face. Encrid sat down on a flat stone chair that Rem had placed at a suitable height. Good craftsmanship. Where did he find all these things to make? Where's my chair? Ragnar asked as he came out of the tent. Ram indirectly told him to get lost. Did you leave it somewhere? Are you taking out your frustration on me after spraining your ankle and getting beaten up? He was still making fun of Ram for getting hurt when he caught the so-called immortal maniacs a while ago. Ragnar was persistent. Ram ignored him, and Ragnar eventually found a similar rock somewhere and brought it over to sit next to him. Jackson was more clever. He skillfully carved a piece of wood to make a chair-like shape. If he was going to go this far, wouldn't it have been better to get a simple chair from the quartermaster instead? Dunbakel just sat on the ground. It seemed more comfortable. Esther transformed into a panther and curled up in Encrid's arms. Encrid, wiping his body with a damp cloth, watched Rem's actions. He had managed to bring some fresh meat, probably after hunting on the way here, possibly even threatening the quartermaster for it. It was raw meat, something rare for a common soldier. He made small cuts in it with a small knife and sprinkled salt in between before wrapping it up in a clean cloth. Watching it closely, Ram finally spoke up. If you do it like this, the remaining blood drains and the meat becomes softer. Sounds delicious, Encrid replied, and Ram glanced around. He noticed that Aisha had come and claimed a spot. She had obtained a chair from the quartermaster, which was simple in structure. It unfolded to spread the legs, tightening the cloth placed on it. It was easy to break, but didn't take much effort to make. What is that? What are you making? Aisha's tone was still friendly, as if she had many friends around her. Yet, it seemed like she had been dealt a heavy blow. What was the name of the squire who cut the atmosphere short? Encrid tried to remember but gave up. No thought came to mind. I won't give it to arrogant ones, Ram said. Though his words were harsh, he would share it. He wasn't as stingy as he seemed. Ragnar thought for a moment, then furrowed his brows. If you give it, I'll forget about that incident. He was saying he'd stop teasing about the injured leg. From the look on Ragnar's face, it seemed like Encrid had tormented him countless times when he wasn't around. They were madmen. It was ridiculous that getting injured in a fight became something to mock, and that being mocked in turn caused anger. I let it go, Rim replied. Ragnar was particular about his tastes. He understood the importance of the meals Rem prepared. So, he backed down a little. Encrid simply observed without speaking. As Rem sprinkled salt on the sliced meat, Jackson silently threw a small pouch. Clearly, it was a sign that he wanted to eat. Rem caught it with a snap, pursed his lips, and said, "Brat." It sounded like praise. Of course, Jackson completely ignored him. Jackson had given him spices. As Rem sprinkled them over the meat, the fragrance filled the air. Had he mixed herbs into it? If you put poison in it, you'll die, Rem muttered, though he smiled, indicating it was a joke. Jackson ignored it and sat next to Encrid. Dunbakel quietly helped with the preparations next to Mion. Don't use your nails. Did you wash your hands? I'll use a knife. Dunbakel was unusually calm. After making the cuts in the meat, she added salt and spices. The cloth became soaked in red, so she removed it and used another clean cloth to gently pat the meat dry. They surrounded the campfire with rocks to hold something, then placed an iron pan on top, which they must have found somewhere. Rem poured flaxseed oil into the pan. "This is precious," he remarked, and Encrid nodded. In this place, Ram was the law, at least for now. Once the pan was properly heated, the oil spread out, and the aroma hit their noses. Ram placed the meat in the pan. Sizzle. With smoke rising, the savory smell spread. The combination of oil and meat scent quickly filled their noses, striking their brains and making their mouths water. Encrid gave a small sigh of appreciation, and Ram gazed at the meat with great focus. His hands moved lightly and swiftly. He flipped the meat. The surface turned dark brown, and the hardened side became visible. Sizzle, with white smoke. He cooked the other side. Eventually, he used a skewer to cook the sides of the meat as well. When he thought it was done, he placed the pieces on a clean wooden board. Dunbakels? Wait. Ram spoke without even looking. Ah, why? Because it'll taste better if you wait. For him. It was an unusually valid reason, gently persuasive. Dunbakel agreed. After roasting several pieces of meat, she sliced the first one. The inside was still red, while the outside was brown. I purposely picked fatty cuts. This is for you. Where did you get it? I think I met some nomads around here. They had fresh meat. She sliced the meat as she spoke. Eat, Ram said, folding his arms. Encrid, using a burst of speed, focused even more. Of course, he applied an additional level of concentration. He pierced the meat with the skewer and pulled it out. Encrid took a bite. Chew. Chew. The juice bursts. The savory aroma of the meat cuts through the air, reaching the mind and head. If the fragrance had triggered the salivary glands, this was a piercing sensation in the taste buds. Every hair on his body responded. This was it. This was what cooking and meat were all about. The tender meat slid between his teeth, then went down his throat. What is this? Was it a dream? When did it go down? Encrid moved the skewer again. There's plenty, Ram said. They ate to their heart's content. Each of them was a big eater. It was only natural since they needed to eat as much as they moved their bodies. They ate and ate until it was time to pat their bellies, signaling they were full. Even Jackson silently chewed and swallowed the meat. It was an unexpected feast. Ha! Well, since we've eaten well, let's rest properly until tomorrow morning. Rem patted his belly and said, I'll say it. Encrid responded, Ah, that was good. Encrid, I watched the fight during the day. Aisha spoke before leaving. There was no real business for the night. Everyone spent their time as they saw fit. Ragnar had no particular thoughts. Rem was expectant. Jackson, using the excuse of a walk, briefly went outside. While walking in the night air, a shadow suddenly rose up from one side. It was his lover and the guild's contact. Do you have to go this far? She asked, her question direct. For her, it was something she couldn't understand. This is the last time, Jackson answered. It was a question about why he was going to war under Encrid's command, and Jackson's answer was that this would be his last gift. The lover stared at him quietly. For some reason, she couldn't figure it out, nor could she make assumptions. But she felt that Jackson might not return. Do you remember your father's words? Suddenly, the words of Jackson's teacher and his deceased father came to mind. Find where you belong. It had been both an order and a final wish. Jackson hadn't kept that in mind, but his lover did. In any case, that was something for later. While Jackson went on his night walk, Dunbakel, unlike her usual self, couldn't sleep and came out. She sat on the stone chair where Rem had been and stared up at the sky. It was a moonlit night. It seemed like a good night for a raid, but the enemy was quiet. Dunbakel trembled. It wasn't because she was cold. Her life had been filled with struggle and survival. She fought to stay alive. To be more precise, it was a story of surviving through any means, even running away. Her instincts spoke to her. She felt the danger of standing on the edge of a cliff, as if her body were leaning forward, unsteady. But she didn't want to leave. What should she do then? Struggle. Hadn't she already seen and learned how? Just like Encrid had done. The moonlight waned. Clouds appeared and covered the moon. Darkness settled in, crackling. The flames of the torches set around her flickered. Whoosh! The wind blew and brushed her body. Struggling forward is the only choice. Dunbakel made up her mind and gathered her thoughts. Still, her body trembled, refusing to stop. Esther had transformed into a leopard and curled up in Encrid's arms. She woke up during the time everyone was asleep. There was a stirring of magic. In other words, she felt the flow of some unfamiliar spell. It was a form she had never seen before. She couldn't say what it was just yet. Looking up, she saw Encrid peacefully asleep, his calm breathing. He slept soundly, without a care in the world.